Imagine standing at the edge of human ambition, where engineering defies nature and cities rise from deserts, oceans, and mountains. From bridges that stretch across impossible chasms to skyscrapers that pierce the clouds. These are the projects that redefine what our species is capable of. Every bolt, every beam, every drop of concrete tells a story of vision, risk, and sheer audacity. Welcome to a journey through the world's biggest mega projects, where dreams turn into monuments and the impossible becomes reality. Rising above the winding hills and clustered skyscrapers of southwest China's megacity, the Huangzhuan interchange unfolds like a concrete labyrinth suspended in the air, a place where steel, roadways, and human ambition collide in breathtaking complexity. At first glance, it looks almost unreal, as if engineers had spread a city's worth of highways over 5 levels and woven them together like strands of silk. This isn't just another highway crossing. Here in the Nanning district of Chongqing, more than 20 ramps twist, curve, and branch into 8 directions, connecting major expressways, urban arteries, and strategic transport corridors. Some of its elevated roads rise nearly 37 meters above the ground, the height of a 12-story building, making it one of the most intricate and ambitious interchanges anywhere in the world. Building it was a puzzle of immense scale. From 2009 until its opening in 2017, planners and workers grappled with the demands of mountainous terrain, the needs of one of China's fastest-growing cities, and the engineering challenge of routing traffic efficiently through a landscape that seems to defy order. Ramps intersect like threads in a giant web, each one a pathway linking distant neighborhoods, the airport, major bridges, and the heart of the metropolis. Yet navigating it can feel like entering a maze by design. From observation points around the interchange, the scene is almost dizzying. Layers of roadways stack above one another. Cars drift through sweeping curves, and the city's hills rise and fall around the structure, blurring the line between landscape and infrastructure. Some describe it as a spaghetti junction, a nickname meant as much for admiration as bewilderment, while others say it resembles a living organism, its lanes pulsing with the flow of urban life. But this is more than a tangle of roads. It's a testament to planning under pressure, a solution to congestion built for a city that defies easy engineering answers. For Chongqing's millions of residents, it stands as a vital hub that moves people and goods across daunting topography, shrinking distances and connecting lives. And for visitors and engineers alike, it's a place that inspires awe, a reminder that sometimes the greatest feats of human design emerge where challenge and necessity meet. Cut deep into the rugged canyon of the Colorado River stands a structure that redefined what modern engineering could accomplish. The Hoover Dam isn't just a wall of concrete. It's a symbol of ambition built during one of the harshest economic periods in modern history. Completed in 1936, this colossal arch-gravity dam rises about 221 meters high and stretches 379 meters across Black Canyon, straddling the border between Arizona and Nevada. Its purpose was monumental: tame the unpredictable Colorado River, provide irrigation water, control floods, and generate electricity for a rapidly growing region. The construction challenge was staggering. Workers first diverted the river through massive tunnels carved in the canyon walls. Then came the concrete. More than 4.4 million cubic meters poured in carefully planned blocks rather than one single mass. If cast all at once, the heat from curing could have taken over a century to dissipate and crack the structure apart. To solve this, engineers embedded hundreds of miles of cooling pipes throughout the concrete, Chilled water circulated through them, accelerating cooling so each block solidified safely in weeks instead of decades, a technique that became a model for future megaprojects. Behind the dam lies Lake Mead, one of the largest reservoirs in the United States, storing tens of billions of cubic meters of water and supplying hydroelectric power to millions across the Southwest. Beyond statistics, Hoover Dam represents control over scale, harnessing natural forces powerful enough to carve canyons and redirecting them toward human needs. Even nearly a century later, engineers still study it, not just for its size, but for the ingenuity that made its construction possible. Hoover Dam proves that sometimes the greatest engineering triumphs aren't about reaching upward, but about mastering the forces flowing beneath our feet. Spanning the entrance to San Francisco Bay, the Golden Gate Bridge is not merely an iconic landmark, but one of the most ambitious engineering feats of the 20th century, a symbol of human ingenuity, perseverance, and the relentless drive to connect communities across formidable natural obstacles. When it opened in 1937, the bridge transformed the relationship between San Francisco and Marin County, replacing the time-consuming ferry crossings with a sweeping 2.7-kilometer, 1.7-mile span that quickly became essential for commerce, daily life, and tourism, while also earning its place as one of the most photographed and recognized structures in the world. Its distinctive international orange color was carefully chosen not just for aesthetics, but for visibility in the frequent fog that shrouds the Golden Gate Strait, a narrow channel known for powerful currents, deep waters, and strong winds, which made the bridge's construction uniquely challenging. Designed by Chief Engineer Joseph Strauss, along with contributions from visionary engineers such as Leon Moisseiff and Charles Ellis. The bridge pioneered techniques in suspension bridge design, using massive cables composed of tens of thousands of steel wires and enormous anchorages to hold the roadway high above turbulent waters, while allowing the structure to flex and sway safely with wind and seismic activity. The construction itself was an extraordinary feat of human courage and coordination, involving thousands of workers who risked extreme heights, treacherous winds, and cold, foggy conditions. Despite these dangers, innovative safety measures, including the first use of a movable safety net, saved the lives of many workers and set new standards for industrial safety at the time. Beyond its technical and aesthetic achievements, the Golden Gate Bridge has become a cultural icon, representing both the ambition of the American West and the human capacity to overcome natural barriers, inspiring artists, filmmakers, and engineers worldwide, while drawing millions of visitors annually who walk, bike, and drive across its majestic span. Over the decades, the bridge has undergone continuous maintenance, retrofitting, and seismic strengthening to ensure that it withstands the test of time, earthquakes, and relentless environmental conditions, demonstrating an ongoing commitment to innovation and preservation. From dawn until dusk, the interplay of fog, sunlight, and the bridge's striking silhouette creates a dramatic and ever-changing visual experience that has cemented its place in the global imagination, a blend of utility, beauty, and engineering brilliance that continues to connect not only land and water, but also history, culture, and human aspiration. The Golden Gate Bridge stands as a testament to vision, resilience, and the power of collaboration, a living monument where architecture, nature, and human determination converge, reminding the world that even the most imposing obstacles can be transformed into symbols of unity, progress, and enduring inspiration. Cutting through the heart of the Japanese Alps, the Tateyama-Kurobe Alpine Route is not just a journey. It's an experience that feels almost otherworldly. Stretching between Toyama and Nagano, this remarkable route carries travelers across towering peaks, deep valleys, and landscapes that shift dramatically with the seasons. Unlike a single road or railway, the route is a seamless chain of transport systems, cable cars, ropeways, buses, and tunnels, each one designed to navigate terrain too extreme for ordinary travel. As you ascend higher into the mountains, the air cools, the silence deepens, and the scenery becomes increasingly surreal. In spring, the route reveals its most iconic spectacle, the legendary snow corridor. Massive walls of snow, sometimes rising over 20 meters high, line the road like frozen cliffs, creating a passage that feels carved from ice itself. Visitors walk between these towering barriers, dwarfed by nature's scale and power. Deeper into the journey lies the engineering marvel of the Kuro Dam, Japan's tallest dam. Here, water crashes down in dramatic releases, echoing through the mountains, while the surrounding peaks stand as silent witnesses to both natural force and human ingenuity. Every segment of the route reveals a new perspective. Cable cars gliding over forests, ropeways suspended above valleys, and panoramic views that stretch endlessly across the alpine horizon. It's a place where movement itself becomes part of the adventure, each transition offering a fresh encounter with the landscape. Yet beyond its beauty, the Alpine route is a triumph of determination. Built in one of Japan's most challenging environments, it represents years of effort to connect isolated regions while preserving the fragile mountain ecosystem. As seasons change, so does the route. Lush greenery in summer, fiery colors in autumn, and a pristine white world in winter. No two journeys are ever the same, yet each one carries the same sense of wonder. Here, high above the ordinary world, the Tateyama-Kirobe Alpine route reminds us that sometimes the most incredible destinations aren't places we stay, but journeys we experience step by step through the extremes of nature and the limits of human possibility. Stretching across the southwestern coast of the Netherlands, the Delta Works stands as one of the most monumental achievements in human engineering and climate adaptation ever realized. Born from necessity, shaped by tragedy, and perfected through decades of innovation to protect a nation where nearly 1/3 of the land lies below sea level. The story of the Delta Works begins with the catastrophic North Sea flood of 1953, a devastating storm surge that struck on the night of January 31st. And February 1st, breaching dikes across Zeeland, South Holland, and North Brabant, killing more than 1,800 people, destroying entire villages, and exposing the vulnerability of a people long accustomed to living in the shadow of water. In the aftermath, the Dutch government made a historic decision not merely to rebuild what was lost, but to rethink the very relationship between land and sea, launching what would become the Delta Works in 1958, a comprehensive system of dams, storm surge barriers, locks, levees, and floodgates engineered to control the water of the North Sea itself rather than simply resisting it. At its core is the Oosterskeldiekering, a 9-kilometer movable storm surge barrier made of massive steel gates that can be lowered during extreme high tides and storms to block destructive waves, yet remain open under normal conditions to preserve tidal flow and marine ecosystems, embodying a philosophy of coexistence with nature rather than domination. Around the Oosterskeldiekering, other monumental structures, including the Haringvlietdam, Hesterbach, and Grevelingen Dam, work in concert to shorten the length of coastline exposed to the sea, regulate water levels in estuarine environments, and protect fertile agricultural lands, urban centers, and critical infrastructure that together support millions of lives and billions in economic activity. The engineering challenges were immense. Designers and builders had to invent new techniques for underwater construction, advanced hydraulic modeling, and materials capable of withstanding some of the world's strongest tidal forces, while planners worked to balance safety with environmental stewardship so that wetlands, fisheries, and natural habitats could survive and even thrive under a managed system of water control. As each phase was completed over the following decades, the Delta Works reduced the risk of flooding to levels previously unimaginable and became a living laboratory for climate resilience. with continuous monitoring, upgrades, and innovations that adapt the system to rising sea levels and changing weather patterns driven by global climate change. Beyond its technical achievements, the Delta Works represents a cultural ethos in the Netherlands. Water is not merely an external threat, but an ever-present partner in daily life, shaping agriculture, transportation, urban planning, and even leisure. And the nation's approach to water management has inspired flood defense projects on every continent as countries grapple with similar challenges. Today, the Delta Works stands not only as a safeguard for Dutch lives and livelihoods, but also as an educational and research landmark, drawing engineers, policymakers, and environmental scientists from around the world to study its design, operations, and integrated approach to risk management. In every sense, the Delta Works is more than a series of physical barriers. It is a testament to human resolve in the face of natural forces, a symbol of collective will shaped by history and driven by the need to protect future generations, and a powerful reminder that with vision, collaboration, and innovation, even the most daunting challenges posed by nature can be met with solutions that endure, evolve, and inspire.
Stretching nearly 8 kilometers across open water, the Mackinac Bridge doesn't just connect two land masses. It connects two worlds. Here, in the rugged straits between Lake Michigan and Lake Huron, engineers had to tame nature's raw forces to bind America's upper and lower peninsulas together with steel, cable, and rock. Known locally as the Mighty Mac, this suspension bridge was completed in 1957 after years of planning and construction under conditions that would unsettle even seasoned builders. Designed by David B. Steinman, it became a testbed for aerodynamic stability, incorporating an open-load grid deck and deep stiffening trusses specifically to withstand the punishing winds that wore through the straits. At mid-low span, the roadway hangs roughly 200 feet above the water, supported by massive towers that rise over 550 feet high. Steel giants anchored deep into the cold lake bed. Yet the drama isn't just vertical. In severe wind conditions, the center of the suspended deck can shift as much as 35 feet sideways, a controlled dance between structure and storm. When it opened, the Mackinac Bridge became the longest suspension bridge between anchorages in the Western Hemisphere, a title it still holds decades later. For decades before, ferries were the only way to cross. Now, whether it's freight trucks rumbling across or families driving into vacation country, this singular span has redefined connectivity in a place that once seemed divided by geography itself. It isn't just a bridge, it's a testament to what happens when courage, design, and engineering confront elements that refuse to cooperate. Shanghai Tower spirals skyward in the heart of Lujiazui, immediately commanding attention as a twisting testament to ambition, sustainability, and engineering prowess. Its glass-clad exterior captures the city's light, reflecting the bustling skyline below while signaling China's drive toward vertical urban innovation. Standing at 632 meters with 128 floors, it is China's tallest building and the second tallest in the world. Its distinctive double-skin facade reduces wind load, conserves energy, and supports state-of-the-art elevators capable of traveling more than 20 meters per second, transporting occupants through the building's vertical cityscape with fluid efficiency. Completed in 2015, after a decade of construction, the tower embodies advanced structural design, wide engineering, and integrated smart systems, combining office space, observation decks, retail zones, and cultural venues within a single vertical ecosystem. Its spiraling form is inspired by traditional Chinese symbolism, blending modern technology with aesthetic elegance. Ascending its heights, visitors feel suspended between sky and city, a sensation of awe amplified by panoramic views of the Huangpu River and surrounding skyline. Shanghai Tower exemplifies how ambition, innovation, and architectural vision converge, transforming a simple tower into a landmark of human ingenuity and urban aspiration. The Shenzhen-Zhongshan link rises across the Pearl River Delta like a sweeping steel ribbon, immediately signaling scale, precision, and transformative connectivity. Stretching over dozens of kilometers, it unites two of China's fastest-growing urban centers, turning the waters and islands of the Delta into a seamless corridor for commerce and travel. The bridge tunnel complex combines long-span bridges, artificial islands, and undersea passages engineered to withstand typhoons, tidal currents, and seismic activity. Advanced materials, aerodynamic design, and precision construction techniques ensure structural resilience while accommodating high-volume traffic and heavy logistics across one of the world's busiest coastal regions. Planned and executed as part of the Greater Bay Area Initiative, the project reflects strategic integration of transportation, economic planning, and urban expansion. By shortening travel times and linking major industrial and financial hubs, it strengthens regional cohesion while supporting China's ambitions for global trade and innovation. Traveling along the elevated spans or glimpsing the undersea section, commuters and visitors experience a sensation of motion over water, with the delta's islands, rivers, and urban clusters unfolding below. The Shenzhen-Zhongshan link stands as a monument to engineering ambition, where human ingenuity transforms natural waterways into arteries of progress and connection. The Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal stretches across the heart of China like a ribbon of history, immediately conveying scale, ingenuity, and the enduring power of human ambition. Flowing over 1,000 miles from the northern capital to the southern heartland, its waters link cities, rivers, and cultures, shaping landscapes and civilizations along the way. Constructed over centuries, the canal integrates locks, levees, and waterways engineered with precision to manage elevation changes, seasonal flooding, and long-distance navigation. It stands as the world's longest man-made waterway, reflecting ancient expertise in hydraulic engineering, urban planning, and resource management. Throughout history, the Grand Canal has facilitated trade, agriculture, and cultural exchange, enabling the movement of grain, goods, and people across vast distances. Its continuing function in modern times demonstrates the adaptability of historic infrastructure in supporting contemporary economic and urban development. Traveling along its flowing path, visitors sense continuity between past and present, the gentle ripple of water, the sight of historic bridges, and the rhythm of commerce, all evoking a living artery of civilization. The Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal is more than a waterway. It is a testament to human creativity, endurance, and the ability to shape nature in service of society.
Out over the shimmering waters of the Yellow Sea lies a structure so immense it feels like humanity trying to stretch the horizon itself. This is the Jiaozhou Bay Bridge, a colossal roadway slicing straight across Jiaozhou Bay in eastern China, at roughly 26.7 kilometers long, with more than 25 kilometers of it spanning open water. This isn't just a bridge, it's one of the longest sea bridges ever built. A continuous corridor linking the urban heart of Qingdao with the industrial and airport districts across the bay. Construction took 4 years and tens of thousands of workers, using 450,000 tons of steel and over 2.3 million cubic meters of concrete, enough to rival the mass of dozens of Eiffel Towers. More than 5,000 concrete piles anchor the bridge to the bay floor, engineered to withstand earthquakes, typhoons, and even the impact of large vessels navigating the busy waters below. The road deck carries a 6-lane highway, cutting travel time across the bay by up to 30 minutes compared to the long coastal route. This two-shaped megastructure has multiple navigable sections, each spanning channels that are crucial for shipping traffic, and a design that blends prestressed concrete with cable and estate engineering on key spans. For engineers, Jiaozhou Bay Bridge wasn't just about being long. It was about mastering marine conditions, dynamic loads, and climatic extremes in one of the world's busiest coastal regions. When you drive across it, you're not just crossing water. You're traversing a continuous testament to scale, ambition, and precision, where human design meets the relentless expanse of the sea itself.
Rising majestically over the mighty Yangtze River in Wuhan, Hubei Province, the Yangtze Suspension Bridge is a groundbreaking achievement in modern bridge engineering that redefines scale, capacity, and connectivity in China and the world. Opened to traffic on October 8, 2019 after 4 years of intensive construction. This double-deck suspension bridge spans approximately 1,700 meters between its main towers, making it the longest-spanning double-deck suspension bridge on Earth and one of the longest suspension spans overall, while its total length reaches about 4.13 kilometers as it links the Hanyang and Wuchang districts across one of Asia's most vital waterways. Designed to carry heavy traffic with 12 lanes of roadway split between upper and lower decks, the bridge also accommodates pedestrians, cycling paths, and non-motorized vehicles, balancing colossal transport capacity with public access and leisure use. Beyond its sheer size, the Yangtze Suspension Bridge symbolizes a new era of infrastructure integration, easing regional congestion, improving connectivity across Wuhan's urban core, and promoting more balanced economic growth in one of China's fastest developing metropolitan areas. Its record-setting engineering reflects both technical innovation and the ambition driving China's modern megaprojects, where functionality and landmark status converge in structures that connect people, transform cities, and push the boundaries of what is possible in civil engineering.
The Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge stretches across the South China Sea like a silver artery, immediately conveying ambition, scale, and the mastery of marine engineering. Spanning nearly 55 kilometers, the bridge connects 3 major cities, uniting islands, coastlines, and economic zones through a continuous ribbon of road and tunnel. Its design combines long-span bridges, artificial islands, and an undersea tunnel, engineered to resist typhoons, strong currents, and seismic activity. High-performance materials, aerodynamic forms, and advanced construction techniques ensure stability and durability across open water, when allowing for heavy traffic flow and logistical efficiency. Completed in 2018, after nearly a decade of coordinated construction, the project demonstrates China's ability to integrate architecture, engineering, and strategic infrastructure to reshape regional connectivity. It has reduced travel time between Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai for hours to minutes, strengthening trade, tourism, and cross-border exchange. Traveling along the bridge, drivers and passengers experience a sense of vast openness, with the sea stretching in every direction and the cityscapes appearing both distant and intimately connected. The Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge is more than a transportation link. It is a bold testament to human ingenuity, ambition, and the power of engineering to unite land, water, and people. The Fuxing high-speed train surges across China's vast landscape as a symbol of velocity, precision, and modern mobility, gliding between cities with a quiet authority that reflects the country's commitment to advanced transportation. From dense urban hubs to distant regions, its streamlined form cuts across distance, redefining how quickly people and economies connect. Operating on an expanding network of dedicated high-speed rail lines, the train reaches commercial speeds of around 350 kilometers per hour, supported by aerodynamic engineering, intelligent control systems, and reinforced track infrastructure designed for stability and safety. Its interiors balance efficiency with comfort, integrating digital monitoring, energy-optimized components, and vibration reduction technologies to sustain reliability over long distances. Introduced during the 21st century as part of a broader national rail modernization effort, the Fuxing series represents domestically developed high-speed technology aimed at improving capacity, reducing travel times, and strengthening regional integration. Continuous upgrades in materials, signaling systems, and operational coordination reflect an ongoing evolution in transport engineering. As passengers watch cities blur into countryside through panoramic windows, the experience becomes more than transit. It is a moment suspended between departure and arrival, where acceleration and stillness coexist, revealing how innovation can reshape perception of distance while carrying millions toward opportunity, connection, and motion. Imagine a road carved out of the most hostile terrain on Earth, a ribbon of asphalt gripping sheer mountain walls, clinging to cliff edges, and vanishing into the clouds above 4,700 meters. This is the Karakoram Highway, a lifeline between Pakistan and China and one of the most astonishing feats of civil engineering ever attempted. Stretching nearly 1,300 kilometers from Hassan Abdul in Pakistan's Punjab province all the way to Kashgar in China's Xinjiang, this highway doesn't just link two countries. It stitches together ancient Silk Road culture with modern global trade. Along the way, it threads through some of the planet's most rugged landscapes, gigantic glaciers, plunging valleys, roaring rivers, and peaks that tower above 8,000 meters, mountains that dwarf most skyscrapers. At its highest point near Kanjarat Pass, the road climbs to approximately 4,700 meters above sea level, making it one of the highest paved international border crossings in the world. Building it was anything but simple. The Karakoram Range is notorious for avalanches, rockfalls, and landslides, natural hazards that forced crews to work in extreme cold, oxygen-thin air, and unstable geology. Despite this, Pakistani and Chinese engineers completed the colossal route in the late 1970s, opening a passage where none had existed. This is more than a road. It's a strategic artery for trade, a gateway for tourism, and a testament to human tenacity against nature's most unforgiving theaters. But that tenacity came at a cost. Harsh conditions and unpredictable terrain make travel here both breathtaking and perilous. Driving the Karakoram Highway isn't just sport. It's a journey across history, culture, and geography, where every hairpin turn reveals landscapes that seem almost too dramatic to be real.
Stelvio Pass Road, Italy. From above, it looks beautiful. From behind the wheel, it feels relentless. Stelvio Pass climbs to 2,757 meters in the Italian Alps, connecting Lombardy with South Tyrol. It is famous for its 75 hairpin turns, 48 of them stacked tightly on the eastern side alone. But numbers don't capture the experience. Each hairpin demands full steering lock, then immediately another, then another. The rhythm never stops. Your arms move constantly, your focus cannot break. The turns are tight, brutally tight. Some are so narrow that long vehicles must stop mid-corner, reverse slightly, and correct their angle just to complete the bend. Now imagine doing that with a sheer drop waiting inches beyond your rear wheels. There are guardrails in many sections, but they are modest. Low concrete barriers standing between your tires and a vertical fall of hundreds of meters. The incline is steep enough to stress engines on the way up and overheat brakes on the way down. Engine braking is essential. Ride the brakes too hard and they fade. Lose braking efficiency here, and there are no long straightaways to recover control. Cyclists push themselves to the limit climbing this pass. Sports cars test their torque. Motorcyclists lean into curves with calculated precision. But no matter the vehicle, one truth remains: you are always turning. There is no mental rest, no extended straight stretch to relax your grip. Fog can roll in quickly at altitude, weather changes within minutes. Sunlight at the base can turn into cold mist at the summit, and yet drivers return again and again because Stelvio isn't just a road. It's a challenge, a mechanical and psychological trial that demands discipline. You don't conquer Stelvio, you survive it one curve at a time. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China. Some roads are engineered. This one was carved by desperation. Hidden deep within the Taihang Mountains, the Guoliang Tunnel Road was not built by machines. It was carved by 13 villagers using hammers and chisels. For 5 long years, they attacked solid rock, meter by meter, because their village was completely cut off from the outside world. Before this tunnel existed, the only access was a vertical stone staircase known as the Sky Ladder. One slip meant certain death, so they decided to carve through the mountain itself. The result is a 1.2-kilometer tunnel blasted directly into a cliff face, roughly 4 meters wide and about 5 meters high, barely enough for 2 small vehicles to squeeze past each other. But this isn't a smooth, modern tunnel. The walls are raw rock. The surface is uneven. Sharp edges protrude in places. Natural light enters through large rectangular openings carved into the cliff, dramatic windows that reveal a vertical drop hundreds of meters below. When you drive through, your headlights bounce off jagged stone. The road surface vibrates beneath the tires. There are blind curves inside the tunnel itself. No bright lane markings, no modern ventilation system humming overhead, just stone. Outside the tunnel, the road clings to the cliff with minimal barriers. Some sections rely on simple concrete edges. Others feel exposed, as if the mountain could reclaim the path at any moment. Rainwater seeps through cracks in the ceiling. In winter, ice forms in unpredictable patches. Fog can roll across the cliffside, reducing visibility to almost nothing. And yet, this road stands as a testament to human willpower, but that doesn't make it safe. Driving Guoliang feels like moving through the mountain's spine, as if you're inside something ancient and powerful. One misjudged turn, one distracted second, and the same mountain that allowed passage could take it back. Skipper's Canyon Road, New Zealand. Some roads were never meant for modern vehicles. Skipper's Canyon Road feels like one of them. Carved in the 1880s during the gold rush, this narrow gravel track clings to the cliffs above the Shotover River in New Zealand. It was originally blasted out by hand long before cars even existed, and it still feels that way. The road is barely wide enough for a single vehicle in many sections. There are no proper guardrails, no generous shoulders, just raw rock on one side and a vertical drop on the other. Hundreds of meters down, the Shotover River cuts through the canyon like a blade. When 2 vehicles meet, the tension spikes instantly. One driver must reverse, sometimes along a curve, carefully inching backward toward the cliff edge until a slightly wider section appears. The surface is mostly loose gravel and dirt. After rain, it transforms into a slippery trap. Tires lose traction. Steering feels uncertain. Small slides become big consequences. Tour buses still attempt this route. Imagine meeting one on a blind corner, its massive body filling the entire track. Insurance companies in New Zealand often include clauses voiding coverage if you drive here. That tells you everything. There are sections where the rock wall leans inward, scraping mirrors if you misjudge distance. Other parts feel exposed, as if the road is balancing on nothing. No barriers to save you, no runoff space to recover, just canyon, air, and gravity. Driving Skipper's Canyon isn't about speed. It's about precision under pressure, and every successful crossing feels less like a commute and more like escaping a trap carved into stone. Kolimar Highway, Russia, they call it the Road of Bones, not because of its curves, not because of its ice, but because of what lies beneath it. The Kolimar Highway stretches over 2,000 kilometers through Russia's far eastern wilderness, connecting Magadan to Yakutsk. It was built during Stalin's era by forced labor from Gulag prisoners. Hundreds of thousands died constructing it. Many were buried directly beneath the road itself. Every meter carries history soaked in suffering, But even without its dark past, the road is brutal. Winter temperatures here can drop below degrees C. Engines freeze, diesel thickens, metal cracks under extreme cold. If your vehicle stalls in remote sections, survival becomes a serious concern. Large portions of the highway remain unpaved, mud in summer, ice in winter, endless potholes year-round. In cold months, parts of the route rely on frozen rivers as temporary ice roads. These natural highways are only stable when temperatures remain consistently low. A slight thaw can weaken the ice without warning. Isolation defines this road. Some stretches run hundreds of kilometers without major settlements. Cell signals vanish. Mechanical breakdowns become life-threatening. Blizzards can erase visibility completely. Whiteout conditions make road and landscape indistinguishable. Drivers navigate by memory and instinct. In summer, heavy rains turn sections into deep mud corridors. Vehicles sink. Recovery equipment becomes essential. The Colomar Highway is not dramatic with sharp hairpins. Its danger is slow, persistent, relentless, cold that seeps into your bones, distance that plays tricks on your mind. And the chilling realization that beneath your tires lies a history that never truly left. Driving here feels less like a road trip and more like crossing a frozen monument to endurance and tragedy. Route 500, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. On a map, it looks harmless. Route 500 in Newfoundland and Labrador stretches through vast forests and isolated terrain. It's long, remote, and deceptively calm, but remoteness creates its own kind of danger. This highway cuts through wildlife territory. Moose collisions here are not rare incidents, they are a serious threat. Adult moose can weigh over 500 kilograms, and their height means impact often shatters windshields directly at driver level. Now imagine driving at night. Street lighting is minimal across long stretches. Fog rolls in from coastal areas. In winter, snowstorms arrive suddenly. Black ice forms silently across the asphalt. There are sections where fuel stations are dozens of kilometers apart. Cellular service drops without warning. If a vehicle breaks down in freezing temperatures, help may not come quickly. Temperatures can plunge far below zero. Engines struggle to start. Batteries fail. Tires harden in extreme cold, reducing grip. And then there is monotony. Long, straight stretches through dense forest can lull drivers into a false sense of security. Fatigue builds quietly. Reaction time slows. Suddenly, headlights reflect off two towering legs in the darkness. At highway speed, there is almost no time to respond. Route 500 is not dramatic. It doesn't hang off cliffs or twist through mountain passes. Its danger hides in silence, isolation, wildlife, weather, and the realization that in some places you are very, very alone. Paso de los Libertadores, Chile, Argentina. High in the Andes, near the border of Chile and Argentina, lies one of South America's most critical mountain crossings. Paso de los Libertadores is a lifeline for trade between the two countries, but it demands respect from every driver who attempts it. The road climbs steeply through dramatic elevation changes. Hairpin turns stack upon each other as vehicles ascend toward the Cristo Redentor tunnel near the summit. Altitude affects engines, power drops. Braking distances increase during descents. Winter transforms the pass completely. Heavy snowfall blankets the roadway. Ice forms beneath compacted snow. Visibility can collapse within minutes as Andean storms roll in. Massive freight trucks dominate this route. Long convoys crawl upward in low gears. On sharp bends, trailers swing wide, leaving little margin for error. Guardrails exist, but the drop beyond them is immense. Descending requires discipline. Overheated brakes can lead to catastrophic failure. Runaway truck ramps are placed strategically, a silent reminder of what has happened here before. Traffic congestion can trap vehicles for hours if weather conditions deteriorate. When authorities close the pass due to snow, lines of trucks stretch for kilometers on both sides of the border. This isn't a scenic mountain drive. It's a test of patience, mechanics, and nerve. Every turn feels deliberate, every shift of gear calculated. Because at this altitude, mistakes travel faster than help. South Africa's Sani Pass, climbing the Drakensberg Mountains between South Africa and Lesotho is a challenge for even experienced 4x4 drivers. Only high-clearance vehicles are allowed because gradients can exceed 1.3 in some sections, while loose rocks and mud add to the hazard. The narrow road often forces vehicles to reverse when encountering oncoming traffic, sometimes for hundreds of meters along cliff edges with sheer drops below. Rain transforms it into a slippery obstacle course, while fog obscures visibility, leaving drivers with nothing but intuition and skill. Every curve demands focus, every descent precision. A single mistake can send a vehicle sliding backward into disaster. Sani Pass is a high-stakes test of nerves, endurance, and mastery over vehicle in some of the most remote, unforgiving terrain on Earth. Trollstigen, Norway. Trollstigen, the Troll's Ladder, winds through the Norwegian mountains with 11 nearly 180 degrees hairpin bends. The gradient reaches up to 11%, and sheer cliffs line the narrow road. Driving here feels like an adrenaline-fueled challenge, where every turn requires skill and focus. Tourist buses navigate the hairpins carefully, while cars must anticipate sudden merges, slick curves, and the unpredictable weather. Rain, fog, and occasional snow increase the risk, while the exposure to vertical drops intensifies psychological pressure. Driving Trollstigen is a constant battle against physics, fear, and environment. One moment of overconfidence can be fatal, yet the views of cascading waterfalls, jagged peaks, and misty valleys reward the bold who navigate this legendary road. Stelvio Pass, Italy. The Stelvio Pass, high in the Italian Alps, is a road that redefines the word hairpin. With 48 numbered stone curves on the northern side alone, the pass snakes up to 2,757 meters in altitude, twisting relentlessly around the mountain as if testing the limits of human skill. From above, it resembles a coiled serpent. From behind the wheel, it is a continuous, dizzying battle. Each tight curve demands precise steering, careful braking, and attention to the gradient. Vehicles often scrape their undercarriage on sharp bends, and trucks must sometimes reverse to navigate the tightest corners. Weather amplifies the danger. Snow can appear suddenly even in late spring, rain makes the asphalt slick, and fog can reduce visibility to near zero. Accidents are frequent, some fatal, leaving clear evidence of the pass's perils. Drivers must master engine braking and anticipate every incline and turn. Despite the risks, Stelvio Pass is legendary for its breathtaking views. Glaciers, valleys, and alpine peaks unfold with every bend. But beauty comes at a price. One small error in judgment can send a car tumbling down steep cliffs, turning the journey into a literal nightmare. Stelvio is not just a road. It is a test of nerve, precision, and endurance. Every driver who takes it on knows the adrenaline, respect, and awe it demands. This pass is a high-altitude ballet of metal, gravity, and human courage. Los Caracals Pass, Chile, Argentina. Los Caracals, or the Snails, is aptly named for its spiral-like curves stacked upon each other like a snail's shell. Located in the Andes, this pass climbs above 3,000 meters, forcing vehicles to twist relentlessly along hairpins with sheer cliffs on one side and ravines hundreds of meters deep on the other. The road is unforgiving. Heavy snowfall in winter turns the asphalt into a treacherous ice rink, while steep inclines challenge engine power and brake endurance. Trucks carrying containers or goods must proceed with extreme caution. One brake failure or engine stall can trigger disaster. Drivers must remain alert, with hands constantly on the wheel and eyes never leaving the road. Fog, snow, and icy patches add to the peril. Even for experienced drivers, Los Caracals is a high-stakes journey where survival hinges on skill, patience, and nerve. Yet the scenery is awe-inspiring: jagged Andean peaks, deep valleys, and the sheer thrill of navigating one of the most challenging passes on the continent. Los Caracals combines breathtaking beauty with life-or-death danger, making it a road that tests every fiber of a driver's courage and control. Baber D915, Turkey. Move your vehicle aside slowly, because on D915, Hesitation can cost more than pride. It can cost your life. Stretching roughly 106 kilometers between Ov and Bayburt in northeastern Turkey, this road hides a section so infamous that experienced drivers still whisper about it, the Derebashi Bends. 29 savage hairpin turns carved directly into a near-vertical mountainside, not engineered for comfort, not designed for forgiveness, simply carved into existence. The climb begins quietly. Asphalt gives way to rougher surface. The air grows thinner. Then suddenly, the mountain reveals its true personality. The gradient pushes towards 17%. The road narrows, and the guardrails disappear. There are none. On your left, a raw rock wall. On your right, a cliff that drops hundreds of meters into a valley so deep it looks painted. There is no shoulder, no runoff area. If your tire crosses that invisible boundary, gravity does the rest. Large trucks approaching a bend often cannot complete the turn in one motion. They must stop mid-corner, reverse, adjust, try again, all while balanced above open space. Now imagine meeting one of those trucks head-on. One of you must reverse, sometimes for dozens of meters, sometimes more, and every meter backward feels like a negotiation with fate. Weather turns this into something even darker. Fog rolls in without warning from the Black Sea region. Visibility collapses to a few meters. Rain transforms gravel into sludge. In winter, ice coats the incline, and traction becomes a luxury. Engines scream climbing upward. Radiators overheat. Brakes burn descending. If you rely too heavily on braking, they fade. If you don't brake enough, momentum pulls you forward toward the abyss. Drivers describe it the same way, heart pounding, eyes locked on the road, refusing to glance right. Because once you look into that drop, your brain starts imagining what falling would feel like. D915 is not famous because it is beautiful. It is famous because it feels unfinished by nature, like the mountain never agreed to let humans pass. And every time someone makes it through, it feels less like a commute and more like surviving a challenge issued by the earth itself. Los Caracals Pass, Chile, Argentina from above, it looks like a spiral carved into the Andes. Los Caracals, meaning the snails, earns its name from the tight, stacked hairpin bends that coil up the mountainside near the Chile-Argentina border. Located at over 3,000 meters above sea level, this pass is a crucial connection between the two countries. But crossing it feels like climbing a concrete staircase into thin air. The bends are relentless, one after another, each nearly 180 degrees. Drivers must slow drastically, then accelerate uphill again, repeating the cycle dozens of times. Heavy container trucks dominate this route. Now imagine one of those massive vehicles attempting a tight hairpin on a steep incline. Engines strain, gears grind, brakes heat up. In winter, snow blankets the road. Ice forms silently in shaded corners. Chains are often required. Strong Andean winds push against tall vehicles, threatening balance mid-turn. Guardrails exist in many areas, but not all. And even where barriers stand, they are no guarantee against the weight of a fully loaded freight truck losing braking power. Traffic congestion adds pressure. When one vehicle struggles on a climb or experiences mechanical failure, the entire pass can become gridlocked. Descending is equally intense. Brake management is critical. Overheat them on the long downhill curves, and stopping becomes increasingly difficult. Visibility can drop suddenly due to fog or snowfall. A hairpin that seemed manageable minutes ago becomes a slippery trap. Los Caracals is not a road you cruise casually. It demands rhythm, precision, mechanical awareness, and every turn reminds you that gravity is always waiting. Passage du Gois, France. Passage du Gois is a road unlike any other on Earth. This 412 km causeway connects Noirmoutier Island to mainland France, but its danger comes from the tides. Twice a day, the Atlantic Ocean swallows it entirely, leaving only a narrow window for crossing. If you mistime your journey, your car can become a temporary submarine in waters up to 4 meters deep. The surface is slippery, covered with green moss and mud that conceals potholes and uneven patches. Even on a clear day, waves can crash onto the asphalt, threatening vehicles with sudden, unexpected force. Locals respect it, but tourists often underestimate the timing and risk. The psychological pressure is immense. Every second counts, hesitation can be fatal. Drivers must calculate tides precisely, monitor water levels, and navigate the slick causeway with unwavering focus. One misjudgment, and the vehicle can be carried away by the rising water. Passage du Gois is a unique combination of natural danger and precision. It's not long, but it demands absolute attention, courage, and respect for the unpredictable ocean. Every crossing becomes a high-stakes test of nerve and timing, leaving a lasting impression on those brave enough to attempt it. Imagine building a road where one mistake means falling thousands of feet. Across the world, engineers are attempting mega projects so dangerous that even the most experienced workers hesitate before stepping onto the site. From bridges hanging over deadly cliffs to tunnels carved deep inside unstable mountains, these are the construction projects where danger is part of the job. Today, we're exploring the most dangerous mega projects ever attempted. Los Caracals Pass, Chile. From the air, it looks like someone dropped a giant spring into the side of a mountain. From the road, it feels like the mountain is slowly eating you alive. Los Caracals Pass, whose name translates simply to the snails, sits between Chile and Argentina in the high Andes, and it earns its name completely. The series of hairpin turns coils up the cliff face in a shape so perfect, so geometrically exact, that from a bird's eye view, it resembles the winding spiral of an enormous snail shell pressed into the rock. It is one of those rare places where nature and engineering together produce something that looks almost too dramatic to be real. The summit reaches approximately 3,200 meters above sea level. At that altitude, the air is noticeably thinner. Your engine begins to work harder than you expected, pulling with more effort and less confidence through every gear change. And your own body feels it too, a mild headache at the temples, a slight heaviness behind the eyes. The mountain reminding you, politely but clearly, that you are a guest here. The approach from the Chilean side is where the road reveals its teeth. 29 consecutive hairpin turns rise one after another, each one tighter than the last, each one offering a view down into a drop that the road does not bother to protect you from. There are no barriers on most of these bends. None. The edge of the asphalt is the edge of the mountain, and beyond that edge is a fall of several hundred meters into the valley floor. One small miscalculation in your steering angle. One moment of looking at the view instead of the road. One patch of ice or gravel at the wrong point in a turn. The mountain does not offer second chances here. The descent from the Argentine side is a different kind of challenge. The road is wider in places, the turns slightly less savage, but the gradient is steep enough that your brakes are working almost constantly. Experienced drivers here use engine braking deliberately, nursing the gearbox down through the gears to keep speed in check without burning out the brake pads entirely. Trucks use this pass regularly, carrying freight between the two countries, and watching a fully loaded articulated truck negotiate one of those hairpin bends is one of the most impressive and quietly terrifying things you will ever see. The driver swings wide, cuts back, sometimes having to reverse slightly to complete the turn, and the whole process looks impossibly precise. When you finally reach the other side and pull over to catch your breath, the first thing most people do is look back at the road and laugh. Not because it is funny, because that is the only appropriate response to having survived something that beautiful and that frightening at the same time. But if the Andes make you feel small, wait until you meet a pass in the Indian Himalayas where the road is barely wide enough for a single truck. One side is a sheer cliff, the other a bottomless abyss, and the entire thing is covered in loose gravel and fresh rockfall. Northern Explorer, New Zealand. This is not a train that rushes you anywhere. This is a train that forces you to look, really look, at a landscape that does not exist anywhere else on Earth. The Northern Explorer runs across the heart of New Zealand's North Island, and calling it a train journey undersells it dramatically. This is a rolling window into one of the most geologically dramatic landscapes on the planet. The route covers roughly 420 kilometers, crossing 4 mountain passes, threading through valleys, skirting volcanoes, and traversing viaducts that hang suspended above ravines so deep that the rivers at the bottom look like silver threads from the train window. The character of the landscape shifts as the journey progresses in ways that feel almost cinematic. You begin in the green pastoral countryside around Auckland, rolling farmland and gentle hills. Then, as the train climbs into the central North Island plateau, the world changes. The vegetation becomes sparse and windswept. The volcanic peaks of the Tongariro National Park appear on the horizon, the dark cones of Ruapu, Ngauruhoe, and Tongariro rising against the sky in shapes that look deliberately theatrical. The most spectacular moments come on the viaducts. The Makatote Viaduct is perhaps the most dramatic, a steel structure carrying the train high above a deep river gorge, and looking straight down from the train window you see nothing but air and the faint gleam of water far, far below. The height is enough to make even composed travelers grip their armrests instinctively. The structure was an extraordinary engineering achievement when it was built in the early 20th century, and it remains extraordinary today. The train moves at a deliberately unhurried pace. This is intentional. This is not about speed. The Northern Explorer exists to show you things. You can move to the viewing platform at the end of the carriages and stand in the open air, the wind cold and the views unobstructed in every direction. The sound of the wheels on the track and the smell of the mountain air and the vast silence of the plateau all combine into something that is very difficult to describe adequately and very easy to feel. The service runs only on certain days of the week and only in certain seasons, so planning is essential. Booking a window seat is not optional, it is mandatory, and if the Northern Explorer shows you New Zealand at its most majestic. Wait until you ride a road in Vietnam where the king of all mountain passes stretches across 20 kilometers of national highway, with hairpin turns so tight and drops so sudden that fog and rain together can reduce your world to 5 meters of visibility in any direction. Bayburt Road, Turkey, 2,938 hairpin turns. Read that number again slowly and let it settle in. The Bayburt Road, sometimes called the Bayburt to Trabzon route or the D915, is widely considered one of the most dangerous and demanding roads on the surface of the Earth. It connects the inland city of Bayburt with the coastal city of Trabzon, cutting through the heart of the northeastern Turkish mountains. And from the moment you begin the descent, you understand immediately why experienced drivers go quiet and grip the wheel with both hands. The classic section alone, the stretch known as Derebasi Viragi, contains 1,317 extremely sharp turns packed into one terrifying corridor of mountain road. Just say that number out loud, 1,317 turns, in a single section of a single road. Every single corner follows the same brutal ritual. You drop to the lowest gear you have. You brake as hard as you dare without losing control. You swing the wheel, you check the mirror for anything coming the other way, and then you breathe out and start preparing for the next one. Over and over and over again, for kilometers that feel like they will never end. The surface adds another layer of danger. Much of this route is unpaved gravel, and the moment rain arrives, that gravel transforms into something close to ice. Fog is a regular visitor here, rolling in thick and fast, cutting visibility down to almost nothing. You can be driving through brilliant sunshine one moment, and 30 seconds later, you cannot see more than 10 meters ahead. The mountain does not warn you, it simply changes the rules without telling you. Plan any trip here for July or August. From late autumn all the way through spring, the pass is typically sealed shut by ice and snow. The mountain becomes impassable for everything except imagination. Many who have driven it call it by the same name, the Turkish Death Road. It was even formally voted the most dangerous road in the world by certain international surveys, a title that the locals seem to carry with a mixture of exhausted pride and dark humor. Here is the thing that surprises most people who actually make the drive. On a clear summer day, with a well-maintained vehicle and no time pressure chasing you, the road is genuinely manageable. The views across the Turkish highlands are staggering. The sense of accomplishment at the end is real and enormous. The danger is real, but so is the reward. The road does not hate you. It simply has no interest in making things easy for you. And speaking of roads that refuse to make things easy, what is waiting next is a pass in South America so perfectly shaped like a coiled snail that it earned its name from the sky above a road that climbs 200 meters between Chile and Argentina through 29 consecutive hairpin turns with absolutely no barriers to catch you if you slip. Baylong Elevator, the glass rocket on a cliff. To understand the Baylong Elevator, you need to understand what it rises through, not a building shaft, not a constructed tower enclosure, but an open sandstone cliff, a natural rock face hundreds of millions of years old, shot through with joints and fractures, draped with vegetation, alive with the sounds of birds and wind and falling water. Up this cliff, an elevator rises 1,070 feet. The Baylong Elevator, the 100 Dragons Elevator, in Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, Hunan Province, is built directly into the cliff face, a structure that appears from a distance to be a vertical rail line running up the rock itself. Encased in glass, so visitors can observe every foot of the ascent. Construction began in 1999 and was completed in 2002. The project required an investment of 180 million yuan and demanded engineering solutions with no available precedent. No existing technical manual addressed how to build a structure of this type against a natural cliff of this scale. The problems solved along the way earned the elevator a Guinness World Record upon its completion. The experience inside is unlike any elevator ride in the world. As the car ascends, the rock wall passes inches outside the glass, close enough to study the layers of sandstone geology, the roots of cliff-face trees, the water seeping through cracks from moisture collecting on the plateau above. Then the rock falls away and the valley opens, a panorama of forest, mist, and the extraordinary sandstone pillar landscape of Zhangjiajie spreading to every horizon. The elevator is engineered to resist magnitude 6 earthquakes, using reinforced glass panels and anchoring systems designed to absorb seismic forces without transmitting them to the cliff. More than 20 million travelers have made this ascent since it opened. Every one of them remembers it. Skipper's Canyon Road, New Zealand. If you try to get your rental car insured for this road, the company will say no, every time, without exception. That alone should tell you everything. Skipper's Canyon Road sits in the Otago region of New Zealand's South Island, carved into the schist rock above the Shotover River, and it is the kind of road that demands total respect from the first meter to the last. The moment the sealed asphalt ends and the narrow gravel track begins, the casual afternoon drive transforms into something else entirely, something that requires your full brain, both hands, and honest acknowledgement of your own limits. The track is single lane for most of its length. There is no room for two vehicles to pass each other in the vast majority of places. When you encounter an oncoming vehicle, which one of you must reverse to the nearest passing point, which can sometimes mean reversing 100 meters or more along a track where the outer edge drops straight down into a chasm hundreds of meters above the emerald green Shotover River below. The surface is loose dusty gravel that shifts under your wheels in ways that asphalt never does. In dry weather, the dust billows up behind every vehicle in a pale cloud. In wet weather, the gravel becomes slick and treacherous. The road was not built for comfort. It was built for access, and access it provides, grudgingly. The views from the road are genuinely extraordinary. The canyon walls drop away below in vertical shelves of dark golden rock, and the river far beneath is a luminous green that seems almost artificial in its intensity. The light in the canyon changes dramatically throughout the day as the sun moves across the sky above the narrow gap of blue overhead. The highlight of the route for many visitors is the Skipper's Suspension Bridge, completed in 1901 and still in use today. At nearly 100 meters above the river, the bridge sways gently when you walk across it, a sensation that makes even people who do not consider themselves afraid of heights suddenly reconsider. Looking down through the gaps in the wooden deck at the river 100 meters below, while the whole structure moves slightly underfoot, is an experience that is difficult to forget. Most visitors hire a local 4x4 guide rather than attempting the road in their own vehicle. This is the sensible choice. The guides know the road intimately. They know where the worst passing points are, where the surface is most treacherous, where the canyon narrows and the views open up. They also know how to handle the paperwork when things go wrong. And if Skipper's Canyon teaches you that some roads demand a guide, wait until you hear about a road in Pakistan that is only 16 kilometers long, but is considered one of the most terrifying jeep trails on the entire planet. Leading to a meadow so beautiful it seems impossible to reach something so brutal. Fairy Meadows Road, Pakistan, 16 kilometers, that is all. 16 kilometers of the most terrifying road surface in Pakistan and possibly in the world. Fairy Meadows Road begins at Raykot Bridge and climbs to the small village of Tarto, and from there, a hiking trail continues onward to the base of Nanga Parbat, the 9th highest mountain on Earth and one of the most deadly peaks ever attempted by climbers. The road itself is a narrow, unpaved jeep trail carved along the edge of the mountain, accessible only by locally operated 4x4 vehicles with drivers who know every centimeter of the track from years of repetition and near misses. The trail is approximately 1.5 meters wide in many sections, sometimes narrower. There is no room for error. The track hugs the cliff edge with a casual, almost contemptuous disregard for the safety of anyone traveling on it. On one side, the mountain rises steeply. On the other, the cliff drops away into a gorge of staggering depth. The view below through the passenger window is the kind of view that makes people shut their eyes and press themselves back against their seat. The vehicle bounces constantly over the irregular surface. Potholes appear without warning. Rocks protrude from the track surface. Fallen debris has to be navigated around or driven over. Every jolt sends a small jolt of adrenaline through the passengers. Every sharp bend tightens the stomach. The local drivers navigate all of this at a pace that seems, to first-time passengers, almost insanely confident. That confidence is earned. These drivers have driven this road hundreds of times. They know where the worst spots are. They know when to inch forward and when to stop entirely. The reward for enduring all of this is Fairy Meadows itself, one of the most extraordinarily beautiful places in the entire subcontinent. A high alpine meadow spread beneath the towering bulk of Nanga Parbat, green and flower-covered in summer, with the white pyramid of the peak rising above it in a silence so complete it feels sacred. Photographs do not capture it adequately. You have to be there after the road, after the fear, after the relief, and look up at the mountain and understand why people say this. Do not drive yourself. The road is accessible only to the official locally operated jeeps, and that rule is there for very good reasons. Trust the drivers, keep the windows up, and if the vehicle stops, do not ask too many questions. And if Fairy Meadows takes your breath away with beauty and fear in equal measure, wait until you board a train in New Zealand that crosses viaducts over bottomless ravines and makes the land itself look like it was designed by someone who had never been told the word impossible. Passage du Gois, France. Twice a day, this road vanishes. It does not flood, it does not get damaged, it simply disappears beneath the ocean as if the sea is reminding you who was here first. The Passage du Gois is a 42-kilometer causeway located on the Atlantic coast of western France. It connects the mainland to the island of Noirmoutier, and at low tide, it looks like a perfectly ordinary stone road with calm seawater on either side and the occasional fishing boat leaning gently against the current. Ordinary is the word that will get you into serious trouble here. Because at high tide, the ocean reclaims every single centimeter of it. The water rises between 1 and 4 meters, covering the road completely. The stone surface disappears. The road is gone. And if you are on it when that process begins, the options available to you shrink very quickly. There are tall refuge poles installed along the causeway at intervals, fitted with ladders and small platforms where stranded travelers can climb to safety and wait for the tide to recede. And yes, people have needed to use them. This is not a theoretical scenario. Vehicles have stalled. Drivers have misjudged the tidal schedule. Cars have been swallowed by the Atlantic. The refuge poles exist because necessity created them. The crossing window is strict and unforgiving. You have approximately 2 hours either side of low tide to make the crossing safely. Miss that window and you are waiting for the next one, which means waiting several hours on one side or the other. And the schedule changes every single day with the tide, so every trip requires checking the current tidal tables before you set off. The sea does not care about your schedule. Beyond the tidal danger, the road surface itself becomes dangerously slippery after the water recedes. Algae and sea growth coat the stone. Motorcyclists and cyclists are particularly at risk. The strong Atlantic winds that funnel across the open causeway add another layer of challenge. And when coastal fog rolls in, visibility can drop to almost nothing at all. Yet every year, thousands of people make this crossing deliberately. Not because they have to, but because there is something genuinely compelling about driving a road that spends half its existence under the ocean. The thrill of it is real. The danger of it is equally real. Plan your visit carefully. Check the tidal charts obsessively. And whatever you do, do not stop to take photographs in the middle. But if a road that floods twice daily seems dramatic, wait until you hear about a road in Bolivia where the cliffs drop 600 meters straight down. The track is only 3 meters wide, and it once claimed hundreds of lives every single year. Canton Tower, the twisted goddess of Guangzhou, its shape breaks every architectural convention. Not a box, not a cylinder, not a simple taper from base to summit. The Canton Tower in Guangzhou twists, its lattice of steel members describing a hyperbolic form that produces a structure narrow at the middle, wider at top and bottom, with a waist that creates the impression of a figure in motion, rotating gently against the Guangzhou skyline. At 1,968 feet, including its antenna, the Canton Tower became the world's tallest structure when it opened in 2010, before subsequent constructions overtook that record. It remains, however, the most visually distinctive structure in southern China's urban landscape, and one of the most technically interesting tall structures in the world. The structural concept driving its form is the hyperboloid, a mathematical surface generated by rotating a hyperbola around an axis. Used in cooling towers and some bridge pylons, the hyperboloid's application at this scale to an occupied observation and broadcast tower was unprecedented in Chinese engineering. The lattice geometry that results from the hyperboloid form is self-stiffening. The crisscrossing members each work in tension and compression simultaneously, distributing loads efficiently and creating a structure that can resist the wind forces of typhoon season and the ground motions of seismic events to level 8 magnitude. The summit experience is one of the most extreme in the world. The outdoor observation deck at 1,600 feet is the highest outdoor terrace on any structure in the world, exposed to wind, sky, and a panoramic view of Guangzhou that stretches more than 30 miles in every direction on clear days. At night, the tower becomes a light installation, millions of individually controllable LED elements turning it into a programmable display screen wrapped around a building, visible from across the entire Pearl River Delta. Dubai Frame, UAE. It is the world's biggest picture frame, a golden rectangle rising from Zabil Park. The Dubai Frame is a metaphorical bridge connecting the city's past with its present. Standing 492 feet tall and 305 feet wide, it is positioned perfectly so that if you look through it one way, you see the historic district of Deira and the creek, the roots of Dubai. Look through the other way, and you see the glittering skyline of the Burj Khalifa and downtown, the ambitious future. It creates a literal snapshot of the city's evolution. The structure consists of 2 vertical towers connected by a 305-foot sky bridge at the top. The exterior is clad in gold-colored stainless steel, patterned with circles inspired by the logo of the Expo 2020. The construction utilized self-climbing formwork to build the towers rapidly, but the real thrill is inside. The sky bridge features a 25-square-meter glass floor panel. As you walk on it, the glass switches from opaque to clear, suddenly revealing the sheer drop beneath your feet. It is a heart-stopping moment that walks the line between terror and wonder. Inside the ground floor museum, immersive exhibits use holograms and mist to tell the story of Dubai's transformation from a fishing village. At the top, you get the panoramic view. On the way down, a future Dubai gallery uses virtual reality to predict what the city will look like in 50 years. Flying taxis, underwater colonies, and space missions. The Dubai Frame faced controversy over its design origins, but it has become a beloved icon. It is a monument that frames the sky, celebrating the duality of a city that honors its heritage while racing towards tomorrow. It proves that architecture can be symbolic, functional, and deeply experiential all at once. Hudson Yards, USA. New York City ran out of land, so they built a new neighborhood out of thin air. Hudson Yards is the largest private real estate development in U.S. history, a $25 billion mega-project that transformed Manhattan's West Side. The challenge? It had to be built over an active rail yard. 30 railway tracks carrying thousands of commuters daily could not be shut down. So engineers built a massive platform, a literal bridge of land, covering the trains. This required drilling deep caissons into the bedrock between the tracks and erecting 100,000 tons of steel to support skyscrapers, parks, and culture, all while the trains ran uninterrupted below. The crown jewel of this new district is the Vessel. Designed by Thomas Heatherwick, it is an interactive artwork that looks like a giant honeycomb or a futuristic basket. Composed of 154 intricately interconnecting flights of stairs, 2,500 steps, and 80 landings, it invites visitors to climb and explore the city from different angles. It stands 150 feet tall, clad in polished copper-colored steel that reflects the surrounding skyline and the people within it. It has no specific purpose other than to be climbed, experienced, and photographed. Surrounding the Vessel is a high-tech neighborhood. The buildings are smart, equipped with microgrids and waste management systems that use pneumatic tubes to suck trash away at 45 mph, eliminating the need for garbage trucks. The Shed, a cultural center, features a retractable outer shell that can slide out on wheels to double the building's footprint for performances. It is adaptable architecture at its finest. Hudson Yards is a city within a city, a vertical village where you can live, work, and play without ever touching the original ground. It represents the ultimate feat of urban density and engineering logistics. It proves that when you can't build out and you can't build up, you simply build over. It is a bold, controversial, and undeniable testament to New York's relentless reinvention. Guangzhou Circle, the coin that became a skyline. Across the Pearl River from the older parts of Guangzhou, in the financial district of Zhujiang New Town, a building stands that stops every conversation the moment it appears on the horizon. It is a circle. A perfect, complete circle, 33 floors and 453 feet tall, opened in 2013 on the bank of the Pearl River, its round form creating a window in the sky through which the clouds beyond are clearly visible. The Guangzhou International Finance Center is many things. It is known locally as the Guangzhou Circle, the round building, the ancient coin. That last name carries the deepest meaning. Its design was inspired by the ancient Chinese copper coin, the round coin with a square hole at its center that served as China's primary currency for more than 2,000 years. And that carried philosophical meaning as a symbol of the harmony between heaven, the circle, and earth, the square. The architect Joseph de Pasquale drew these references explicitly into the building's form, creating a structure that is simultaneously a bold modern architectural statement and a resonant cultural symbol. The engineering behind the circle is formidable. The steel frame weighs more than 50,000 tons, sufficient by weight of material to construct a large suspension bridge. Circular structures distribute loads in ways that rectangular buildings do not, creating structural challenges in detailing the floor plates, the perimeter frame, and the foundation connections that required innovative engineering solutions throughout. The result stands on the Pearl River bank as the only circular skyscraper in a skyline otherwise composed entirely of rectangular towers, making it permanently distinct in its context. At night, light from its interior rings illuminate the circular form against the dark sky, a giant halo over Guangzhou, a coin placed on the river's edge by a city that has always understood the value of commerce and the beauty of the objects that symbolize it. Zojila Pass, India. At 3,528 meters above sea level, this is not just a mountain pass. This is the only connection between two worlds that should never have been connected at all. Zojila Pass cuts through the high Himalayas of India, linking the Kashmir Valley with the region of Ladakh. It is a vital artery, a lifeline for supplies, for people, for everything that the isolated communities beyond it depend on. And yet the road itself seems almost hostile to the idea of being used. Narrow, unpaved, slick with gravel, barely wide enough in places for a single truck and a car to squeeze past each other while both drivers hold their breath and pretend they are not terrified. On one side of the road, a sheer cliff rises straight up, cold and indifferent. On the other side, the mountain simply stops, and below that edge lies a drop of hundreds of meters into a valley filled with nothing but clouds and the faint sound of distant rivers. There are no guardrails, there is no protection, there is only the road and your judgment, and in many places, the road is not helping you very much. The surface adds to the challenge in ways that feel almost personal. Mostly dirt and gravel, uneven and rutted from constant use and constant weathering, the road turns to wet mud when rain falls and to something close to ice when the temperature drops. Minor landslides are not unusual events here. They are part of the schedule. Rocks fall. The road gets covered, vehicles stop, workers clear what they can, and traffic moves again. This is not an emergency. This is Tuesday. The pass is typically closed from November through May because of the snowfall that buries it entirely. When it reopens, there is a genuine ceremony of relief in the communities that depend on it, because the months of closure mean genuine isolation. Supplies run low, prices rise, the world feels very far away. In summer, the scenery is genuinely breathtaking. Snow-capped peaks rise above you in every direction. Glaciers glint blue-white in the high-altitude sunlight. Valleys drop away into impossible depths. If you can keep your eyes on the road long enough to occasionally look up, the view is one of the most dramatic on Earth. Travelers who suffer from a fear of heights or who are prone to motion sickness are strongly, genuinely, and repeatedly advised to take the direct flight to Leh instead of attempting this road by vehicle. That advice is not being dramatic, it is being practical. The road will test you in ways that a short flight simply will not. But if Zojila leaves you breathless from altitude and fear combined, wait until you hear about a road in China where villagers had no equipment, no budget, and no machinery, only sledgehammers and iron will, and they carved an entire tunnel through a vertical cliff by hand. Shima Wonderland Hotel, the resort below the earth. Most hotels are built above ground. Shima Wonderland Hotel was built below it. Specifically, it was built inside an abandoned quarry, a pit 300 feet deep. Excavated from the rock of Songjiang district outside Shanghai, and then abandoned when the stone ran out, leaving behind a vertical walled hole in the earth that sat unused for years until someone looked at it and saw not a problem but a possibility. The Intercontinental Shanghai Wonderland opened in 2018 after more than a decade of planning, design, and construction that challenged every conventional assumption about how a luxury hotel is built, accessed, and maintained. The structure has 18 floors. 16 of them are below ground level. 2 of those underground floors are below the water level of the quarry pit's accumulated lake, meaning the hotel includes underwater rooms with direct views into the green water through reinforced glass panels. The design firm Jade Plus QA spent years developing a structural system that could hang the hotel's floors from the quarry rim and cliff faces while remaining stable, accessible, and comfortable for guests, who, in some rooms, can watch fish swimming past their window. The experiential offering is extraordinary. Guest rooms face either the quarry's rock walls, textured, water-streaked, geological, or the quarry lake, into which an artificial waterfall descends from above. The hotel offers rock climbing on the quarry walls, bungee jumping from the quarry rim, underwater dining, and a range of outdoor activities that use the dramatic landscape as their setting. Construction took over 10 years and cost more than $300 million. The result has been described by international media as a 21st-century engineering miracle and the world's most unusual hotel, a 5-star resort that does not rise above the landscape but descends into it. Death Railway, Thailand. This is not just a train journey. This is a 415-kilometer passage through one of the darkest chapters in human history, and the wood beneath your feet is still the same wood that was laid by prisoners who knew they might not live to see the line completed. The Death Railway, officially called the Thailand-Burma Railway, was constructed during the Second World War under orders from the Imperial Japanese Army. Its purpose was to create a supply line between Bangkok and Rangoon, cutting through the dense jungle and steep limestone mountains of western Thailand and Burma. The construction lasted from 1942 to 1943, a single year of the most brutal and inhuman labor conditions in modern history. Approximately 180,000 Asian laborers and 60,000 Allied prisoners of war were forced to work on this line. They worked in stifling jungle heat, in monsoon rains, on near-starvation rations, with no adequate medical care for the dysentery, cholera, malaria, and cholera that swept through the labor camps. By the time the last spike was driven, an estimated 90,000 Asian laborers and 16,000 Allied POWs had died. The railway earned its name honestly. Today, tourists board old wooden carriages at Kanchanaburi station and ride a section of the surviving line. The moment the engine starts, there is a smell of old oil and hot metal that the years have never quite washed away. The carriage sways and creaks with a personality of its own. The most dramatic and famous section is the Whampoa Viaduct and the stretch known as Helfer Pass, where the limestone cliff forced workers to carve the route by hand through solid rock. The stretch, called the Death Curve, slows the train to a crawl as it approaches a wooden trestle bridge clinging to the side of a limestone cliff. To the left, the rock face is close enough to touch through the open window. To the right, the gorge falls away into the river below, the Kwai Noi green and urgent in the depths. The slight tilt of the carriage on the curve, the groan of the timber under the weight of the steel wheels. The knowledge of who built this line and what it cost them, all of it lands at once, and it is not possible to ride this section without being moved. The surviving section of the railway that is open to tourists today runs for roughly 77 kilometers from Nakhon Pathom to Nam Tok, and the journey takes several hours. It is worth every one of those hours. And if the Death Railway leaves you heavy with history and humbled by human endurance, get ready for a road in Alaska that stretches 666 kilometers of gravel and ice toward the Arctic Ocean, where the cold drops to -40 degrees and the only other traffic is a convoy of oil tankers that would rather crush your car than brake. Beijing Daxing International Airport, the starfish that swallowed the sky. When Zaha Hadid Architects unveiled the design for Beijing's new international airport, the world responded with immediate fascination. A starfish, a sea creature. A five-pointed form spread across the flat plains south of Beijing, its arms reaching outward from a central hall in a geometry that seemed more organic than architectural. But this starfish was built at a scale that makes biological comparisons almost meaningless. Beijing Daxing International Airport's single terminal building covers nearly 700,000 square meters, making it the largest single terminal airport building in the world at the time of its completion. The numbers behind it are staggering. Completed in 2019, the project employed tens of thousands of workers during peak construction phases. 160,000 tons of steel were fabricated and erected. 1 million square meters of concrete were poured. 8 runway approach systems were installed simultaneously. The operational logic of the design is as impressive as its appearance. The starfish shape is not aesthetic decoration, it is functional geometry. The central hall, where check-in and security are concentrated, sits equidistant from every gate in every arm. No passenger is ever more than 8 minutes of walking from security to the farthest boarding gate in the entire building. In a terminal building of this scale, that figure is almost unbelievable. The airport serves as a strategic aviation hub for the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, an urban cluster of more than 100 million people, distributing international and domestic traffic across a catchment area larger than many European countries. At its inauguration, international media called it a new wonder of the modern world. The title was not hyperbole, it was simply the honest recognition of something genuinely extraordinary. Stelvio Pass, Italy, 48 hairpin bends. That is not a road. That is a dare carved directly into the spine of the Italian Alps. Stelvio Pass rises to 2,757 meters above sea level, making it the highest paved mountain pass in all of Italy and one of the most legendary stretches of asphalt on the entire planet. The moment you see it from above, your brain refuses to believe what your eyes are showing you. It does not look like a road at all. It looks like a giant serpent coiled against the face of an impossible cliff, frozen in place for centuries. To reach the pass, you first travel through dense pine forests, the air cold and sharp with the smell of resin and altitude. For a few kilometers, the drive feels manageable, almost calm. That feeling evaporates the moment the forest opens up and the mountain shows you its face. The real challenge waits on the eastern approach. Here, the 48 hairpin bends are numbered in reverse order from the base up to the summit, counting down like a warning system. Every single corner demands total concentration. You downshift hard, you brake hard, you turn the wheel as fast as your hands will allow, and you keep your eyes peeled for anything coming the other way. Because on some of these bends, two vehicles passing each other is not a casual maneuver. It is a negotiation with gravity. At the summit, the air thins noticeably. The engine begins to labor. Your own chest feels slightly tighter than usual. And when you finally stop and turn around to look back down at everything you just drove through, the view is almost surreal. Those 48 bends stack up below you like the coils of that great serpent, winding away into the valley floor thousands of meters beneath your wheels. Top Gear famously called this the greatest driving road in the world, and that title was not given lightly. Every summer, motorcyclists, racing enthusiasts, and adventure seekers from dozens of countries converge on this single strip of mountain asphalt. They come not because it is easy, they come precisely because it is not. The road typically opens in late spring and closes again when the first heavy snowfall of autumn comes, sealing the pass beneath a white silence that belongs to no one. Standing at the summit and looking down at every curve you have just conquered, you feel something that is difficult to name. It is not just relief. It is the deep, almost disbelieving satisfaction of having done the thing that looked undoable from the bottom. And if 48 hairpin bends already has your heart racing, wait until you hear about a road in Turkey where the number of bends does not stop at 48 or at 100, but climbs all the way past 900, earning itself a name that drivers around the world say with a shudder, the highway to hell. Museum of the Future, UAE. In the heart of Dubai, a city known for piercing the clouds with glass needles, sits a structure that defies all logic. The Museum of the Future is not a skyscraper, it is a gleaming silver torus, a giant eye looking toward tomorrow. Standing 253 feet tall, this architectural masterpiece has no corners, no columns, and seemingly no beginning or end. It is often described as the most beautiful building on Earth, a title it earns through its sheer audacity and elegance. The void in its center represents the unknown, the future we have yet to write, while the solid structure represents the knowledge we possess today. The engineering behind this pillarless wonder is nothing short of miraculous. The building's shell is a diagrid framework made of 2,400 diagonally intersecting steel members. This skeleton supports the entire weight of the structure without a single internal column, creating a seamless, open interior space. The facade is a jigsaw puzzle of 1,024 stainless steel panels, each one unique, manufactured using robotic arms usually reserved for the aviation industry. Covering these panels is Arabic calligraphy, actually serving as the building's windows. The script, written by the ruler of Dubai, quotes hopes for the future, glowing with LED light at night to turn the building into a poetic beacon. Inside, the museum is not a repository of the past, but a gateway to the year 2071. Visitors board a simulated spacecraft, the Hope probe, to dock with a space station orbiting Earth. It is an immersive theater of possibilities, exploring bioengineering, ecosystem regeneration, and space travel. The exhibits challenge you to think about climate change, spirituality, and technology not as threats, but as tools for survival. Unlike traditional museums where you look at artifacts behind glass, here you are the artifact. Your interaction drives the narrative. Sustainability is woven into its DNA. The building is powered by a dedicated solar park generating 4,000 megawatts annually, and it features greywater recycling and passive solar architecture. It achieved LEED Platinum status, the highest rating for green buildings. This isn't just a tourist attraction, it is an incubator for global innovation, bringing together great minds to solve humanity's toughest challenges. The Museum of the Future stands as a permanent reminder that the future isn't something we await, it is something we design, build, and inhabit today. On certain mornings in the south of France, in the wide green valley carved by the Tarn River over millions of years, something extraordinary happens. The fog rises from the valley floor and hangs in layers, and through it, emerging above the clouds like the masts of a fleet of ghost ships, appear 7 slender white towers. The bridge connecting them is invisible. The towers simply float. And the sight of them, those impossibly thin vertical lines suspended in mist above a green valley, is one of the most quietly astonishing things a human being can see. The Millau Viaduct is not just an engineering achievement, it is an aesthetic one. When architect Norman Foster collaborated with engineer Mitchell Verlojux to design this structure, the brief was simple and almost absurd in its ambition. Build a bridge tall enough and light enough to seem as though it doesn't quite belong to the earth. They succeeded to a degree that even they may not have fully anticipated. The statistics are staggering and worth stating directly. The Millau Viaduct stretches approximately 8,100 feet across the valley of the Tarn. Its tallest pier rises 1,125 feet from the valley floor, making it taller than the Eiffel Tower. The summit of its highest pylon extends even further, past 1,100 feet, placing it among the tallest structures in Europe. The roadway itself carries 2 lanes of traffic in each direction at a height that on certain days positions it entirely above the cloud layer. Drivers cross a bridge they cannot see the bottom of through clouds above a valley that seems to belong to a different world. What makes Millau genuinely unsettling, beyond the sheer scale, is the contrast it creates between the engineering confidence of its design and the visceral exposure of actually crossing it. The road surface is smooth and clean. The safety barriers are modern and effective. The drive, in purely technical terms, is not dangerous, but the human nervous system does not process the experience of driving 1,000 feet above the ground through clouds in quite the same way that the engineering specifications describe it. Your hands tighten slightly on the wheel. The vast empty space on either side of the roadway becomes impossible to ignore, and when you glance to the side and see nothing, just cloud and air and the distant suggestion of a valley floor that might as well be on a different planet, some very old, very deep part of your brain files a quiet but firm objection to the entire situation. 7 cable-stayed pylons distribute the load of the roadway across the valley without requiring support columns at the valley floor, a decision driven as much by aesthetic sensibility as structural engineering. The valley is preserved. The view from below, looking up at the structure, is unobstructed, and the view from above, looking down through the cable system to the fog below, is one that visitors describe consistently as resembling no other crossing experience in the world. Millau Viaduct was completed in 2004 and opened by President Jacques Chirac on December 14th of that year. It immediately transformed travel time across southern France, replacing a congested alternative route that turned summer holidays into multi-hour traffic standstills. But its significance extends beyond convenience. Millau demonstrated, in concrete and steel, that a bridge can be simultaneously the most practical and the most beautiful answer to a geographic challenge. It proved that engineering and art are not in conflict. And it left in the sky above the Tarn Valley a structure that most people who see it, for the first time, quietly refuse to believe is real. North Yungas Road, Bolivia, 600 meters straight down, no guardrail, no barrier, no second chance. The North Yungas Road in Bolivia is known around the world by one name, and that name says everything you need to know before you even look at a map: the Death Road. 64 kilometers of track connecting the capital city of La Paz with the humid jungle region of Yungas, running along cliffs so extreme, so vertical, so completely unprotected, that for decades this road was officially recognized as the most dangerous in the entire world. The statistics from the era before a safer alternative route was built are staggering. Hundreds of fatalities every single year, vehicles going over the edge and falling hundreds of meters into the jungle below, often not discovered for days. The crosses and small shrines that line the road are not decorative. Each one marks a place where someone did not make it. The track, in its most dangerous sections, narrows to approximately 3 meters. That is barely enough for a single large truck to pass through. And here is the thing about trucks on the death road. They do use it, or they did. Loaded trucks heading in both directions, on a track barely wide enough for one, on the edge of a cliff with a drop of up to 600 meters into the valley below. The rule of the road here is unique in Bolivia and possibly in the world. Vehicles drive on the left side, which is the opposite of normal Bolivian traffic convention. The reason is practical and grim. Driving on the left puts the driver's side window facing the cliff edge, so the driver can actually look down and judge exactly how close the wheels are to the precipice. Without that visibility, drivers were going over the edge blind. Today, most freight traffic uses the newer, safer alternative highway, but the death road itself has found a second life as an adventure tourism destination. Cyclists, in particular, come from around the world to descend it on mountain bikes, an experience that is terrifying, spectacular, and utterly unforgettable. The danger is still very real even today, and accidents still happen. But the road that once swallowed vehicles whole now draws thousands of people who want to feel something true and visceral and alive. There is a particular kind of silence on the death road, especially in the early morning before the cyclists arrive. The jungle is alive with sounds, but the road itself is quiet, and in that quiet, you feel the weight of everything that happened here. If the death road leaves you breathless from fear and beauty combined, get ready for a road in Taiwan where marble cliffs rise hundreds of meters on both sides, the tunnels have no lights, and the rocks are always falling without warning. There is a philosophical question buried inside the engineering of the Jayaraju Bay Bridge that reveals itself gradually as you drive across it. The question is this: at what point does the act of building a bridge become indistinguishable from the act of declaring war on geography itself? The Jayaraju Bay Bridge stretches approximately 26 miles across the bay, separating Qingdao from Huangdao in Shandong Province, China. It is not the longest bridge over water in the world. That distinction belongs to a structure we will reach shortly. But it was, at the time of its completion in 2011, the longest sea bridge ever constructed. The scale of the project measured in any unit is extraordinary. Over 5,000 concrete piers driven into the bay floor, more than 450,000 tons of steel. A workforce that at its peak numbered in the tens of thousands, operating in a marine environment that provides every possible construction challenge: tidal variation, salt corrosion, soft seabed sediment, and weather that alternates between humid subtropical and bitter Shandong winter, without much interest in the preferences of construction schedules. Driving the Jayaraju Bay Bridge is an experience defined by duration and visual monotony that gradually becomes its own specific form of psychological pressure. This is not a short crossing. At 26 miles, the bridge takes approximately 30 minutes to cross at normal highway speed. For those 30 minutes, the landscape around your vehicle is water on both sides, ahead and behind. There are no towns visible, no hills, no reference points that remind you land is a real thing that still exists. The bridge creates its own horizon, stretching ahead to a vanishing point that seems to recede as fast as you advance. And the sea below, the actual Jayaraju Bay, with its tidal currents and marine traffic, is present the entire time, gray-green and indifferent, a reminder that the entire structure you are depending on was an imposition, not a natural condition. The seismic specifications of the Jayaraju Bay Bridge exceed what most bridge projects require, because the Yellow Sea region is not geologically quiet. The bridge was designed to withstand major earthquake forces while carrying full highway traffic loads. The segmented construction method, in which sections were prefabricated onshore and floated out for installation, was chosen specifically because it could accommodate the precise tolerances required in marine conditions that hand-built, poured-in-place construction would make significantly more difficult to achieve. The result is a structure whose appearance, uniform, repetitive, extending into the distance, conceals a genuinely complex engineering response to a genuinely complex set of conditions. Taroko Gorge Road, Taiwan. Marble cliffs rising hundreds of meters on both sides, no lights in the tunnels, rocks falling without any warning whatsoever. Welcome to one of the most dramatic roads in all of Asia. Taroko Gorge Road runs through Taroko National Park in eastern Taiwan, officially classified as a section of National Highway 8, and it is the kind of road that makes you question every decision that led you to this moment. The gorge itself is a masterpiece of geology, carved over millions of years by the Liwu River cutting through pure white and gray marble. The cliffs soar overhead in colors that shift from cream to silver to dark gray, depending on the light and the mineral content. The river tumbles through the valley floor far below, green and violent and alive. The road hugs the cliff face, sometimes literally carved into the rock itself, sometimes passing through short tunnels cut directly through marble formations. And those tunnels are where the experience becomes genuinely unsettling. Many of them have no street lighting whatsoever. You enter at speed, your headlights carving a narrow cone of visibility into the absolute blackness ahead, and you have no way of knowing until you are already committed whether there is an oncoming vehicle somewhere in that darkness coming the other way. The gorge is narrowest in the section known as the Swallow Grotto, where the walls press so close on both sides that you feel you could reach out and touch the cliff face from your car window. In fact, in some of the narrowest passages, two vehicles meeting must negotiate with extraordinary care, one edging into a rocky alcove while the other inches past. The road has dozens of tunnels of varying lengths scattered along its route. Some are short enough that you are in and out in seconds. Others stretch long enough that you are inside the mountain long enough to feel genuinely enclosed, the cold, damp rock air pressing in through the windows. Rockfall is not a seasonal problem here. It is a year-round reality. In the dry season, small stones loosen and tumble. In the summer typhoon season, enormous rocks dislodge in the heavy rainfall and crash across the road or through vehicles. The park authorities monitor the gorge constantly in close sections when conditions deteriorate. But nature does not always give notice. For anyone unfamiliar with mountain roads or anyone who has not driven narrow gorge roads before, the strong advice here is not to drive yourself. Take the local tour buses. Trust the drivers who know every curve, every alcove, every spot where rockfall is most likely. This is not a road for overconfidence. But if Taroko Gorge makes you feel the walls closing in, wait until you hear about a road in New Zealand where car insurance companies will instantly refuse you coverage the moment you mention where you are driving. The name Tsingy comes from the Malagasy word for walking on tiptoe. And when you see the terrain that inspired the name, you understand immediately why tiptoe is the only appropriate mode of movement. The Tsingy de Bimaraha strict nature reserve in western Madagascar contains what is arguably the most hostile walkable terrain on Earth. A karst limestone plateau that has been eroded from above by rainfall and from below by subterranean water flow into a forest of upward-pointing limestone spires, each one razor-sharp. Tightly packed, separated by deep fissures that drop 30, 50, sometimes 100 feet into the darkness below. Walking across this terrain directly is not merely difficult, it is impossible. The spires are too close together to step between, too sharp to touch, and the gaps between them are too deep and too narrow to cross without assistance. The assistance takes the form of bridge systems installed through the Tsingy to allow guided visitors to traverse the upper levels of the spire field. These are not comfortable walkways with smooth surfaces and ample width. They are steel cable bridges and metal platform sections anchored directly into the limestone spires, strung between the rocky pinnacles at heights that reveal the full depth of the fissures below. The platforms are narrow, in some cases barely wide enough for two people to pass, and the handrails are cables rather than solid rails, providing a grip point rather than a genuine barrier. Below the bridge sections, the fissures drop into a world that receives no sunlight and almost no human presence. The limestone has been dissolving for millions of years, and the cracks and channels cut by that dissolution run deep and complex. The sound of moving water can sometimes be heard from deep within the fissures, subterranean streams that feed a cave system of extraordinary complexity beneath the Tsingy, above and around you as you cross the bridges. The limestone spires create a visual environment unlike anything else in the world. Vertical sharp pale gray in the Madagascar sun pressing close on both sides of the narrow cable bridge, with the sky a bright strip above and the darkness of the fissures below. The Tsingy de Bimaraha was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1990, one of the earliest African natural sites to receive this recognition, based on both its geological uniqueness and the specific ecosystems that have adapted to this apparently uninhabitable terrain. Lemur species found nowhere else in the world have evolved the ability to navigate the Tsingy with extraordinary grace, their feet gripping the stone in ways that human boots cannot replicate. The bridges acknowledge implicitly that humans were not designed for this landscape and need artificial assistance to exist in it temporarily. Ma Pai Leng Pass, Vietnam, they call it the King of Passes. When you finally see it in person, you understand immediately that the title was not given loosely. Ma Pai Leng Pass stretches across approximately 20 kilometers of National Highway 4C in Hà Giang Province, in the far north of Vietnam, near the Chinese border. It sits within the Dong Van Karst Plateau, a UNESCO-recognized landscape of extraordinary geological drama. The road winds along the edge of the plateau, cutting through karst limestone mountains that erupt from the earth in shapes so extreme they look like the work of something other than geology. Below the road, the Nho Que River cuts through the bottom of a canyon so deep that the water at the bottom appears, from the road above, as a thin ribbon of blue-green silk. The road is narrow. In many sections, a single vehicle fills the lane completely. Guardrails exist in some places but not in others, and where they do exist, they are often rusted through and would offer no meaningful protection against a vehicle actually making contact with them. The mountain does not negotiate. When the weather is clear, the pass is one of the most beautiful road journeys in all of Southeast Asia. The views from the highest points look out across dozens of kilometers of mountain range in every direction, the peaks rising and falling in waves of gray and green. The sky enormous overhead and the canyon of the Nho Que dropping away at your feet like an open wound in the earth. When the weather changes, the pass becomes something else entirely. Light rain turns the road surface slick almost instantly. Heavy rain makes sections actively dangerous, and visibility can drop to 5 meters or less in thick fog. The hairpin bends at the highest sections of the pass require precise speed management. Too fast, and you slide wide into the void. Too slow on a gradient, and you stall at the worst possible moment. The pass is particularly popular among motorcycle travelers who come from across Vietnam and from countries around the world to ride it on rented bikes. And this is where many of the accidents happen. Inexperienced riders on poorly maintained rental motorcycles, unfamiliar with hairpin techniques on steep gradients, misjudging curves, and finding the edge where no edge should ever be found. The smart approach is to rent a well-maintained bike, ride slowly, and never ride in conditions that reduce your visibility to nothing. But the smart approach and the experience of Ma Pai Leng are in constant, glorious tension. And if Ma Pai Leng sends your heart into your throat with its beauty and its danger, wait until you sit in a wooden train carriage in Thailand and ride a railway built on the bones of tens of thousands of prisoners, where the wood groans under the weight of steel and the River Kwai flows turbulently far below. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China, 13 men, no machinery, no electricity, no budget. Just sledgehammers, chisels, and a determination that most people alive today cannot fully comprehend. The Guoliang Tunnel Road runs through the Taihang Mountains of China's Henan province, and from the outside, from the valley below, it looks like a long, thin crack has been scratched into the face of a vertical limestone cliff. That crack is a road. A road that tunnels through the rock for over 2 kilometers, roughly 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, cut entirely by human hands over a period of 5 years in the 1970s, and every single centimeter of it was earned. Before the tunnel existed, the village of Guoliang sat completely isolated at the top of its mountain. There was one narrow path carved into the cliff that the villagers used to descend, a path so treacherous that a single wrong step meant death. Supplies had to be hauled up by rope. Children who needed medical care had no easy way to reach a doctor. The outside world might as well have been on another planet. Then those 13 villagers decided they had waited long enough for someone else to solve their problem. They pooled their own money to buy the tools. They divided the cliff face into sections, 1 section per family, and they started hitting the rock, day after day, year after year, through scorching summers and freezing winters, working by the light of candles and oil lamps inside the rock. Using 4,000 hammers, 12 tons of steel chisels, and countless hours of back-breaking physical effort. At least one man died during the construction. The others kept going. The tunnel was completed in 1977, and the village of Guoliang finally had a road to the outside world. Today, driving through the Guoliang Tunnel is an experience that moves between claustrophobia and wonder. The walls of the tunnel are raw rock, rough and uneven, bearing the marks of every chisel strike that created them. The width is tight. When 2 vehicles traveling in opposite directions meet inside the tunnel, the passing maneuver requires patience, skill, and a very calm disposition. The ceiling presses close overhead. And through the narrow windows cut into the cliff face along one side of the tunnel, shafts of daylight fall in, and through those windows you can look out at the valley hundreds of meters below. The tunnel has earned several extraordinary names over the years. The road that does not forgive mistakes, the most beautiful and dangerous tunnel on Earth, the road that defied the impossible. Both of those names are completely accurate. And if the mountains of China gave you a story of human determination, wait until you travel to France, where there is a road along the Atlantic coast that disappears entirely beneath the ocean twice every single day, and where getting the timing wrong could leave your car stranded underwater with the tide rising fast. There is a category of engineering record that measures not the size of a thing, but the speed of a thing, not how large a structure was built, but how fast it was assembled. The Lupu Bridge across the Huangpu River in Shanghai holds a record in this category, the assembly of its main steel arch, a span of 550 meters. The longest steel arch bridge span in the world at the time of its completion in 2003 was completed using a hydraulic lifting system that raised the final central sections into position in approximately 70 minutes. Not 70 days, not 70 hours. 70 minutes in which 550 meters of steel arch was joined and tensioned and made complete above one of the most heavily trafficked inland shipping corridors in the world. The Lupu Arch carries 6 lanes of road traffic at a deck height sufficient for the large vessels that use the Huangpu. There are no piers in the river. The arch, as with all true arch bridges, transfers its load entirely through compression into the abutments at both riverbanks, leaving the 550-meter span below completely clear. This is an engineering commitment. No intermediate supports means the structure is in a state of constant, fully distributed maximum stress. Every vehicle on the bridge contributes to the total load carried by the arch. Every thermal cycle, the expansion and contraction of steel across Shanghai's seasonal temperature range, adds stress cycles to the arch material. The arch is not merely holding still. It is working continuously under the full weight of its commitment. The Lupu Bridge has a pedestrian access to the top of the arch, a stairway that climbs from bridge deck level to the arch crown, approximately 105 meters above the Huangpu. From the top of the arch, the river, the city, and the adjacent Nanpu Bridge spiral ramp are all visible in a panorama that, on clear days, extends to the entire Pudong skyline. Standing at the arch crown, the width of the river and the density of the city surrounding it communicate the full scale of the engineering challenge that the Lupu was built to address. And the knowledge that you are standing on the highest point of 550 meters of steel arch that was raised to this position in 70 minutes, above a river where cargo vessels pass 100 meters below your feet, is not abstract. It is immediate, vertical, and real. There are landscapes that take the word dramatic and make it sound inadequate. Ungarasayonok is one of them. This canyon in the heart of the Minangkabau Highlands of West Sumatra stretches nearly 10 miles in length and drops 330 feet deep. Its near-vertical walls of red and green volcanic rock falling away from the highland plateau into a narrow valley floor where the Sayonok River moves in slow green curves between the cliff bases. The view from the canyon rim is not subtle. It announces itself. You are standing on a plateau that suddenly ends. Below, the world is completely different. A vertical drop to a valley floor of rice paddies and village gardens and river bends, the walls of the canyon rising around it like the walls of a room built by a giant. The Minangkabau people, one of the most culturally distinctive ethnic groups in Indonesia and the world's largest matrilineal society, call the canyon rim home. Their traditional stilt houses, called rumah gadang, with their dramatically upswept roof horns that curve like the horns of a water buffalo, perch on the plateau edge above the canyon in villages that have maintained their architectural tradition with remarkable consistency across centuries. Unlike the canyons of drier climates, Ungarasayonok is lush. The walls are carpeted in tropical vegetation that grows in every crack and ledge, green all the way from plateau edge to river bank. Waterfalls thin as threads drop from the rim in wet season and disappear into the foliage before they reach the bottom. The air in the canyon is cool and moist and smells of growing things. Trails descend into the canyon from the rim villages and follow the river bank through coconut groves and rice fields, past small farms and bathing pools to the base of the wall on the far side, where the vegetation grows densest and the light barely reaches. At the top of the ridge on the other side, Mount Singalang rises to 9,400 feet, its summit usually wrapped in cloud, its slopes covered in coffee and vegetable farms that supply the markets of Bukittinggi, the nearest city, just 3 miles away. The canyon sits almost within walking distance of urban life, but feels utterly removed from it. Local markets in Bukittinggi sell the spicy beef and coconut dishes of Minang cuisine that have become the most popular traditional food culture in all of Indonesia. Rendang started here in the highland kitchens within sight of this canyon. Ungarasayonok is nature's quiet masterpiece, a deep cut in the earth that reveals everything beautiful that West Sumatra has ever been. Next, we climb even higher to a volcanic plateau that seems to exist in its own atmospheric dimension. Tanjung Keliang, Belitung Island, Indonesia. There are beaches made of sand, and then there are beaches made of story. Tanjung Keliang is the second kind, located on the northern tip of Belitung Island off the east coast of Sumatra. This coastline is defined not by its sand alone, but by the massive granite boulders that rise from the water and the shore in formations so enormous, so smoothly rounded, and so dramatically placed that the landscape looks like something from a mythology textbook. These boulders are ancient, tens of millions of years old. They were formed deep underground in geological time and then slowly pushed to the surface through volcanic uplift and exposed by millions of years of erosion that stripped away every softer material and left only these rounded giants behind. The largest are the size of houses. Some are the size of small office buildings. They rise from the clear, shallow water offshore and from the white sand beach in clusters and solitary positions that create a landscape of stunning visual variety. Every few steps reveals a new composition. A boulder rising from the sea with a tree growing from its crack. Two rocks leaning against each other, forming a natural arch above a white sand floor. A cluster of 5 boulders enclosing a shallow turquoise pool that catches the light at low tide and turns the color of a swimming pool. The water around Tanjung Keliang is exceptionally clear by any standard. Shallow reefs just offshore offer snorkeling of remarkable quality, with visibility often exceeding 20 meters and coral gardens that support colorful reef fish in abundance. The white sand is fine and clean, and the curve of the main beach is gentle enough that the water near shore is shallow and calm, even when ocean swells are active further out. Local fishermen villages nearby still sell the morning catch from wooden boats brought in at sunrise, a practice unchanged across generations. The freshest grilled fish you have ever eaten is available here within hours of it leaving the water. Belitung's history as a tin mining island gives the region a deeper economic story. The granite that makes the beach spectacular is the same geological formation that produced the tin ore that made the island economically significant across the 19th and 20th centuries. What the miners left behind, nature turned into art. Tanjung Keliang is nature's sculpture garden, an outdoor gallery with no curator, no admission fee, and no closing time. Next, we travel to a national park where the sand itself blushes with color. What if I told you that some of the most impossible places on Earth have been transformed into engineering masterpieces? Across deserts, mountains, and oceans, humans have built structures so massive, so complex, that many experts once believed they could never exist. Yet today, towering bridges stretch across vast waters, tunnels cut through solid mountains, and entire cities rise from empty land. These are not just construction projects. They are bold experiments pushing the limits of technology, imagination, and human ambition. In this video, we will explore some of the most unbelievable mega projects ever built, projects so enormous that they are changing how the world moves, lives, and thinks about the future. Get ready to discover the giants of modern engineering. Jinmao Tower, the pagoda in the sky architecture speaks. And the Jinmao Tower in Shanghai speaks about where it comes from with a clarity that no other super-tall building has achieved. At 1,380 feet and 88 floors, 88 being the luckiest number in Chinese culture, Jinmao draws its visual language directly from the ancient Chinese pagoda, that tapering, tiered tower form that has defined the sacred skyline of Chinese architecture for more than 2,000 years. Each setback in the tower's profile is not decorative. It is a deliberate echo of the pagoda's cascading tiers, translated into a language of glass, stainless steel, and modern engineering. Completed in 1999, Jinmao was at that moment the tallest building in China and the 4th tallest in the world, a milestone that marked Asian construction's arrival at the frontier of global achievement as the 20th century ended. The structural challenge was formidable. Shanghai's ground is essentially river sediment, fine-grained, water-saturated soils that compress and shift under heavy loads. Foundation piles were driven more than 260 feet deep to reach material with sufficient bearing capacity to support the tower's weight, estimated at more than 7,000 tons. The main structural system combines 16 steel megacolumns arranged in a ring with a central reinforced concrete core, a composite approach designed to provide both stiffness against wind and ductility against seismic forces. The exterior glass and stainless steel facade incorporates more than 1,000 individually tested windows, each rated to resist typhoon winds at level 12, among the most intense tropical storm conditions in the world. Jinmao Tower is simultaneously a structural achievement, a cultural statement, and a time marker, the point where ancient Chinese architectural memory merged fully and permanently with modern engineering possibility. Shanghai Tower, the twisted giant it twists. Beginning at its base and rotating through 120 degrees by the time it reaches its summit, Shanghai Tower spirals upward with a form that looks like something alive, a building in slow, permanent motion, a giant reaching upward and turning as it climbs. At 2,073 feet, Shanghai Tower is the tallest building in China and the second tallest architectural structure in the world. It holds those records not through brute vertical ambition alone, but through a technical and architectural sophistication that places it among the most innovative tall buildings ever conceived. The twist is not decorative, it is functional engineering of the highest order. Wind loads on tall buildings are enormous, and in Shanghai, a coastal city regularly impacted by typhoon winds and persistent prevailing flows from the Pacific, the forces acting on a straight-sided tower of this height would require massive structural weight to resist safely. The 120-degree twist breaks the wind flow, preventing it from organizing into coherent vortices around the building's perimeter. This aerodynamic efficiency reduces wind-induced forces by 24% compared to a conventional rectangular tower of the same height, translating directly into reduced structural steel requirements, approximately 10,000 fewer tons of steel than a straight building would have needed. The double glass facade, an outer curved glass skin surrounding an inner glass skin with a cavity between, provides thermal insulation, reduces wind pressure on the occupied floors, and creates enclosed sky gardens at each vertical zone. The tower is divided into 9 cylindrical sections stacked vertically, each functioning as an independent neighborhood. Offices, hotels, retail, and leisure within each zone, creating a vertical city in the most literal sense. Construction took more than 8 years at an estimated cost of $2.4 billion, producing a building that holds a LEED Platinum Green rating and houses the world's fastest elevators. Shanghai Tower is the definitive statement of 21st century Chinese architectural ambition. Beilong Elevator, the glass rocket on a cliff. To understand the Beilong Elevator, you need to understand what it rises through, not a building shaft, not a constructed tower enclosure, but an open sandstone cliff, a natural rock face hundreds of millions of years old, shot through with joints and fractures, draped with vegetation, alive with the sounds of birds and wind and falling water. Up this cliff, an elevator rises 1,070 feet. The Beilong Elevator, the 100 Dragons Elevator, in Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, Hunan Province, is built directly into the cliff face, a structure that appears from a distance to be a vertical rail line running up the rock itself. Encased in glass, so visitors can observe every foot of the ascent. Construction began in 1999 and was completed in 2002. The project required an investment of 180 million yuan and demanded engineering solutions with no available precedent. No existing technical manual addressed how to build a structure of this type against a natural cliff of this scale. The problems solved along the way earned the elevator a Guinness World Record upon its completion. The experience inside is unlike any elevator ride in the world. As the car ascends, the rock wall passes inches outside the glass, close enough to study the layers of sandstone geology, the roots of cliff-face trees, the water seeping through cracks from moisture collecting on the plateau above. Then the rock falls away, and the valley opens, a panorama of forest, mist, and the extraordinary sandstone pillar landscape of Zhangjiajie spreading to every horizon. The elevator is engineered to resist magnitude 6 earthquakes, using reinforced glass panels and anchoring systems designed to absorb seismic forces without transmitting them to the cliff. More than 20 million travelers have made this ascent since it opened. Every one of them remembers it. Huijiang Canyon Bridge, the new king of heights. When it opened in 2024, the Huijiang Canyon Bridge in Guizhou Province added its name to a very short list, the highest bridges in the world. Its deck sits more than 1,800 feet above the floor of the Beipan River Gorge below, making it one of the most extreme vertical distances ever achieved in a bridge structure, in a province that already held more world bridge records than any comparable region on Earth. The structure is a cable-stayed span, its main deck supported by cables running from 2 tall pylons positioned on opposite cliff edges of the canyon. The span crosses the gorge without any intermediate supports touching the valley floor, a requirement imposed by the canyon's depth and the absence of any stable intermediate footing in the sheer walls below. Engineering the cable system at this scale required analysis of wind loads, seismic forces, and thermal expansion over temperature ranges that vary dramatically between the canyon floor's sheltered microclimate and the exposed deck level, where winds arrive unimpeded from the surrounding plateau. The canyon itself deserves description independent of the bridge it now spans. Carved by the Beipan River over millions of years through the limestone and dolomite of the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, Huijiang Canyon is a geological spectacle, its walls dropping in near-vertical sections for hundreds of feet. Its floor narrow and shadow-filled, except at midday its green river visible far below as a thin ribbon of moving water. From the bridge deck, looking downstream along the canyon, the full geological drama of the gorge presents itself: walls, river, sky, and the extraordinary sensation of standing on a platform of steel and concrete 1,800 feet above the nearest solid ground. Sydney Opera House, the shell that almost wasn't Australia. In 1956, a Danish architect named Bjørn Utzon submitted a competition entry for a new performing arts centre in Sydney, Australia. His design was so radical, so far ahead of anything that had been built before, that the initial judging panel eliminated it from consideration. It was only when Finnish-American architect Eero Saarinen arrived late to review the entries, pulled Utzon's drawings from the reject pile, and declared them a work of genius, that the design was reconsidered. If Saarinen had arrived on time, one of the most recognizable buildings in human history would never have been built. Architecture, like all great art, requires advocates willing to defend the improbable. The Sydney Opera House sits at Bennelong Point, a peninsula jutting into Sydney Harbour, with the harbour bridge looming to the north and the harbour spreading brilliantly in every direction. The building consists of 3 groups of interlocking vaulted shells, the largest housing the main concert hall, the second the opera theatre, and the third, a smaller hall. From the water, from the air, from the opposite shore of the harbour, these shells look different from every angle and in every light. In morning sun, they are blinding white. In overcast light, they become a subtle grey. At sunset, they blush orange and gold. At night, lit from below, they glow like lanterns floating on the harbour. No other building transforms so completely with changing light and viewing angle. It is architecture as living theatre. But the story of building these shells is as dramatic as any performance that has ever taken place within them. Utzon's original competition drawings were brilliant as sketches, but technically impossible to construct. For several years after the commission was awarded, his team tried to find a geometric solution that would allow the shells to be built. The breakthrough came in 1961, when Utzon realized that all the shells could be derived from a single mathematical form. If you imagine cutting slices of different sizes from the surface of a sphere of constant radius, each slice would have a different size but an identical curvature. By designing all the shells as sections of the same sphere, every rib and every tile could be manufactured to a single standard template, dramatically reducing both the complexity and the cost of construction. The tiles on the surface of the shells are another story of industrial innovation. The exterior of the Sydney Opera House is covered in over 1 million ceramic tiles, white with a fine textured surface that prevents glare while maintaining brilliance. The tiles were not individually laid in the traditional fashion. They were pre-assembled into chevron-shaped panels at ground level and then lifted into position as complete units. Each panel contains thousands of individual tiles, and the panel junctions are aligned with mathematical precision to create the illusion of seamless continuous surfaces. The tile system has proven extraordinarily durable, with minimal maintenance required over 5 decades of exposure to the marine environment of Sydney Harbour. The financial history of the Sydney Opera House is a cautionary tale and an inspiration simultaneously. The initial estimate for construction was $7 million Australian dollars. The final cost was $102 million. The project was 14 times over budget. Construction took 14 years instead of the projected 4. The political controversies surrounding the cost overruns eventually forced Utzon to resign from the project in 1966, before the building was complete. He never saw his finished masterpiece in person. He never returned to Australia. When the building was finally completed and opened in 1973 by Queen Elizabeth II, Utzon was not present at the ceremony. Shimao Wonderland Hotel, the resort below the earth. Most hotels are built above ground. Shimao Wonderland Hotel was built below it. Specifically, it was built inside an abandoned quarry, a pit 300 feet deep. Excavated from the rock of Songjiang district outside Shanghai, and then abandoned when the stone ran out, leaving behind a vertical walled hole in the earth that sat unused for years until someone looked at it and saw not a problem but a possibility. The Intercontinental Shanghai Wonderland opened in 2018 after more than a decade of planning, design, and construction that challenged every conventional assumption about how a luxury hotel is built, accessed, and maintained. The structure has 18 floors. 16 of them are below ground level. 2 of those underground floors are below the water level of the quarry pit's accumulated lake, meaning the hotel includes underwater rooms with direct views into the green water through reinforced glass panels. The design firm Jade Plus QA spent years developing a structural system that could hang the hotel's floors from the quarry rim and cliff faces while remaining stable, accessible, and comfortable for guests who, in some rooms, can watch fish swimming past their window. The experiential offering is extraordinary. Guest rooms face either the quarry's rock walls, textured, water-streaked, geological, or the quarry lake, into which an artificial waterfall descends from above. The hotel offers rock climbing on the quarry walls, bungee jumping from the quarry rim, underwater dining, and a range of outdoor activities that use the dramatic landscape as their setting. Construction took over 10 years and cost more than $300 million. The result has been described by international media as a 21st century engineering miracle and the world's most unusual hotel, a 5-star resort that does not rise above the landscape but descends into it. Beijing Daxing International Airport, the starfish that swallowed the sky. When Zaha Hadid Architects unveiled the design for Beijing's new international airport, The world responded with immediate fascination. A starfish, a sea creature. A five-pointed form spread across the flat plains south of Beijing, its arms reaching outward from a central hall in a geometry that seemed more organic than architectural. But this starfish was built at a scale that makes biological comparisons almost meaningless. Beijing Daxing International Airport's single-terminal building covers nearly 700,000 square meters, making it the largest single-terminal airport building in the world at the time of its completion. The numbers behind it are staggering. Completed in 2019, the project employed tens of thousands of workers during peak construction phases. 160,000 tons of steel were fabricated and erected, 1 million square meters of concrete were poured, 8 runway approach systems were installed simultaneously. The operational logic of the design is as impressive as its appearance. The starfish shape is not aesthetic decoration, it is functional geometry. The central hall, where check-in and security are concentrated, sits equidistant from every gate in every arm. No passenger is ever more than 8 minutes of walking from security to the farthest boarding gate in the entire building. In a terminal building of this scale, that figure is almost unbelievable. The airport serves as a strategic aviation hub for the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, an urban cluster of more than 100 million people, distributing international and domestic traffic across a catchment area larger than many European countries. At its inauguration, international media called it a new wonder of the modern world. The title was not hyperbole, it was simply the honest recognition of something genuinely extraordinary. Hoover Dam, America's Monument to Stubbornness, USA. In the summer of 1931, in the Black Canyon of the Colorado River, on the border between Nevada and Arizona, at a time when America was on its knees from the Great Depression, construction began on a project that defied every rational calculation of what was possible. No dam of this size had ever been built. The engineering challenges were unprecedented. The working conditions, summer temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius in the canyon, flash floods, toxic gases from blasting operations were lethal, and the schedule demanded that this impossible structure be completed in less than 5 years. They did it in less than 3. The Hoover Dam is a concrete arch-gravity dam, 221 meters tall and 379 meters wide at its crest. It holds back Lake Mead, which is one of the largest artificial reservoirs in the world by volume, containing enough water to flood the entire state of Pennsylvania to a depth of 30 centimeters. The dam used 25 million cubic yards of concrete in its construction. That is enough concrete to build a 2-lane highway from San Francisco to New York City, or to pave a sidewalk around the entire equator of the Earth. The concrete was not poured all at once. It could not be. A monolithic pour of that volume would generate so much heat from the curing chemical reaction that the concrete would crack from within and the dam would fail. Instead, the structure was built in interlocking columns, each one a separate pour, with refrigeration pipes running through every block to carry away the heat. Millions of tons of ice water were pumped through those pipes continuously for 2 years of construction. The arch-gravity design is what makes Hoover Dam so structurally brilliant. The curved face of the dam works like an arch bridge, transferring the lateral pressure of the water behind it outward into the canyon walls on either side. The canyon itself becomes part of the structural system. The walls of the Black Canyon, which were blasted clean of loose rock before construction began, effectively become the abutments of a massive horizontal arch. The harder the water pushes against the dam, the harder the dam pushes back against the canyon. The more pressure the dam receives, the more tightly it locks into position. It is a design that uses the forces working against it to strengthen itself. The stories of the workers who built Hoover Dam are as extraordinary as the engineering itself. Approximately 21,000 men worked on the project over the course of construction, many of them migrant families who came to the desert because the Great Depression had left them with no other options. They built a city called Boulder City from scratch in the desert to house the workforce. They worked in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in conditions that modern workplace safety standards would make illegal. 6 workers were killed in an industrial accident on a single day in 1935. The total construction death toll is a subject of historical debate, but it was significant. These men built America's future with their sweat and their lives, and they deserve to be remembered every time a light switch is flipped in Nevada or Arizona. Today, Hoover Dam generates approximately 4 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity per year from 17 hydroelectric generators housed in the powerhouse at its base. White Sand Lake, the shore that glows there, is a quality to White Sand Lake in Xinjiang that is difficult to describe accurately without resorting to superlatives that seem like exaggeration until you are actually there. The white. Not off-white, not light beige, not the pale color that most sand displays, but genuinely, almost luminously white, a color that catches direct sunlight and sends it back at full intensity, making the lakeside landscape glow even on overcast days when ordinary sand would appear dull and flat. White Sand Lake sits in the Altai region of northern Xinjiang, surrounded by mountain scenery that operates on its own grand scale. Low forested hills frame the lake's northern and eastern shores, their green slopes providing a chromatic contrast with the white sand that makes both colors appear more intense than they would otherwise. Between the sand and the forest, the lake itself lies open and blue, its surface moving in the light wind that crosses the water from the mountains. The shoreline is wide and walkable, gently curved, without dramatic cliff or rocky outcrop, simply an extended meeting of white sand and clear water that invites the kind of unhurried exploration that most tourist sites make impossible. Morning light hits the white sand at a low angle and creates a surface texture of fine shadows and highlights that changes minute by minute as the sun rises. In this early light, the lake has a quality of freshness, the clean brightness of a landscape that has just been remade, that dissipates as the day progresses and the sun climbs to an angle where everything flattens. This is a place that rewards early risers and repays the effort with something that the afternoon crowd never quite experiences. Oppo R&D Center, where innovation becomes architecture. In Dongyuan's Chang'an district, within the thriving technology corridor of China's Greater Bay Area, a building has risen that declares something clearly: innovation deserves architecture worthy of its ambition. The Oppo Research and Development Center is not just a workspace. It is a physical statement about what the technology industry in China has become and where it is determined to go. The complex covers more than 600,000 square meters, making it Oppo's largest research and development facility anywhere in the world. At its center, a tower rises nearly 250 meters, becoming an immediate landmark on Dongyuan's skyline and a visible anchor for the high-tech urban growth that has transformed the Pearl River Delta region over the past 2 decades. Designed by Kohn Pedersen Fox Associates, the same firm responsible for the Ping and Finance Center in Shenzhen, the complex incorporates modern glass and steel construction techniques to create a building that is visually dynamic from every angle. The interaction of light with the curved glass surfaces produces constantly shifting reflections and patterns through the course of each day, turning the building itself into a light installation. The structural engineering behind the glass aesthetics is designed for both visual impact and long-term durability, with sustainability built into the material specifications at every level. Once fully operational, the Oppo R&D Center brings together research teams, engineering laboratories, design studios, and corporate functions within a single integrated environment. a vertical research city that treats the physical space of innovation as an asset worth designing with the same care as the products created inside it. In a region defined by its manufacturing legacy, this building signals a deliberate shift towards something more enduring, the economy of ideas. Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge, walking on air. Standing on it, you look down and you see nothing beneath your feet but a valley dropping 984 feet to the forest floor below. There is no solid surface between you and that distance. There is only glass, transparent, merciless, uncompromising glass, and the knowledge that it is engineered to hold you. This is the Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge, and it was built specifically to create that moment of terrifying clarity. Spanning 1,410 feet between two of Zhangjiajie's towering sandstone pillars, the bridge once held the dual records of world's longest and world's highest glass bridge, a combination that made it internationally famous before it even opened. Designed by Israeli architect Haim Dotan. The bridge follows a philosophy he describes as the invisible bridge, a structure so transparent, so carefully integrated into its landscape, that it appears to vanish into the pillars and forests around it, leaving only the human experience of crossing the void without visible support beneath. The landscape here is extraordinary on its own terms. Zhangjiajie's sandstone pillars, which inspired the floating Hallelujah Mountains of the film Avatar, rise from dense forest in formations that seem geologically improbable, narrow at the base, thousands of feet tall, covered in green vegetation all the way to their flat tops. The glass bridge threads between these columns with a precision that feels both audacious and natural. From the bridge deck, the view in every direction includes deep forested valleys, roaring waterfalls, and the morning mist that drifts constantly through the canyon systems. The site also holds the Guinness World Record for the highest bungee jump, offering those who want the ultimate version of the experience here an opportunity that is, to put it simply, beyond description. Jiangsu Grand Theatre, the Lotus on the Water great architecture, does not merely house art, it becomes art itself. The Jiangsu Grand Theatre in Nanjing is proof of this principle carried to its most complete expression. Opened in 2017 beside the Yangtze River. This cultural complex is one of the largest and most architecturally distinctive performing arts facilities in China, a building whose form, drawn from the shape of a lotus flower floating on water, creates an image so integrated with its site that the building and its reflection appear as a single unified composition. The total floor area exceeds 200,000 square meters, housing 4 distinct performance venues within a single connected complex. The Opera House seats 2,200 audience members and accommodates full-scale international opera, ballet, and orchestral productions with stage dimensions and acoustic engineering that meet the demands of the world's leading performing companies. The Drama Theatre seats 1,000, the Concert Hall 500, each tuned to the specific acoustic requirements of its intended program through a combination of surface geometry, material selection, and diffusion technology. The exterior shell is finished in high-grade stainless steel, a material chosen not only for its visual quality, but for its resistance to the year-round humidity and seasonal temperature variations of the Yangtze River environment. Steel of this grade does not rust, does not stain, and maintains its reflective quality through decades of exposure, ensuring that the building retains the quality of its first appearance indefinitely. Interior natural lighting is managed through carefully positioned openings and light wells that bring daylight into the public spaces while maintaining precise light control within performance halls. The Jiangsu Grand Theatre is a statement about cultural ambition, a building that tells the world that Nanjing considers art and architecture to be equal expressions of a civilization's identity. In Dubai, the eye that watches over everything, Dubai, UAE. The moment you see Ain Dubai for the first time from the water, there is a simple, involuntary reaction. You just say, wow. It rises from Blue Waters Island, the artificial island at the tip of Jumeirah Beach, 250 meters into the Dubai sky. Its white steel framework catches the light differently at every angle. Its capsules orbit slowly, continuously, carrying passengers through a 38-minute arc from ground level to the summit and back. And it is enormous in a way that photographs simply cannot prepare you for. Even after seeing the London Eye, even after seeing the Singapore Flyer, standing at the base of Ain Dubai recalibrates your sense of scale entirely. 250 meters tall, that is almost twice the height of the London Eye. It is taller than the Eiffel Tower from ground to the second platform. It is taller than the Great Pyramid of Giza, with a 100-meter building sitting on top of it. Ain Dubai is not just the world's largest observation wheel. It is in a different size category from everything that preceded it. The engineers who designed and built it were not iterating on an existing formula. They were effectively creating a new engineering typology. The numbers behind the construction reflect the scale of the challenge. The project used approximately 9,000 tons of steel in its structural framework, more than was used in the construction of the Eiffel Tower. The central axle, the rotating hub around which the entire wheel turns, weighs 1,805 tons and is 25 meters long. This is the largest axle ever manufactured for any rotating structure in the world. It was fabricated in stages, shipped to Dubai in sections, and assembled on site using cranes and precision alignment techniques that required months of preparation. The bearings that support this axle and allow it to rotate continuously under the immense load of 48 passenger cabins weighing over 80 tons each must maintain their alignment to within fractions of a millimeter while carrying a combined rotating mass of thousands of tons. The 48 passenger cabins are a story in themselves. Each cabin is entirely enclosed and climate-controlled, essential in a city where summer temperatures routinely exceed 40 degrees Celsius. The air conditioning system in each cabin is sophisticated enough to maintain comfortable temperatures regardless of external conditions. The cabins come in several configurations, from standard observation cabins accommodating approximately 20 passengers to premium cabins with private bars, to conference cabins designed for corporate events, to a fully private cabin that can be booked for intimate events, including, apparently, proposals. At the summit of the rotation, 250 meters above the island, passengers in any cabin enjoy a 360-degree panoramic view that on clear days extends from the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Marina skyline in one direction to Palm Jumeirah in another, and across the open Gulf waters in a third. The engineering challenge of making this structure resistant to wind was approached with the same rigor as a bridge or a skyscraper. Dubai is periodically subject to strong Shamal winds from the north, and the open structure of the wheel presents a large surface area to these winds. The rim of the wheel, the outer circular frame, is engineered as an aerodynamic profile that reduces wind loading. The spoke system, which connects the rim to the central hub through 192 individual cables, distributes structural loads with exceptional efficiency. And the foundation system, beneath the central support columns, is designed to resist not just vertical gravity loads, but the enormous lateral overturning moments that wind forces create on a structure of this height and mass. From an urban development perspective, Ain Dubai is the centerpiece of a larger masterplan for Blue Waters Island. The island was itself an extraordinary feat of marine construction, reclaimed from the Gulf over a period of years and developed as a mixed-use destination with hotels, residential apartments, restaurants, and retail. Ain Dubai provides the iconic identity around which this entire development is organized. Every apartment on the island was sold against the backdrop of views of the wheel. Every restaurant on the promenade benefits from the thousands of daily visitors the wheel attracts. Canton Tower, the twisted goddess of Guangzhou, its shape breaks every architectural convention. Not a box, not a cylinder, not a simple taper from base to summit. The Canton Tower in Guangzhou twists, its lattice of steel members describing a hyperbolic form that produces a structure narrow at the middle, wider at top and bottom, with a waist that creates the impression of a figure in motion, rotating gently against the Guangzhou skyline. At 1,968 feet, including its antenna, the Canton Tower became the world's tallest structure when it opened in 2010, before subsequent constructions overtook that record. It remains, however, the most visually distinctive structure in southern China's urban landscape and one of the most technically interesting tall structures in the world. The structural concept driving its form is the hyperboloid, a mathematical surface generated by rotating a hyperbola around an axis. Used in cooling towers and some bridge pylons, the hyperboloid's application at this scale to an occupied observation and broadcast tower was unprecedented in Chinese engineering. The lattice geometry that results from the hyperboloid form is self-stiffening. The crisscrossing members each work in tension and compression simultaneously, distributing loads efficiently and creating a structure that can resist the wind forces of typhoon season and the ground motions of seismic events to level 8 magnitude. The summit experience is one of the most extreme in the world. The outdoor observation deck at 1,600 feet is the highest outdoor terrace on any structure in the world, exposed to wind, sky, and a panoramic view of Guangzhou that stretches more than 30 miles in every direction on clear days. At night, the tower becomes a light installation, millions of individually controllable LED elements turning it into a programmable display screen wrapped around a building, visible from across the entire Pearl River Delta. Guangzhou Circle, the coin that became a skyline. Across the Pearl River from the older parts of Guangzhou, in the financial district of Zhujiang New Town, a building stands that stops every conversation the moment it appears on the horizon. It is a circle. A perfect, complete circle, 33 floors and 453 feet tall, opened in 2013 on the bank of the Pearl River, its round form creating a window in the sky through which the clouds beyond are clearly visible. The Guangzhou International Finance Center is many things. It is known locally as the Guangzhou Circle, the round building, the ancient coin. That last name carries the deepest meaning. Its design was inspired by the ancient Chinese copper coin, the round coin with a square hole at its center that served as China's primary currency for more than 2,000 years. And that carried philosophical meaning as a symbol of the harmony between heaven, the circle, and earth, the square. The architect Joseph de Pasquale drew these references explicitly into the building's form, creating a structure that is simultaneously a bold modern architectural statement and a resonant cultural symbol. The engineering behind the circle is formidable. The steel frame weighs more than 50,000 tons, sufficient by weight of material to construct a large suspension bridge. Circular structures distribute loads in ways that rectangular buildings do not, creating structural challenges in detailing the floor plates, the perimeter frame, and the foundation connections that required innovative engineering solutions throughout. The result stands on the Pearl River bank in a skyline otherwise composed entirely of rectangular towers, making it permanently distinct in its context. At night, light from its interior rings illuminate the circular form against the dark sky, a giant halo over Guangzhou, a coin placed on the river's edge by a city that has always understood the value of commerce and the beauty of the objects that symbolize it. Panama Canal, the cut that changed the world. Panama, imagine trying to move a ship the size of an apartment block from one ocean to another. Between those two oceans stands a continent, dense jungle, deadly disease, volcanic rock and swampy lowlands. Most people would look at that problem and walk away. The engineers who built the Panama Canal looked at that problem and said, "We will cut the continent in half." And they did. The Panama Canal is 82 kilometers long. That sounds modest until you realize what it took to create it. The United States completed the original canal in 1914, after France had already spent 2 decades and 20,000 lives trying and failing. The Americans succeeded through sheer organizational force, innovative engineering, and a public health campaign that wiped out the malaria and yellow fever that had been killing workers by the thousands. They moved over 170 million cubic meters of earth. They created the largest artificial lake in the world at the time, and they linked 2 oceans in a way that permanently reshaped global trade. The principle behind the canal is deceptively simple. The Atlantic and Pacific Oceans are not at the same level as the Isthmus of Panama. Ships need to be lifted over the continent's terrain rather than pushed through it at sea level. The solution was a system of locks, massive water-filled chambers that raise and lower ships like a water elevator. Fresh water from the artificial Gatun Lake floods into the chambers, lifting ships to approximately 26 meters above sea level, high enough to cross the continental divide. Then, on the other side, controlled releases of water lower the ships back down to ocean level. No pumps are required. Gravity does most of the work. It is elegant in its simplicity and breathtaking in its scale. But here is where the story gets truly epic. In 2016, Panama opened a 3rd set of locks as part of a $5.25 billion expansion project. This was not a renovation. This was a reinvention. The new Neo-Panamax locks are massive. They can accommodate ships that are twice the width of vessels that fit through the original locks. Container ships that carry 14,000 shipping containers in a single voyage now glide through waters that were once considered impassable. The original canal was a wonder. The expanded canal is a miracle. Standing at the Miraflores Locks Visitor Center and watching a massive container ship inch through the chamber beside you is one of the most humbling experiences in the world. These ships dwarf everything around them. Their hulls rise above the lock walls. Their propeller wash creates currents you can feel through the viewing platform. And yet they are handled with extraordinary precision by a team of electric locomotives called mules that guide the ships through the chambers on rails. It is an orchestra of steel and water, performed at a scale that beggars description. The economic impact of the canal on Panama has been transformative. Before the canal, Panama was a poor nation with limited resources and uncertain prospects. Today, canal revenues and the commercial activity it generates make Panama one of the wealthiest countries per capita in Latin America. The Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of China, not just a wall, a declaration of power stretched across the bones of an entire empire. This is one of the most staggering things the human race has ever pulled off, and most people have no idea just how extreme it really was. Forget the postcards, forget the tourist photos. The real story of this wall is wild from beginning to end. It stretches across nearly 13,000 miles of Chinese territory. Not flat, easy ground either. It climbs over brutal mountain ridges, tears through scorching desert dunes, and pushes through terrain so hostile that even building a road there today would be considered a serious engineering challenge. And yet thousands of years ago, people did something far harder. They built a wall on top of it. Construction did not happen in one go. It was not the work of one king or one generation. It spanned roughly 2,000 years. Dynasty after dynasty added to it, extended it, repaired it, refused to abandon it. The Qin started it, the Han stretched it, the Ming perfected it. Every era poured its people into this project like it was the most important thing in the world, because to them it was. No engines, no machines, no cranes or steel cables. Every single stone was carried by human hands or moved by animals over paths that barely existed. Workers who collapsed, was sometimes buried right there beneath the wall itself. The wall is literally built on top of the people who built it. Around 10 million people contributed to its creation across all those centuries. Soldiers, farmers, prisoners, and conscripted laborers. Many never went home. The mountain sections are the most jaw-dropping. Engineers carved the wall directly into vertical ridgelines at angles that seem physically impossible. Watchtowers rise every few hundred yards along the steepest sections. They were the nervous system of the empire. Soldiers inside watched for enemy movement day and night. When danger appeared, smoke by day and fire by night sent signals that could travel hundreds of miles in just minutes. No phone. No radio, just fire and smoke and a chain of human eyes stretching across an entire nation. The Great Wall remains the longest man-made structure in history, but more than that, it is the longest act of human defiance ever recorded. A monument to the idea that some things are simply worth everything it costs to protect them. Next, we travel to a place where the stones are so massive, so impossibly heavy, that modern engineers still cannot fully explain how they got there. Karnak Temple, Egypt. Karnak Temple, Egypt. Most people have heard of the pyramids. Far fewer talk about Karnak, and that is a mistake, because what was built here is arguably more complex, more layered, and more jaw-dropping than anything else ancient Egypt ever created. This is not a single temple. It is an entire sacred city that grew without stopping for over 2,000 years. Located near modern Luxor on the east bank of the Nile, Karnak covers nearly 250 acres. Inside those walls are sanctuaries, obelisks, sacred lakes, towering pylons, open courtyards, columned halls, and chapels stacked together like a city that never stopped expanding. At least 30 different pharaohs added to it, each one trying to outshine the last. Each one carving their name deeper, raising their walls higher, demanding their legacy survive forever. And it worked. Karnak was dedicated to Amun-Ra, the king of all Egyptian gods, the divine protector of the pharaoh and the state. Building here was not generosity, it was a power move. Every column, every inscription, every gold-tipped obelisk screamed the same message: I am chosen by the gods, and I will not be forgotten. The great hypostyle hall is where it all becomes too much to process. 134 massive stone columns fill the space, the tallest reaching 69 feet high. They are so thick that 6 adults holding hands cannot fully encircle one. Every single surface is covered in hieroglyphic carvings. Stories of gods, of battles, of rituals and royal names that refuse to die. Walking through it feels like walking inside the world's largest illustrated manuscript, except the pages are stone and the ceiling scrapes the clouds. Karnak is connected to Luxor Temple by the Avenue of Sphinxes, a ceremonial road lined with hundreds of ram-headed sphinx statues stretching more than a mile. Priests, pilgrims, and pharaohs walked this road in sacred procession. The spiritual energy of an entire civilization flowed through this path. The obelisk of Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's rare female pharaohs, was cut from a single block of granite in Aswan and hauled 124 miles to stand here. It still stands today, nearly 100 feet tall, inscribed from base to tip, with texts declaring her greatness. The work that built Karnak brought together architects, priests, sculptors, painters, scribes, and tens of thousands of laborers across dozens of generations. It was the spiritual heartbeat of ancient Egypt, the place where divine power was made visible. Nobody fully understands how they achieved the level of precision and symmetry found throughout the complex. The scale of the effort involved would challenge modern construction. They did it with copper tools, wooden sleds, and an unshakable belief that what they were building mattered beyond their own lifetimes. Next, we leap forward in time to a cathedral in Vatican City where Renaissance genius and human faith built something the world had never seen before. Palm Jebel Ali, man-made marvel, Dubai, UAE, if someone told you that humans had carved a giant palm tree into the ocean using nothing but sand, steel, and sheer determination, you would probably laugh. And yet, that is exactly what happened in Dubai. Palm Jebel Ali is not a coastline, it is not a natural island. It is a statement, a bold, audacious, breathtaking statement that says, we do not accept what nature gives us, we build what we imagine. Standing on the spine of Palm Jebel Ali, there is one word that comes to mind immediately. That word is not luxury, though luxury is everywhere here. That word is not beauty, though beauty is undeniable. The word is belief, the kind of belief that moves mountains. Or in this case, moves millions of tons of sand and rock into the shape of a perfect palm frond stretching into the Persian Gulf. From ground level, you sense the scale, but you cannot fully grasp it. The roads are wide, the air smells of salt and possibility, and the silence out on the fronds is almost meditative. Palm trees line the private avenues. The sea glitters on both sides. The heat is intense, but there is a breeze, and that breeze feels earned. It feels like a reward for daring to come out here to the edge of land that should not exist. But it is only from the sky that the full truth reveals itself. Board a helicopter, gain altitude, and then look down. What you see will reorder your sense of reality. An enormous palm tree, perfectly symmetrical, stretching kilometers into the open sea. The fronds, 16 of them, each one housing thousands of homes, hotels, and private beaches. The trunk, a boulevard of ambition. And the crescent, a curved breakwater wrapping around the entire structure, like nature cradling something sacred. The engineering behind this project is as staggering as the vision. Over 150 million cubic meters of rock and sand were used to construct this island. The sand was not simply dumped into the sea. It was sprayed through a process called rainbowing, creating precise layers that compacted into a stable landmass. Thousands of rock boulders form the core, and a specially designed breakwater protects the entire structure from tidal forces and wave erosion. Every frond, every road, every curve was calculated with GPS precision to within centimeters. What does life feel like on Palm Jebel Ali? Honestly, it depends on where you are standing. At the tip of a frond, you are surrounded by water on 3 sides. The city of Dubai feels distant, hazy through the heat shimmer. Here, resort life is king, private pools that appear to float above the sea, restaurants where Michelin-starred chefs serve food that costs more than most people's monthly rent, and sunsets. The sunsets out here are violent in their beauty. The sky goes orange, then crimson, then purple, and the entire sea catches fire. Drive back toward the trunk and the energy shifts. Traffic builds. The monorail hums above you, carrying passengers between the mainland and the island. This is not just a luxury playground. It is a living, breathing community. Schools, clinics, shopping centers, mosques, everything a city needs. It is a city that was built from nothing in a matter of years, rising out of the ocean on a foundation of human willpower. Critics have raised fair points about the environmental impact. Coral reefs were disturbed during construction. Marine ecosystems were disrupted. These are real conversations worth having. But Dubai has also invested heavily in marine rehabilitation, and the artificial reefs created by the submerged rock structures have attracted hundreds of species of marine life that were not there before. Nature, as always, adapts. Palm Jebel Ali is not perfect, but perfection was never the point. The point was to show the world that geography is not destiny, that the desert does not define the limit, that with vision, capital, and courage, you can literally reshape the ocean. And Dubai did exactly that, not once, but multiple times. This is what happens when a civilization decides that the word impossible is not a barrier. It is a starting line. Meenakshi Amman Temple, India. There are temples, and then there is this. A sacred complex so overwhelming in its color, its detail, its sheer visual density that first-time visitors often just stop moving and stare. Located in the city of Madurai in Tamil Nadu, This is one of the most extraordinary religious sites on the entire planet, and most of the Western world has never heard of it. The complex spans about 15 acres inside the ancient city. It is not just a temple. It is a world within a world, a city inside a city. It has its own streets, its own markets, its own daily rhythms, its own heartbeat that has been beating without pause for centuries. 14 towering gateway structures called gopurams frame the entrances to this sacred city. The tallest rises nearly 170 feet. Every single surface of every single tower is covered in sculptures, thousands of them. Gods, demons, celestial dancers, sages, mythical creatures, and divine scenes from Hindu scriptures crowd every inch of stone from bottom to top. The colors are not subtle. They are vivid, saturated, and intentional. Reds, greens, blues, and golds explode across the figures in painted detail that catches the sun and refuses to let go. The Dravidian architectural style used here builds these towers in layered tiers of intricate carving, each level more detailed than the last, rising to a narrow point at the top. It is the most sculptural tradition in world architecture. Nothing anywhere else compares to its density and ambition. At the heart of the complex stand two golden vimanas, the sacred tower shrines, one dedicated to the goddess Meenakshi, an avatar of Parvati, the other to her divine husband Lord Sandhyaswara, a form of Shiva. These twin shrines are the beating spiritual core around which everything else was built. The temple has been active continuously for at least 2,000 years. Morning rituals, noon offerings, evening prayers, and night ceremonies happen every single day without interruption. Thousands of worshippers and pilgrims pass through daily. The temple employs hundreds of priests, musicians, flower vendors, and attendants. It is a living organism, not a museum piece. The annual Chitharai festival draws millions to Madurai. Processions, music, fire, and devotion fill the streets for days. Unlike the cold stone silence of many ancient ruins, Meenakshi Amman is roaring with life. It is loud, fragrant, colorful, and impossibly alive. This is the richest expression of South Indian sculptural tradition ever built. It does not just show what humans can create, it shows what humans create when devotion is the only limit. Next we head to South America, where the Inca carved stones so perfect, so impossibly fitted together that no blade can pass between them. The largest religious monument ever built by human hands. Covering over 400 acres, surrounded by a moat 650 feet wide that stretches more than 3 miles around its perimeter. This single temple complex is larger than many small towns, and it was built in the 12th century without a single modern tool. Nothing prepared the first European explorers who stumbled upon it in the 19th century for what they were looking at. French explorer Henry Mauhot reached Angkor in 1860 and wrote that it was grander than anything left by Greece or Rome. He was not wrong. 5 lotus-shaped towers rise from concentric galleries at the center of the complex, each one representing a peak of Mount Meru, the sacred mountain at the center of Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. The tallest spire reaches 213 feet. From above, the entire design is a mandala, a spiritual diagram made real in stone, perfectly oriented to the cardinal points of the compass, aligned with the sun and the stars. The sandstone walls are covered in some of the most detailed bas-relief carvings ever executed. Nearly half a mile of continuous carved scenes depicting Hindu mythology, naval battles, the churning of the cosmic ocean, and processions of gods and kings. Over 1,700 celestial dancer figures called apsaras are carved individually across the walls, each with a different pose, different expression, different detail. Every single one is unique. Angkor Wat was originally dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, but was later adapted for Buddhist worship. That transition happened peacefully, gradually, the two traditions folding into each other across the centuries, in a way that left both traditions visible in the stone. The temple belonged to a sacred mega-city called Angkor that at its peak housed nearly 1 million people, making it the largest pre-industrial urban settlement on Earth. That city depended on a massive hydraulic engineering system of reservoirs, canals, and moats that managed water across the entire region. For centuries after the empire fell, the jungle took it back. Roots wrapped around towers, trees split through walls, vines buried entire corridors. When Maohot arrived in 1860, the jungle had been reclaiming it for 4 centuries. The restoration work that followed is one of the great archaeological achievements of the modern era. Angkor Wat stands today as proof that human spiritual vision, combined with engineering mastery and artistic ambition, can produce something that outlasts every empire, every invader, and even the jungle itself. Next we land in Indonesia, on the edge of a volcano where at night the earth glows electric blue. Most villages change with the times. They grow, they modernize, they absorb the outside world and eventually become indistinguishable from it. Wee Rabo did not get that memo. Nestled at 3,600 feet in the misty highlands of Flores Island, this village looks today almost exactly as it did centuries ago. Getting there is half the experience. There are no roads to Wee Rabo, you walk. A 4-mile trek through dense, dripping rainforest, climbing through mist that thickens with every 100 feet of elevation. The forest is alive in every direction. Strange birds call from invisible branches. The air smells like wet earth and cool stone. And then you emerge from the trees, and there it is. A cluster of the most unusual houses you have ever seen. The Mbaru Nyang houses of Wee Rabo are conical, steep-roofed, towering cone-shaped structures built entirely from bamboo and palm fiber without a single nail. They rise from the ground in 5-tiered layers, each level serving a different communal purpose. The first floor is for living. Higher floors store food, heirlooms, and sacred offerings. These structures are not just houses. They are physical expressions of Manggarai cosmology, the belief system that connects the people to their ancestors and to the land. Every rope, every bamboo joint, every palm leaf in the thatch carries meaning. The village itself is small, only 7 main houses. But those 7 houses shelter an entire living culture. The women of Wee Rabo weave songket textiles with patterns that are unique to this community, patterns that contain encoded histories, clan identities, and spiritual messages readable only to those who know the language of cloth. These textiles take months to produce. They are not sold cheaply or carelessly. In 2012, Wee Rabo received the UNESCO Asia-Pacific Heritage Conservation Award, recognizing the village as one of the most significant living examples of traditional architecture in the entire region. Unlike preserved heritage sites that have become performances for tourists, Wee Rabo is genuinely, completely real. People are born here, raised here, elders are buried here. The communal meals, the morning rituals, the weaving circles at sunset, all of it continues because the community chooses to continue it. Wee Rabo is a reminder that modernity is a choice, and some people have chosen something older and infinitely more rooted. Next, we descend from the highlands to one of the most famous beaches on the planet where the waves never stop and the energy never sleeps. The name means 1,000 temples. And while the actual count is 249, the name captures the feeling of the place perfectly. A vast, silent, ancient Buddhist complex rising from the central Java plain in a layout so geometrically precise, it feels like a diagram of the universe made from volcanic stone. Built in the 9th century under the Sailendra dynasty, Candi Su'u predates the far more famous Borobudur by a few decades, and yet most visitors to central Java walk right past it to reach the bigger names. That is their loss. The main shrine at the center of the complex stands 98 feet tall and is covered in carved panels depicting Buddhist deities, celestial guardians, and mythological creatures with a level of detail that rewards close inspection. Move in close and the carvings reveal themselves slowly, layer by layer, each panel a story. Step back and the sheer vertical mass of the structure imposes itself against the sky. The surrounding temples are arranged in 3 concentric rings around the central shrine, each ring following a strict geometric plan that reflects Buddhist cosmological thinking. The layout is not decorative, it is a map. A diagram of the path from the material world to enlightenment made real in stone that you can walk through. Unlike the massive horizontal spread of Borobudur, Candi Su'u feels intimate. Its scale is human. You can stand at the center of the complex and feel enclosed by history rather than overwhelmed by it. The carved stone breathes around you. Monks once meditated in the small chambers between the outer temple rings, using the physical layout of the complex as a contemplative tool, walking the rings as a form of moving prayer. The surrounding grounds are kept in gardens of frangipani trees that bloom in white and yellow throughout the year, their fragrance drifting through the ancient stone corridors in a way that makes the whole site feel gently, persistently sacred. Rediscovered and excavated in the 1800s, Candi Su'u has been partially restored using original stone and traditional methods. It sits just 800 meters from Prambanan, the great Hindu temple complex, a reminder that in 9th century Java, Hindu and Buddhist cultures coexisted, built side by side, worshipped within walking distance of each other. Candi Su'u whispers where others shout, but it whispers something deep. Next we go underground into a sinkhole where at exactly the right moment every day, the sun reaches in and lights up a world hidden beneath the earth. Uluwandanu Biratan Temple, Bali, Indonesia. Some places look like they were designed by someone who had never accepted that beauty had a limit. This is one of those places. Sitting on the misty shore of Lake Biratan at 4,000 feet above sea level in Bali's central highlands, this temple does something that no coastal temple can. It reflects. On still mornings, the multi-tiered pagoda appears to float on the surface of the lake, its reflection so clear and undistorted that the real temple and its mirror image become one single vertical tower stretching from the water up into the mist. Photographers travel from every continent to capture it. They set their alarms for before dawn, climb the hill to the lakeshore in the dark, and wait. And without fail, the lake delivers. Built in 1633 by the King of Mengwi, Uluwandanu Biratan is dedicated to Dewi Danu, the goddess of lakes and rivers. This is not a ceremonial choice. Lake Biratan is the direct source of the Subak irrigation system that waters Bali's famous rice terraces across the entire island. The farmers of Bali did not just build this temple because it was beautiful. They built it because their survival depended on the lake and the goddess who governed it. Every ceremony, every offering, every prayer made here was a direct communication between the farming community and the divine force that kept their crops alive. The lake itself was formed by an ancient volcanic crater. It sits inside a caldera surrounded by highland forest, cooled by mist that rolls in from the mountains most mornings and gives the entire site its characteristic dreamlike atmosphere. The main pagoda rises in 11 tiers of traditional Balinese architecture, tapering toward the sky in a form that represents the cosmic mountain at the center of Hindu cosmology. Below it, the lake breathes with the rhythm of the highland wind. Water lilies drift across the surface. Ducks move in slow curves near the shore. Cool mist weaves between the surrounding gardens of tropical flowers blooming in colors that seem too bright for this altitude. During local festivals, dragon boat races cross the lake as part of rituals that connect the living community to the temple's spiritual purpose. Unlike the crowded southern temple complexes, Uluwatu retains a genuine tranquility. Here the sacred and the scenic are the same thing. This temple has been a cultural cornerstone of Bali for nearly 400 years. It earns that status every single morning at dawn. Next, we follow the sound of falling water to a cliff edge in East Java, where one of Southeast Asia's most dramatic waterfalls drops from the rim of an extinct volcano. Bali Pura Lempayang Temple, East Bali, Indonesia. There is one image from Bali that has traveled further around the world than almost any other. Two carved stone gates standing open against a clear sky, and perfectly framed between them, the volcanic cone of Mount Agung rising in the distance. That image was taken here. At Pura Lempayang, one of Bali's oldest, holiest, and most visually dramatic temple complexes, sitting at 3,800 feet in the hills of East Bali. The gates are called Candi Benta, split gates. Each half the mirror image of the other, carved in the traditional Balinese style with dense geometric and floral motifs. When you stand before them and look through the opening, Mount Agung fills the frame behind the altar with a precision that makes the arrangement feel divine. On mornings when the mountain is cloud-free and the light is golden, the image is so perfect it looks fabricated. It is not. It has looked exactly like this for centuries. The temple is built in the 8th century and is one of the 6 Sad Kahyangan, the 6 sacred temples considered the spiritual pillars of the entire island. Lempayang is the temple of the East, the guardian of Bali's eastern spiritual boundary. It has been a site of pilgrimage for over 1,000 years. To reach the main shrine at the highest level, you climb 1,700 steps, 1,700, up through jungle, through morning mist, past smaller shrines, and offering platforms at regular intervals along the path. Pilgrims in white traditional dress make this climb barefoot, carrying offerings of flowers and fruit. Their devotion makes the physical effort invisible. At the summit, the air is thin and cool, and the view in every direction is a panorama of East Bali from coast to cloud. The temple complex is divided into several distinct levels, each with its own shrine and purpose, spread across the hillside in a layout that traces the sacred geometry of the mountain itself. Unlike the crowded southern temples of Bali, Lempayang retains an atmosphere of genuine spiritual gravity. This is a place where people come to pray, not just to photograph. The priests conduct daily offerings rooted in Hindu tradition that has survived intact across 15 centuries. The reflective pool at the base creates a mirror image of the gates and the mountain beyond, offering a second perfect frame for the photograph that has circled the globe. But the photograph is the smallest reason to come here. The largest reason is standing at the top of 1,700 steps at dawn and understanding exactly why this mountain has been worshipped for 1,000 years. Next, we sail east to an island that has preserved one of the most distinct and ancient cultures in Indonesia and still does not know how famous it is about to become. Across the planet, humans are building projects so massive they almost look impossible. Highways twisting through skyscrapers, bridges stretching across endless oceans, and cities rising from empty deserts. These are not ordinary construction projects, they are engineering miracles. In this video, we explore the most insane mega projects on Earth, where billions of dollars, cutting-edge technology, and thousands of workers come together to build the unimaginable. Golden Gate Bridge, the orange poem over the bay, USA. If you have seen one photograph of San Francisco, you have seen the Golden Gate Bridge. It appears in every picture of the city, every establishing shot in every film, every aerial view of the bay. It is so thoroughly identified with San Francisco that it is almost impossible to think of one without immediately seeing the other. And yet the Golden Gate Bridge almost was not built at all. The engineers who proposed it were told the project was impossible. The financial institutions approached to fund it declined. The ferry companies that would lose business to it lobbied against it. The military objected to a permanent structure across the harbor entrance. And a significant portion of the engineering community insisted that the combination of strong tidal currents, frequent earthquakes, and persistent dense fog made construction in this location impractical to the point of recklessness. Joseph Strauss, the chief engineer, spent 11 years fighting through every objection before construction began in 1933. The Golden Gate Bridge spans the Golden Gate Strait, the narrow opening where San Francisco Bay meets the Pacific Ocean. The main span is 1,280 meters long, connecting San Francisco to Marin County to the north. When it opened in May 1937, it was the world's longest suspension bridge, a record it held for over 2 decades. The total length of the bridge, including approaches, is 2,737 meters. The 2 main towers stand 227 meters above the water, taller than the Washington Monument. The main cables, each containing 27,572 individual steel wires wrapped into a cable of nearly a meter in diameter, run from anchorage to anchorage, bearing the weight of the deck and the vehicles it carries with forces that run into hundreds of thousands of tons. The color is not orange. Or rather, it is not the orange of anything you would normally describe as orange. The official color is international orange, a deep vermilion that sits between the orange and red of the visible spectrum. Architect Irving Morrow specified this color after the bridge's steel arrived from the foundry coated in an orange-red primer. Morrow recognized immediately that this color would be dramatically more visible in the famous San Francisco fog than the gray or yellow that had been originally proposed. The orange also harmonizes with the warm tones of the surrounding Marin headlands, allowing the bridge to integrate visually with its landscape rather than imposing upon it. Nearly 90 years later, that color choice remains one of the most celebrated aesthetic decisions in the history of structural engineering. The construction of the Golden Gate Bridge required innovations that advanced the entire field of suspension bridge engineering. The strong tidal currents at the base of the South Pier, which flows through the strait at up to 8 knots, made underwater foundation work extraordinarily difficult. Engineers designed a fender, essentially a protective concrete ring around the pier site, that diverted currents away from the construction area, allowing workers to excavate and pour concrete underwater in conditions that would otherwise have been impossible. The South Pier foundations were sunk 30 meters below the water surface in waters that have since been described as some of the most challenging marine construction environments in the world. Working conditions during construction were genuinely dangerous. Workers performed their tasks on narrow catwalks hundreds of meters above the water, in fog, wind, and cold, with tools and safety equipment that were primitive by modern standards. Strauss insisted on several innovative safety measures that were unusual for the era. A safety net was suspended beneath the entire construction zone throughout the project, and when it caught workers who fell, it was credited with saving 19 lives. These men, who were caught by the net and survived, formed a club called the Halfway to Hell Club, which became one of the more unique fraternal organizations in American history. Sydney Opera House, the shell that almost wasn't Australia. In 1956, a Danish architect named Bjørn Utzon submitted a competition entry for a new performing arts centre in Sydney, Australia. His design was so radical, so far ahead of anything that had been built before, that the initial judging panel eliminated it from consideration. It was only when Finnish-American architect Eero Saarinen arrived late to review the entries, pulled Utzon's drawings from the reject pile, and declared them a work of genius, that the design was reconsidered. If Saarinen had arrived on time, one of the most recognizable buildings in human history would never have been built. Architecture, like all great art, requires advocates willing to defend the improbable. The Sydney Opera House sits at Bennelong Point, a peninsula jutting into Sydney Harbour, with the harbour bridge looming to the north and the harbour spreading brilliantly in every direction. The building consists of 3 groups of interlocking vaulted shells, the largest housing the main concert hall, the second the opera theatre, and the third a smaller hall. From the water, from the air, from the opposite shore of the harbour, these shells look different from every angle and in every light. In morning sun, they are blinding white. In overcast light, they become a subtle grey. At sunset, they blush orange and gold. At night, lit from below, they glow like lanterns floating on the harbour. No other building transforms so completely with changing light and viewing angle. It is architecture as living theatre. But the story of building these shells is as dramatic as any performance that has ever taken place within them. Utzon's original competition drawings were brilliant as sketches, but technically impossible to construct. For several years after the commission was awarded, his team tried to find a geometric solution that would allow the shells to be built. The breakthrough came in 1961, when Utzon realized that all the shells could be derived from a single mathematical form. If you imagine cutting slices of different sizes from the surface of a sphere of constant radius, each slice would have a different size but an identical curvature. By designing all the shells as sections of the same sphere, every rib and every tile could be manufactured to a single standard template, dramatically reducing both the complexity and the cost of construction. The tiles on the surface of the shells are another story of industrial innovation. The exterior of the Sydney Opera House is covered in over 1 million ceramic tiles, white with a fine textured surface that prevents glare while maintaining brilliance. The tiles were not individually laid in the traditional fashion. They were pre-assembled into chevron-shaped panels at ground level and then lifted into position as complete units. Each panel contains thousands of individual tiles, and the panel junctions are aligned with mathematical precision to create the illusion of seamless continuous surfaces. The tile system has proven extraordinarily durable, with minimal maintenance required over 5 decades of exposure to the marine environment of Sydney Harbour. The financial history of the Sydney Opera House is a cautionary tale and an inspiration simultaneously. The initial estimate for construction was $7 million Australian dollars. The final cost was $102 million. The project was 14 times over budget. Construction took 14 years instead of the projected 4. The political controversy surrounding the cost overruns eventually forced Utzon to resign from the project in 1966, before the building was complete. He never saw his finished masterpiece in person. He never returned to Australia. When the building was finally completed and opened in 1973 by Queen Elizabeth II, Utzon was not present at the ceremony. Beilong Elevator, China. Imagine standing at the foot of a vertical cliff, looking up at a sheer wall of sandstone that disappears into the clouds. Now, imagine riding up that face in a glass box, ascending faster than most elevators in city skyscrapers. This is the Beilong Elevator, the 100 Dragons Sky Lift. Located in the mystical Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, the real-life inspiration for the floating mountains of Avatar, it holds the Guinness World Record as the tallest outdoor elevator on the planet. Rising 1,070 feet up the side of a massive quartz sandstone pillar, it is a terrifying and exhilarating feat of engineering that conquers nature's most formidable terrain. Before this steel giant existed, visitors had to endure a grueling 3-hour trek up dangerous mountain paths to reach the summit. Now the journey takes just 88 seconds. The structure consists of 3 double-deck glass elevators, each capable of carrying 50 people at a time. That means this mechanical marvel can transport 4,000 people per hour, turning a remote mountain peak into an accessible wonder for millions. But building it was controversial and incredibly difficult. Critics argued it would damage the pristine UNESCO World Heritage Site, but proponents claimed it would actually reduce foot traffic damage on the trails. Engineers had to carve shafts and tunnels deep into the rock face to anchor the steel supports, working in a precarious environment prone to rockfalls. The elevator system is a masterpiece of German engineering, equipped with earthquake detectors. If a tremor is sensed, the cars instantly evacuate to the nearest floor. It is built to withstand heavy winds and the wear and tear of exposure to the elements. As you rise, the view transforms. You start in the darkness of the valley floor and suddenly burst into the light, surrounded by thousands of pillar-like peaks floating in the mist. It is a cinematic reveal that no drone shot can replicate. The Bailong elevator is more than just a ride. It is a statement of dominance over verticality. It allows grandmothers and toddlers alike to witness views previously reserved for the fittest hikers. It bridges the gap between the earth and the sky, offering a perspective on our planet that is both humbling and empowering. In a land of stone giants, humans built a steel dragon to rise among them. Dubai Frame, UAE. It is the world's biggest picture frame, a golden rectangle rising from Zabil Park. The Dubai Frame is a metaphorical bridge connecting the city's past with its present. Standing 492 feet tall and 305 feet wide, it is positioned perfectly so that if you look through it one way, you see the historic district of Deira and the creek, the roots of Dubai. Look through the other way, and you see the glittering skyline of the Burj Khalifa and downtown, the ambitious future. It creates a literal snapshot of the city's evolution. The structure consists of 2 vertical towers connected by a 305-foot sky bridge at the top. The exterior is clad in gold-colored stainless steel, patterned with circles inspired by the logo of the Expo 2020. The construction utilized self-climbing formwork to build the towers rapidly, but the real thrill is inside. The Sky Bridge features a 25-square-meter glass floor panel. As you walk on it, the glass switches from opaque to clear, suddenly revealing the sheer drop beneath your feet. It is a heart-stopping moment that walks the line between terror and wonder. Inside the ground floor museum, immersive exhibits use holograms and mist to tell the story of Dubai's transformation from a fishing village. At the top, you get the panoramic view. On the way down, a future Dubai gallery uses virtual reality to predict what the city will look like in 50 years. Flying taxis, underwater colonies, and space missions. The Dubai Frame faced controversy over its design origins, but it has become a beloved icon. It is a monument that frames the sky, celebrating the duality of a city that honors its heritage while racing towards tomorrow. It proves that architecture can be symbolic, functional, and deeply experiential all at once. Ain Dubai, the eye that watches over everything, Dubai, UAE. The moment you see Ain Dubai for the first time from the water, there is a simple, involuntary reaction. You just say, wow. It rises from Blue Waters Island, the artificial island at the tip of Jumeirah Beach, 250 meters into the Dubai sky. Its white steel framework catches the light differently at every angle. Its capsules orbit slowly, continuously, carrying passengers through a 38-minute arc from ground level to the summit and back. And it is enormous in a way that photographs simply cannot prepare you for. Even after seeing the London Eye, even after seeing the Singapore Flyer, Standing at the base of Ain Dubai recalibrates your sense of scale entirely. 250 meters tall, that is almost twice the height of the London Eye. It is taller than the Eiffel Tower from ground to the second platform. It is taller than the Great Pyramid of Giza, with a 100-meter building sitting on top of it. Ain Dubai is not just the world's largest observation wheel. It is in a different size category from everything that preceded it. The engineers who designed and built it were not iterating on an existing formula. They were effectively creating a new engineering typology. The numbers behind the construction reflect the scale of the challenge. The project used approximately 9,000 tons of steel in its structural framework, more than was used in the construction of the Eiffel Tower. The central axle, the rotating hub around which the entire wheel turns, weighs 1,805 tons and is 25 meters long. This is the largest axle ever manufactured for any rotating structure in the world. It was fabricated in stages, shipped to Dubai in sections, and assembled on site using cranes and precision alignment techniques that required months of preparation. The bearings that support this axle and allow it to rotate continuously under the immense load of 48 passenger cabins weighing over 80 tons each must maintain their alignment to within fractions of a millimeter while carrying a combined rotating mass of thousands of tons. The 48 passenger cabins are a story in themselves. Each cabin is entirely enclosed and climate-controlled, essential in a city where summer temperatures routinely exceed 40 degrees Celsius. The air conditioning system in each cabin is sophisticated enough to maintain comfortable temperatures regardless of external conditions. The cabins come in several configurations, from standard observation cabins accommodating approximately 20 passengers to premium cabins with private bars, to conference cabins designed for corporate events, to a fully private cabin that can be booked for intimate events, including, apparently, proposals. At the summit of the rotation, 250 meters above the island, passengers in any cabin enjoy a 360-degree panoramic view that on clear days extends from the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Marina skyline in one direction to Palm Jumeirah in another, and across the open Gulf waters in a third. The engineering challenge of making this structure resistant to wind was approached with the same rigor as a bridge or a skyscraper. Dubai is periodically subject to strong Shamal winds from the north, and the open structure of the wheel presents a large surface area to these winds. The rim of the wheel, the outer circular frame, is engineered as an aerodynamic profile that reduces wind loading. The spoke system, which connects the rim to the central hub through 192 individual cables, distributes structural loads with exceptional efficiency. And the foundation system, beneath the central support columns, is designed to resist not just vertical gravity loads, but the enormous lateral overturning moments that wind forces create on a structure of this height and mass. From an urban development perspective, Ain Dubai is the centerpiece of a larger masterplan for Blue Waters Island. The island was itself an extraordinary feat of marine construction, reclaimed from the Gulf over a period of years and developed as a mixed-use destination with hotels, residential apartments, restaurants, and retail. Ain Dubai provides the iconic identity around which this entire development is organized. Every apartment on the island was sold against the backdrop of views of the wheel. Every restaurant on the promenade benefits from the thousands of daily visitors the wheel attracts. Hoover Dam, America's monument to stubbornness, USA. In the summer of 1931, in the Black Canyon of the Colorado River, on the border between Nevada and Arizona, at a time when America was on its knees from the Great Depression, construction began on a project that defied every rational calculation of what was possible. No dam of this size had ever been built. The engineering challenges were unprecedented. The working conditions, summer temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius in the canyon, flash floods, Toxic gases from blasting operations were lethal, and the schedule demanded that this impossible structure be completed in less than 5 years. They did it in less than 3. The Hoover Dam is a concrete arch-gravity dam, 221 meters tall and 379 meters wide at its crest. It holds back Lake Mead, which is one of the largest artificial reservoirs in the world by volume, containing enough water to flood the entire state of Pennsylvania to a depth of 30 centimeters. The dam used 25 million cubic yards of concrete in its construction. That is enough concrete to build a 2-lane highway from San Francisco to New York City, or to pave a sidewalk around the entire equator of the Earth. The concrete was not poured all at once. It could not be. A monolithic pour of that volume would generate so much heat from the curing chemical reaction that the concrete would crack from within and the dam would fail. Instead, the structure was built in interlocking columns, each one a separate pour, with refrigeration pipes running through every block to carry away the heat. Millions of tons of ice water were pumped through those pipes continuously for 2 years of construction. The arch-gravity design is what makes Hoover Dam so structurally brilliant. The curved face of the dam works like an arch bridge, transferring the lateral pressure of the water behind it outward into the canyon walls on either side. The canyon itself becomes part of the structural system. The walls of the Black Canyon, which were blasted clean of loose rock before construction began, effectively become the abutments of a massive horizontal arch. The harder the water pushes against the dam, the harder the dam pushes back against the canyon. The more pressure the dam receives, the more tightly it locks into position. It is a design that uses the forces working against it to strengthen itself. The stories of the workers who built Hoover Dam are as extraordinary as the engineering itself. Approximately 21,000 men worked on the project over the course of construction, many of them migrant families who came to the desert because the Great Depression had left them with no other options. They built a city called Boulder City from scratch in the desert to house the workforce. They worked in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in conditions that modern workplace safety standards would make illegal. 6 workers were killed in an industrial accident on a single day in 1935. The total construction death toll is a subject of historical debate, but it was significant. These men built America's future with their sweat and their lives, and they deserve to be remembered every time a light switch is flipped in Nevada or Arizona. Today, Hoover Dam generates approximately 4 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity per year from 17 hydroelectric generators housed in the powerhouse at its base. Burj Khalifa, the sky is not the limit, Dubai, UAE. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine standing at the base of a building so tall that clouds sometimes wrap around its upper floors. Imagine craning your neck back as far as it will go and still not being able to see the top. Now open your eyes. Because what I am about to describe is not science fiction. It is standing right now in the heart of Dubai, and it is called the Burj Khalifa, 828 meters. Let that number sit with you for a second. That is taller than 3 Eiffel Towers stacked on top of each other. That is higher than some low-flying aircraft. That is a structure so tall that people at the top experience sunset approximately 2 minutes later than people at the base. The Burj Khalifa is not just the world's tallest building. It is the world's most compelling argument that human ambition has no ceiling. The first thing you feel approaching it is not excitement. It is something closer to disbelief. Your brain refuses to accept the scale. Even as you stand at its base on the Grand Plaza, surrounded by the dancing Dubai fountain, which puts on a spectacular show every evening, the tower seems to stretch upward into infinity. It does not end, it simply fades. And that fading feels like the universe quietly reminding you of your own smallness. Construction began in 2004 and took nearly 6 years to complete, with 12,000 workers on site simultaneously at any given time. Think about what that means. 12,000 human beings working at heights that would make most people's hands tremble day after day in the blistering heat of the Dubai desert. They poured 110,000 tons of concrete. They installed 55,000 tons of structural steel. They laid 265,000 square meters of glass cladding. Every single number connected to this building sounds like an exaggeration, but every single one is real. The design was inspired by an unlikely source. The Hymenocallis flower, a desert bloom with 3 petals arranged in a perfect spiral. Architects at Skidmore, Owings and Merrill took that organic shape and translated it into one of the most structurally sound skyscraper designs ever conceived. The Y-shaped buttress core system means that as wind forces build against one face of the building, the other 2 faces work together to counteract them. The tower does not fight the wind, it redirects it, it confuses it. The building spirals as it rises, and each setback reduces the wind load on the floors above. It is engineering that thinks like nature. Inside, the numbers continue to astound. There are 160 floors of usable space. There are 57 elevators and 8 escalators. The Atmosphere restaurant on the 122nd floor serves food at an altitude where most birds would struggle to breathe. But the experience that defines the Burj Khalifa for most visitors is at the top. Panama Canal, the cut that changed the world. Panama, imagine trying to move a ship the size of an apartment block from one ocean to another. Between those 2 oceans stands a continent, dense jungle, deadly disease, volcanic rock and swampy lowlands. Most people would look at that problem and walk away. The engineers who built the Panama Canal looked at that problem and said, "We will cut the continent in half," and they did. The Panama Canal is 82 kilometers long. That sounds modest until you realize what it took to create it. The United States completed the original canal in 1914, after France had already spent 2 decades and 20,000 lives trying and failing. The Americans succeeded through sheer organizational force, innovative engineering, and a public health campaign that wiped out the malaria and yellow fever that had been killing workers by the thousands. They moved over 170 million cubic meters of earth. They created the largest artificial lake in the world at the time, and they linked 2 oceans in a way that permanently reshaped global trade. The principle behind the canal is deceptively simple. The Atlantic and Pacific Oceans are not at the same level as the Isthmus of Panama. Ships need to be lifted over the continent's terrain rather than pushed through it at sea level. The solution was a system of locks, massive water-filled chambers that raise and lower ships like a water elevator. Fresh water from the artificial Gatun Lake floods into the chambers, lifting ships to approximately 26 meters above sea level, high enough to cross the continental divide. Then, on the other side, controlled releases of water lower the ships back down to ocean level. No pumps are required. Gravity does most of the work. It is elegant in its simplicity and breathtaking in its scale. But here is where the story gets truly epic. In 2016, Panama opened a 3rd set of locks as part of a $5.25 billion expansion project. This was not a renovation. This was a reinvention. The new Neo-Panamax locks are massive. They can accommodate ships that are twice the width of vessels that fit through the original locks. Container ships that carry 14,000 shipping containers in a single voyage now glide through waters that were once considered impassable. The original canal was a wonder. The expanded canal is a miracle. Standing at the Miraflores Locks Visitor Center and watching a massive container ship inch through the chamber beside you is one of the most humbling experiences in the world. These ships dwarf everything around them. Their hulls rise above the lock walls. Their propeller wash creates currents you can feel through the viewing platform. And yet they are handled with extraordinary precision by a team of electric locomotives called mules that guide the ships through the chambers on rails. It is an orchestra of steel and water, performed at a scale that beggars description. The economic impact of the canal on Panama has been transformative. Before the canal, Panama was a poor nation with limited resources and uncertain prospects. Today, canal revenues and the commercial activity it generates make Panama one of the wealthiest countries per capita in Latin America. Beijing Daxing International Airport, the phoenix of the future. China, every generation gets an airport that defines its era. For the mid-20th century, it was the sweeping terminals of Eero Saarinen, those elegant curved rooflines that made flight feel romantic. For the late 20th century, it was the glass and steel megastructures of Heathrow and Charles de Gaulle, efficient and enormous. But for the 21st century, for this era of computational design, sustainable architecture, and global ambition, the defining airport is Daxing, and it is unlike anything that has existed before. Beijing Daxing International Airport opened in September 2019, approximately 46 kilometers south of central Beijing. Designed by the late Zaha Hadid, the architect who spent her career proving that straight lines were an option rather than a requirement, Daxing is a structure that simultaneously looks ancient and impossibly futuristic. From the air, it resembles a giant starfish, 5 fingers radiating outward from a central hub, the entire footprint glowing against the flat plains of the North China Plain. On the ground, it looks like a living organism, its flowing curves and seamless transitions between spaces creating a sense of continuous movement even when you are standing still. The terminal is the largest single-structure airport terminal in the world, covering approximately 700,000 square meters. To put that into perspective, that is roughly 98 football fields under a single roof. And yet, despite its size, Daxing was designed around one of the most radical principles in modern airport architecture. No passenger should need to walk more than 8 minutes from the central security checkpoint to the furthest gate. In an era when airports like Beijing Capital International have been described by travelers as cities in themselves, requiring shuttle trains and multi-kilometer walks just to reach your departure gate, the 8-minute promise at Daxing is revolutionary. The secret is the radial design. Rather than building long linear concourses, which is the conventional approach and the reason why walking between terminals in many airports requires genuine athletic endurance, Hadid's team folded all the gate access into 5 compact wings spreading outward from a single central hub. The geometry of a starfish turns out to be extraordinarily efficient. Every point on every arm is equidistant from the center. No passenger is privileged over another. The design is democratic, intuitive, and fast. Airlines love it because turnaround times are reduced. Passengers love it because they stop needing to run. The structural engineering of the roof is a masterclass in computational architecture. The entire roof is a continuous double-curved surface, meaning there are virtually no flat sections anywhere in the structure. This flowing form is not just aesthetic, it is structural. A doubly curved surface distributes loads far more efficiently than flat panels, which is why eggshells are so strong despite being thin. The roof is supported by 6 enormous C-shaped columns, each one housing entire functional facilities within their bulk, including 2 hotels, a railway station, and a transit hub. You do not just land at Daxing, you arrive inside an ecosystem. The natural lighting at Daxing is extraordinary. The roof incorporates 8 skylight clusters arranged to maximize daylight penetration deep into the interior of the terminal. Hundreds of additional smaller skylights flood the space with natural light throughout the day, reducing artificial lighting requirements and creating an atmosphere that feels anything but institutional. Voringsfossen Footbridge, Norway. Norway does not do things quietly. The fjords are not merely deep, they are geological cathedrals. The mountains are not merely tall, they are vertical expressions of geological violence frozen in time. And when Norway decides to build a footbridge over one of its most spectacular waterfalls, it does not build a simple viewing platform with protective fencing and a gift shop nearby. It builds something that the waterfall itself seems to acknowledge. Something that belongs, in spirit if not in material, to the same family as the rock and ice and falling water it spans. The Voringsfossen footbridge, completed in 2020, spans the Voring Gorge, a deep, cathedral-like fissure in the Norwegian plateau through which the Buria River has been falling for thousands of years. The waterfall at the gorge's head drops nearly 600 feet in a single plunge, generating a continuous roar that can be heard from considerable distance and a mist that coats every surface in the gorge with a permanent fine layer of water. Into this environment, engineers inserted a bridge. Not beside the waterfall, where the view would be good but distant, not above it, safely removed from the spray, but right next to it, right at the edge of it, in a position where the falling water is close enough to reach out and touch, or would be if the structural design allowed you that close. The design of the Voringsfossen footbridge is immediately recognizable as something unusual. Rather than a simple horizontal span, it descends in a series of suspended steps, a zigzag of steel and glass that drops visitors down the cliff face in stages, each platform offering a new angle on the gorge and the waterfall. The structure was engineered with two priorities. First, to resist the dynamic loads imposed by heavy visitor traffic, wind, and spray without requiring any support columns inside the gorge itself. And second, to be visually subordinate to the landscape it inhabits. The bridge is striking. But it does not compete with the waterfall. It defers to it. From the center of the structure, standing on a glass panel that allows a direct view to the gorge floor 600 feet below, you understand why this place inspires reverence. The waterfall is not merely falling. It is communicating the volume of water, the height of the drop. The sound it generates, a sound that exists not just in the air, but in the rock beneath your feet and the steel cables above your hands, creates a sensory experience that is difficult to categorize as either comfortable or unsafe. It is simply enormous. The scale of natural power at work in that gorge makes the reinforced steel bridge feel, for a moment, like an act of astonishing arrogance on the part of the species that built it. And then, because Norway has that effect on people, you grip the railing a little tighter, breathe the mist-laden air, look down through the glass at 600 feet of empty space and falling water, and feel, very distinctly, the most alive you have felt in months. The bridge was completed without support columns inside the gorge. Every structural load travels through the cliff face anchors. The gorge below is open, unobstructed, and visible in its full, terrifying depth. That decision to preserve the visual integrity of the gorge at the cost of significant additional engineering complexity tells you everything about Norwegian design philosophy. They could have built something easier. They chose to build something honest. There are engineering solutions so counterintuitive that when you first encounter them, you genuinely believe someone is joking. The Veluwemeer Aqueduct in the Netherlands is that kind of engineering solution. You are driving along a normal road. The road continues in a straight line. And above you, not a bridge, not an overpass, not a tunnel, but a lake. An actual lake, with actual boats sailing across it, separated from your windshield by approximately 6 feet of concrete and more than 10 million gallons of water pressing down with every intention of being heavier than the structure containing it. The concept is called an aqueduct. Water is carried in a raised trough over the road beneath it, rather than the road being carried over the water. In theory, it is a completely rational response to a geographic problem. The Netherlands has more water than it knows what to do with, and sometimes that water needs to be in a place that a road also needs to be in. The solution is to decide which one goes over and which one goes under, and in the case of Veluwemeer, the lake won. But the execution of this concept, experienced from the driver's seat of a vehicle passing through it, is significantly more unsettling than the engineering theory suggests. The aqueduct channel is narrow. The road beneath it is narrow. The walls containing the lake rise on both sides of the channel, and those walls are under constant, enormous hydraulic pressure from the water on the other side. As a driver, you are in a confined corridor. There is no emergency exit. There is no alternative route if something goes wrong. There is only the road ahead, the water on both sides barely contained by those 6-foot concrete walls, and the awareness, once you start thinking about it, very difficult to stop, that the entire structural arrangement you are dependent on has exactly zero margin for error. Engineers will tell you correctly that this structure is extraordinarily safe. The concrete specifications are among the most demanding ever applied to a road-water intersection project. The hydraulic calculations were verified and re-verified. The structure has operated without incident since its opening. All of this is true. But the human brain does not navigate the Veluemir aqueduct by consulting engineering specifications. It navigates by raw sensory input, and the raw sensory input of driving under a lake is not something evolution has prepared us for. The slight visual distortion of the water above, the narrowness of the passage, the total absence of escape routes, the sound of your own vehicle bouncing back off the wet concrete walls, the near cancellation of the project when early calculations suggested the concrete base might permanently deform under sustained hydraulic pressure. That last detail, which the engineers resolved successfully, has a way of making the crossing feel slightly less routine once you know it. The Netherlands built this. Of course they did. A country that exists largely because of its refusal to accept the natural relationship between land and water. A country that has reclaimed enormous territories from the sea through sheer engineering willpower would build a road that goes under a lake. It is, in a very Dutch way, the most sensible possible answer to the question. It is also, in the most universal human way, completely insane. In the karst mountains of southwestern Guizhou province, geography has been doing something extraordinary for tens of millions of years. Limestone's soft, soluble, vulnerable to the slow chemistry of slightly acidic rainwater, has been dissolving, fracturing, and collapsing over geological time, creating a landscape of shocking vertical drama. Sheer-sided mountain ridges separated by deep, narrow gorges, sinkholes, cave systems, underground rivers that disappear into the earth and re-emerge miles away. And above all this ancient, fractured terrain, the Beiling Bridge. The Beiling Bridge's main span stretches over 3,500 feet across a limestone gorge in conditions that challenge engineering at a fundamental level. The bedrock into which the cable anchors are sunk is not the stable, predictable granite of conventional bridge anchorage. It is fractured karst limestone, a material that contains voids, that shifts seasonally as water dissolves its internal structure, that cannot be treated with the same assumptions applied to more homogeneous rock formations. Engineers working on the Beiling Bridge were required to develop specific anchoring solutions for a geological environment that does not have a standard playbook. Below the bridge, the Beige River flows at the bottom of a gorge whose walls are among the most visually dramatic in China. The surrounding terrain, steep limestone ridges, densely forested, cut by deep erosion channels, ancient sinkholes pockmarking the plateau surfaces above the gorge, creates a landscape that is simultaneously beautiful and fundamentally hostile to conventional transportation. Before the bridge existed, crossing this gorge required 4 hours of mountain road travel. The bridge reduced that journey to approximately 1 minute. The ratio of the challenge overcome to the time saved is perhaps the most direct measure of what the bridge actually achieved. Local drivers historically refused the crossing at night. This is not, as might be assumed, a comment on the bridge's structural reliability. It is a comment on the combination of extreme height, thick Guizhou fog, and the particular psychological pressure of crossing a gorge nearly 2,000 feet deep in conditions of reduced visibility. The fog in this region is not the gentle coastal mist of maritime climates. It is a dense, persistent mountain fog that eliminates the distance cues that drivers normally rely on for navigation. On the Bailing Bridge in thick fog at night, the road surface and the guardrails are visible. Everything else, the gorge, the depth, the opposite wall, disappears. You are effectively driving through a white room suspended in empty space. Some drivers have turned back. Others have pulled over and waited for conditions to improve. The ones who continue do so trusting entirely in the engineering they cannot see. Every year in late June, the communities of the Queju district in the Canas province of Cusco region, Peru, gather at the Apurimac River Canyon. They bring with them thousands of handfuls of a tall grass called quioya, locally abundant, locally harvested, locally understood for its specific tensile properties. And over the course of 3 days, using methods developed by the Inca Empire over 600 years ago and passed down through every generation since without interruption, they destroy a bridge and build a new one. The Quehuachaca Bridge is the last surviving traditional Inca suspension bridge in the world. It spans approximately 100 feet across the Apurimac River, hanging about 60 feet above water that runs fast and cold over sharp rocks in one of the most geologically dynamic river canyons in South America. The bridge itself, in its completed state, freshly built, is a masterpiece of pre-industrial engineering. 4 main cables made of twisted quioya grass, each one built from hundreds of smaller braided ropes, thick as a human torso, and capable of bearing loads far beyond what the structure demands of them. The deck consists of a woven lattice of smaller grass ropes, creating a walking surface that is flexible, slightly springy, and entirely natural. The annual rebuilding is not maintenance. It is complete destruction and reconstruction. The old bridge, which has been in service for a full year, bearing the weight of foot traffic and livestock and the Andean weather, is cut free and falls into the river below. The communities then begin the construction of its replacement from raw grass, using the same techniques, the same organizational structure, and the same collective understanding of the engineering principles involved that their ancestors used when the Inca Empire's road system connected the Andes from Ecuador to Chile. Walking the finished Quehuachaca Bridge is an exercise in trusting a material you cannot verify by conventional means: grass. The deck beneath your feet is grass, woven, braided grass that sways with every step and gives slightly and communicates continuously the fact that you are 60 feet above a fast river on a structure made from plants. Modern safety engineering would classify this as unacceptable. The Inca Empire classified it as infrastructure, and the 600-year record of this bridge, rebuilt annually, maintained by community knowledge. Never replaced by steel or concrete despite being in a region that has access to both, suggests that the Inca Empire knew something about appropriate materials and appropriate knowledge that modern engineering culture is still in the process of understanding. The photograph was taken from a specific position on the Atlantic Ocean Road in Møre-og-Romsdal County, Norway, using a telephoto lens aimed at a bridge in the middle distance. The photograph shows a road that rises to a peak, curves slightly to the right, and then appears to end, to simply stop, with nothing visible beyond the curve except sky. It looks like a road being built to launch something into the air. It looks like the beginning of a ramp to nowhere. It looks, in the specific and disorienting way of the best optical illusions, like an error in the design of reality. The Storsøysundet Bridge does not end in the sky. The road continues on the other side of the crest, descending to the next island in the Atlantic Ocean road chain, a series of 8 bridges and connected islands that stretch across the Norwegian Sea between Molde and Kristiansund. The illusion, which is genuine and visible from the road, as well as in photographs, though the full force of it requires the right angle and the right moment, is created by the combination of the bridge's S-curve design, the camber of the roadway, and the perspective effects of the surrounding open ocean, which provides no consistent visual reference for scale or distance. The Storsøysundet Bridge was listed by BBC Top Gear in 2011 as one of the most dangerous roads in the world. The listing was based not on accident statistics, but on the character of the driving experience. The tight curves, the low barriers, the direct exposure to North Atlantic weather, and the wave wash that, during significant storms, crosses the roadway surface. The bridge does not have emergency pedestrian lanes. The roadway has no dedicated protection from the side winds that come off the Norwegian Sea at velocities that require active steering correction. And the waves, the North Atlantic waves that have been building since the coast of Canada, arrive at the Storsøysundet Bridge with no attenuation. When conditions are severe, seawater reaches the road surface and the bridge becomes, temporarily, a surface through which moving water and moving vehicles share the same space. Audi selected the Storsøysundet Bridge as a test site for their body stabilization systems. This is a meaningful data point. Automotive engineers, tasked with finding conditions extreme enough to demonstrate their technology's value under real-world stress, chose this bridge, not a laboratory, not a controlled test track. This specific bridge in real Norwegian weather, where the conditions exceed what any controlled environment can replicate. This is the foundational premise of bridge design. The structure exists to span a gap that cannot otherwise be crossed. The twist, opened in 2019 at the Kistefos Museum in Jevnaker, Norway, crosses a river. That function is real, but describing the twist solely as a river crossing is like describing the Sagrada Familia solely as a church. The description is accurate. It entirely misses the point. The twist is a bridge that rotates 90 degrees along its length. It spans 60 meters, approximately 200 feet, across the Randselva River, connecting two sections of the Kistefos Sculpture Park on opposite banks. As visitors walk from one end to the other, the floor, walls, and ceiling of the structure gradually rotate around them. What begins as floor is ceiling by the end. What begins as a right angle to the bank is an entirely different orientation at the midpoint and a different orientation again at the far end. The crossing is approximately 60 meters long. The full structural rotation is 90 degrees. The spatial disorientation produced by this geometry is not metaphorical. It is physical, immediate, and for many visitors, genuinely difficult to process while walking through it. The design by Bjarke Ingels Group, the Danish architecture firm, was driven by a practical engineering problem presented by the terrain. The two banks of the Randselva at this location sit at different elevations. A conventional horizontal bridge would require one end to be lower than the other, producing a ramp. The twist responds to this elevation difference through rotation. By twisting the structure, the floor and the structural members absorb the level change as a gradual transition rather than an abrupt grade. The geometry is the solution. The disorientation is the byproduct. The exhibition spaces that occupy the bridge interior, the twist functions simultaneously as a crossing, a gallery, and an architectural experience, are the context that makes the disorientation meaningful rather than merely confusing. The Kistefos Museum is a sculpture park built around a former pulp mill, and it has become internationally recognized for the quality of its commissioned art and architecture. The twist, as both bridge and gallery, is the centerpiece, an object that you walk through and across simultaneously, that resolves an engineering problem through architectural boldness, and that delivers, on the other side, the specific pleasure of having your spatial comprehension briefly, productively disrupted. Not every bridge needs to be crossed in a straight line. Huajiang Viaduct, the bridge at the edge of everything. China, there is a bridge being built in Guizhou province in southwestern China that is going to end a record. The huge Beipan River Bridge, currently the world's highest bridge at 565 meters above the river below, is about to lose its title. The Huajiang Viaduct, part of the Luijiaranlong Expressway, is designed to stand approximately 625 meters above the river valley floor. To put that into context, if you dropped a stone from the deck of this bridge, it would take over 10 seconds to hit the water below. You would hear the splash long after the stone had left your hand. The Huajiang Viaduct rises from the karst landscape of Guizhou, a province that has become the world capital of high-altitude bridge building almost by necessity. Guizhou is the most mountainous province in China, a landscape of dramatic limestone peaks, deep river gorges, and valleys that make conventional road construction almost impossible. Building roads in Guizhou means building bridges. And the bridges that Guizhou has produced over the last 2 decades represent the most ambitious collection of high-altitude bridge engineering in history. 4 of the world's 10 highest bridges are in Guizhou province. The Huajiang Viaduct will be the highest of them all. The engineering challenges at 625 meters of height are qualitatively different from the challenges at lower altitudes. Wind becomes a dominant engineering force rather than a secondary consideration. At this height, the bridge deck experiences wind conditions that are fundamentally unpredictable, shifting direction rapidly, creating vortex shedding effects that can induce resonant oscillation in the deck. The Huajiang Viaduct's deck has been designed using extensive wind tunnel testing and computational fluid dynamics modeling to shape the cross-section in a way that disrupts vortex formation and minimizes aerodynamic excitation. The deck is not a simple rectangle in cross-section. It is a carefully sculpted aerodynamic profile, like the wing of an aircraft, designed to slice through the wind rather than fight it. The construction process itself requires engineering solutions that did not exist before. The tower cranes needed to lift materials to the construction zone at these heights are themselves among the tallest tower cranes ever deployed. The cable car systems used to transport workers and equipment across the gorge operate at heights where conventional systems would be unsafe and impractical. Specialized high-altitude construction protocols, developed through experience on previous Guizhou bridge projects, govern everything from the welding of steel components to the placement of concrete, ensuring that the quality of construction at 600 meters matches what would be expected at ground level. The main span of the Huajiang Viaduct is a suspension bridge, with cables running from the deck up to the tops of the main towers and then anchoring into the mountains on either side of the gorge. The towers themselves are among the tallest bridge support structures ever built. Their foundations are not driven piles, as would be used in flat terrain. They are massive caissons drilled directly into the rock faces of the canyon walls and the cliff tops on either side. The connection between the towers and the rock must be strong enough to resist not just the vertical loads of the bridge's dead weight and traffic, but also the enormous lateral forces transmitted through the suspension cables during storm conditions. The construction of this bridge is not just a transportation project. It is a scientific undertaking. Teams from Chinese universities and research institutes are embedding sensors throughout the structure, creating what will become the most comprehensively monitored bridge deck in the world. Shinkansen, Japan, it is the train that changed the world. The Shinkansen, or bullet train, is not just a mode of transport. It is the symbol of Japan's post-war recovery and technological prowess. Launched in 1964, just in time for the Tokyo Olympics, the first line connected Tokyo and Osaka. It was the world's first high-speed rail system. Today, the network spans the entire country, with trains reaching operational speeds of 200 mph, 320 km/h. But speed isn't the only marvel, it's the safety and punctuality. The Shinkansen has carried over 10 billion passengers with 0 passenger fatalities due to derailments or collisions. This is achieved through a dedicated track system. No slower commuter or freight trains share the rails. The tracks are welded continuously to reduce vibration and noise. The trains are aerodynamic masterpieces, with long duckbill noses designed to prevent sonic booms when entering tunnels. This tunnel boom problem was solved by an engineer who was inspired by the beak of a kingfisher diving into water without splashing. The punctuality is legendary. The average delay is measured in seconds, usually less than a minute per year. If a train is late, it makes national news. The system is also earthquake-proof. When seismometers detect the primary waves of an earthquake, the power is cut, and emergency brakes engage automatically, stopping the train before the more destructive secondary waves hit. It is a system that thinks faster than disaster. Riding the Shinkansen is like gliding on air. It transformed Japanese society, enabling people to live hundreds of miles from where they work. It set the gold standard for rail travel globally, inspiring the TGV in France and high-speed networks in China. It is a blue and white streak cutting through the rice paddies and cities, a relentless machine of efficiency and grace. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China. Some roads are engineered. This one was carved by desperation. Hidden deep within the Taihang Mountains, the Guoliang Tunnel Road was not built by machines. It was carved by 13 villagers using hammers and chisels. For 5 long years, they attacked solid rock, meter by meter, because their village was completely cut off from the outside world. Before this tunnel existed, the only access was a vertical stone staircase known as the Sky Ladder. One slip meant certain death, so they decided to carve through the mountain itself. The result is a 1.2-kilometer tunnel blasted directly into a cliff face, roughly 4 meters wide and about 5 meters high, barely enough for 2 small vehicles to squeeze past each other. But this isn't a smooth, modern tunnel. The walls are raw rock. The surface is uneven. Sharp edges protrude in places. Natural light enters through large rectangular openings carved into the cliff, dramatic windows that reveal a vertical drop hundreds of meters below. When you drive through, your headlights bounce off jagged stone. The road surface vibrates beneath the tires. There are blind curves inside the tunnel itself. No bright lane markings, no modern ventilation system humming overhead, just stone. Outside the tunnel, the road clings to the cliff with minimal barriers. Some sections rely on simple concrete edges. Others feel exposed, as if the mountain could reclaim the path at any moment. Rainwater seeps through cracks in the ceiling. In winter, ice forms in unpredictable patches. Fog can roll across the cliffside, reducing visibility to almost nothing. And yet, this road stands as a testament to human willpower, but that doesn't make it safe. Driving Guoliang feels like moving through the mountain's spine, as if you're inside something ancient and powerful. One misjudged turn, one distracted second, and the same mountain that allowed passage could take it back. Transfagurasan Highway, Romania. From the sky, it looks unreal. Like a ribbon of silk thrown carelessly across the Carpathian Mountains. The Transfagurasan Highway climbs to over 2,000 meters above sea level, twisting through steep ridges and glacial valleys. It was built for strategic military reasons, but today it stands as one of the most dramatic driving experiences in the world. But beauty here is a trap. The road snakes upward with tight, continuous hairpin bends stacked in rapid succession. From above, it resembles a coiled dragon. From behind the wheel, it feels like a relentless test of concentration. The ascent begins gently, then the curves tighten, the gradient increases. Guardrails appear in many places, but they are modest, thin barriers between your tires and a long fall into the valley below. Weather changes without warning. You might start under warm sunshine at the base. Halfway up, fog swallows the peaks. At the summit, summer snow can fall unexpectedly. Wind sweeps across exposed sections. The road narrows in places where rock walls press close. Livestock sometimes wander onto the asphalt without warning. Drivers must be ready to brake instantly. The descent demands skill. Engine braking becomes critical. Overuse your brakes and they heat quickly on long downhill stretches. Misjudge a tight corner at speed and centrifugal force pushes you outward toward the edge. Tourists stop frequently for photos, sometimes in unsafe areas. Traffic builds. Impatient drivers attempt risky overtakes, What makes Transfagurasan unique isn't just its curves, it's the constant demand for attention. There are no long straightaways to relax, no mental break. Every turn leads into another and another. And as you climb higher, the world below shrinks into a distant memory. You're not just driving through mountains, you're threading through them. Leh Manali Highway, India. This is not a casual road trip, it is an expedition. Stretching roughly 470 kilometers between Manali and Leh, this highway crosses some of the highest motorable passes in the world. Many sections exceed 4,000 meters above sea level. At these altitudes, both machines and humans begin to struggle. Engines lose power due to thin oxygen. Drivers experience headaches, dizziness, even altitude sickness. Simple tasks feel heavier. The road surface varies constantly, smooth asphalt in one stretch, broken gravel in the next. Snowmelt transforms certain areas into flowing streams. Vehicles literally drive through water rushing across the road. Then come the high passes, Baralachala, Tanglangla, and others rising above 4,800 meters. Temperatures can drop below freezing even in summer. Hairpin bends stack along barren mountainsides. No trees, no villages, just raw, exposed terrain stretching endlessly. On one side, towering rock faces. On the other, valleys so deep they blur into shadow. Traffic includes motorcycles, army convoys, buses, and heavy trucks. Overtaking requires absolute precision. Many sections are narrow, allowing only one vehicle to pass at a time. Landslides are common. Rockfalls can block the route without warning. During storms, visibility collapses into a whiteout. There are stretches hundreds of kilometers long without proper fuel stations or mechanical assistance. If your vehicle fails here, help is not minutes away, it can be hours or longer. The silence at high altitude is overwhelming. Wind is often the only sound. Driving Leh Manali Highway feels like crossing a different planet. Barren, beautiful, unforgiving, it doesn't threaten loudly. It simply reminds you that at this altitude, survival depends on preparation, patience, and respect. Karakoram Highway, Pakistan. This is not just a highway. It's a statement carved into the spine of the earth. The Karakoram Highway, often called the eighth wonder of the world, stretches over 1,300 kilometers, connecting Pakistan to China through some of the most brutal terrain on the planet. It climbs toward the Kunjarab Pass at 4,693 meters above sea level. At this altitude, even breathing feels heavier. Massive peaks over 7,000 meters surround you, Rakaposhi, Pasu cones, and countless unnamed giants of rock and ice. You feel small here, insignificant. The road itself cuts through unstable mountain faces that are constantly shifting. Landslides are not rare events, they are expected. Entire sections have been buried overnight. Some stretches hug the Indus River so closely that the roaring water feels like it's racing beside your tires. On one side, vertical cliffs. On the other, a drop into glacial rivers that show no mercy. Heavy trucks loaded with cargo crawl uphill, engines gasping for oxygen in the thin air. Drivers must rely on engine braking during descent because overusing the brakes on such long slopes can cause catastrophic failure. Weather changes rapidly. Clear skies can turn into violent storms. Snow can fall even when the calendar says summer. There are tunnels now in certain sections, but many stretches remain exposed to falling rock. You might see debris scattered across the asphalt, silent reminders of the mountain's constant movement. At high altitude, vehicles lose power. Overtaking becomes dangerous. Judging distance becomes harder. Even small mechanical problems feel amplified. And yet, thousands travel it daily. The Karakoram Highway is beautiful in a way that feels almost aggressive, like nature showing its dominance. Driving it doesn't feel like crossing a country. It feels like crossing a frontier between human ambition and geological power. $1 Million Highway, USA. Colorado's $1 Million Highway, stretching from Silverton to Array, is one of the most dangerous roads in the United States. The name suggests wealth, but the price is your nerves. Carved into the San Juan Mountains, it clings to sheer cliffs, where every turn exposes you to vertical drops hundreds of meters below. The road has minimal guardrails in many stretches, leaving drivers exposed to gravity's relentless pull. Winter transforms the highway into a frozen gauntlet. Ice coats shaded corners, snowstorms strike without warning, and avalanches can bury sections of road in seconds. Trucks loaded with goods navigate steep hairpins with extreme caution, engines straining against the inclines, brakes tested on every descent. Drivers face constant tension, oncoming vehicles, sharp bends, and blind curves. Mist can envelop the road, reducing visibility to just a few meters, while narrow lanes leave no margin for error. Even experienced drivers must reverse through hairpins to allow opposing traffic to pass. The highway is also psychologically brutal. Each turn demands focus, every drop visible through sparse guardrails amplifies fear, and the wind at higher elevations threatens control. Yet the views are mesmerizing: jagged peaks, snow-capped summits, and valleys shrouded in fog. Here, beauty and danger intertwine. For truckers, tourists, and locals, the million-dollar highway is a necessity, but also a battlefield where mistakes can be fatal. It tests mechanical skill, human endurance, and the mental fortitude to face a road that seems to defy safety. One misjudgment can send a vehicle plummeting, and even the most cautious driver knows that survival depends on constant vigilance, respect for the mountains, and nerves of steel. 99 Turns Road, China. The 99 Turns Road on Tianmen Mountain is a serpentine nightmare carved into one of the tallest peaks in China. From the base to the summit, the road climbs steeply through 99 hairpin bends, stacked like coils of a serpent, each turn sharper than the last. The road is narrow, uneven, and often slick with rain, snow, or ice. Fog and mist add another layer of danger. Drivers can see only a few meters ahead, making every turn a test of anticipation and control. Overheated brakes are a constant threat on the descent, and buses must negotiate each curve with patience and precision. One false move, one missed gear shift, and a plunge into the valley below becomes a terrifying reality. The psychological pressure is intense. Long stretches expose you to dizzying heights, vertical drops, and sheer cliffs, with nothing between your tires and oblivion. The combination of steep gradients, sharp curves, and high altitude is exhausting, making even experienced drivers sweat with fear. Yet the road also offers moments of breathtaking beauty. Clouds swirl around the peaks, valleys unfold in layers beneath, and the summit rewards travelers with panoramic views that feel almost otherworldly. But every second of awe is coupled with the reality of risk. 99 Turns Road is not just a road. It is an experience that challenges skill, endurance, and nerve. BR-116, Brazil BR-116, is Brazil's longest highway, stretching over 4,500 kilometers, and it is a road where danger is omnipresent. In mountainous stretches, the highway winds along cliffs with hairpin bends and steep gradients. Overloaded trucks share lanes with cars and motorcycles, creating high-stress conditions for drivers. Weather compounds the risk. Heavy rains transform sections into slick, muddy tracks, while fog can reduce visibility to zero. Landslides occur suddenly, and debris can block lanes in seconds. Drivers must constantly anticipate hazards, brake carefully, and maintain control on uneven terrain. Traffic density is another challenge. Large container trucks, buses, and cars all share the same asphalt, often moving at different speeds. One miscalculation can trigger chain reaction collisions. Accidents are common, and survival depends as much on caution as on luck. BR-116 isn't a road for the faint-hearted. Every kilometer is a test of nerves and reflexes, where one wrong decision can lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet for those who traverse it daily, it is essential, a lifeline connecting communities, cities, and industries across Brazil. Here, skill meets risk at every bend, and every journey demands full attention. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China. Guoliang Tunnel Road is a living testament to human determination. Carved by villagers into the Taihang Mountains over 5 years, this narrow tunnel clings to the cliffside with sheer drops below. The tunnel is uneven, jagged, and dangerously narrow, often requiring precision driving to avoid scraping walls or falling into the abyss. Openings along the cliff offer dizzying views hundreds of meters straight down. Vehicles passing in opposite directions must squeeze past carefully, sometimes reversing long distances to allow each other through. Inside, minimal lighting adds tension, turning every passage into a test of nerves. Weather exacerbates the danger. Rain makes surfaces slick, and landslides threaten access. One misstep, one distracted moment, and a vehicle can tumble into the void. Yet despite its peril, the road is essential for local travel, connecting isolated communities to the rest of the world. Driving Guoliang Tunnel Road is a battle of focus and patience. It forces respect for the mountain and the ingenuity of those who carved it by hand. Every journey becomes a story of survival, courage, and awe at the sheer audacity of human will. Horsetail Fall, California. For approximately 10 days every February, something happens on the eastern face of El Capitan in Yosemite National Park that stops people in their tracks. A waterfall that falls every year in the same place suddenly appears to be made of molten lava. Welcome to Firefall, nature's most spectacular trick of light. Horsetail Fall is not an unusual waterfall by Yosemite's breathtaking standards. It drops approximately 1,000 feet down the sheer granite face of El Capitan, fed by snowmelt from the high plateau above. It flows mainly in winter and early spring, and for most of that time, it is simply beautiful. But for one extraordinary window each February, when the angle of the setting sun aligns with perfect precision against the granite cliff and the falling water, something magical happens. The waterfall glows, not gold, not yellow, but a deep, pulsing, liquid orange, identical in color and appearance to a river of molten lava cascading down the face of the mountain. The phenomenon requires an almost impossible alignment of conditions. The snowpack above must be sufficient to keep the fall running. A dry winter means no water and no display. The skies above the valley must be completely clear at sunset. A single cloud at the critical moment will block the light entirely. And the sun must be at precisely the right low angle that occurs only for a narrow window around the 10th to 20th of February each year. When all three conditions meet, the light strikes the falling water and the wet granite simultaneously, creating an optical transformation that turns white mist into living flame. The glow typically lasts less than 10 minutes. It builds slowly as the sun descends, the water warming from silver to gold to amber to a deep, volcanic orange, and then fades quickly as the sun drops below the valley rim. For those 10 minutes, thousands of photographers stand shoulder to shoulder on the valley meadow, cameras aimed upward, barely breathing. The competition for the perfect shot has become one of the most intense in nature photography. Photographers stake out positions hours before sunset, carry telephoto lenses capable of filling a frame with the waterfall from 800 meters away, and study weather forecasts obsessively in the weeks leading up to the event. A clear February evening in Yosemite Valley during Firefall season means the meadow will be packed, yet the sight is so stunning that even the crowd disappears when the glow begins. Unlike Hawaii's actual lava or Iceland's volcanic rivers, Horsetail Fall contains not a drop of heat, not a molecule of magma. It is purely water, purely light, purely a trick of geometry and atmosphere, yet it looks more like lava than any photograph of actual lava. It is nature at its most deceptive and most breathtaking. This is not just a waterfall. This is the mountain catching fire once a year, just long enough to leave you changed. White Crater, West Java, Indonesia. High in the volcanic highlands of West Java, at an elevation of nearly 7,000 feet above sea level, there exists a place so visually surreal, so chemically extreme, and so unlike anything else on Earth that even seasoned travelers fall silent when they first see it. This is Kawapute, the White Crater, and it is beautiful, alien, and genuinely dangerous all at once. The crater of Kawapute was formed by a massive eruption of Mount Patuha in the 10th century. What it left behind was a volcanic caldera roughly 600 feet in diameter, filled with a lake whose color shifts constantly between milky turquoise, pale green, and ghostly white, driven by fluctuating concentrations of sulfurous minerals dissolved within the water. The lake is one of the most acidic bodies of water on Earth, with a pH level that can drop as low as 0.5, acidic enough to dissolve metal given enough exposure time. Nothing lives in the lake itself. Nothing can. The surrounding landscape is equally dramatic. The rim of the crater is coated in a thick layer of white and pale yellow sulfur, deposits of bleached rock that gives the site its name and creates the effect of walking through a snowfield in the tropics. Sulfur vents along the crater walls hiss and belch clouds of toxic gas, filling the air with the sharp, choking smell of hydrogen sulfide. The temperature at the rim can be startlingly cold. The altitude combined with the lake's chemical activity creates a microclimate unlike the lush tropical jungle just a few kilometers below. But the most extraordinary spectacle at Kawapute comes after dark. As night falls and the ambient light fades, something extraordinary emerges from the crater vents: blue fire, burning sulfuric gas, igniting at around 600 degrees Celsius, produces electric blue flames that crawl along the ground and flicker across the crater walls. It is one of the rarest fire phenomena on Earth, a cold, ghostly, otherworldly glow that turns the crater into something from a science fiction film. At Kawapute, the blue fire is visible at night, though the acidic fumes require protective equipment for anyone spending extended time at the rim. Despite the danger, the crater draws brave miners who descend into the toxic environment to harvest solid sulfur, bright yellow chunks that solidify at the vent openings and must be broken free by hand before being carried up the crater walls in baskets weighing up to 90 kilograms. These men work in conditions that would be considered impossible anywhere else in the world, breathing through improvised cloth masks, their lungs absorbing years of toxic gas for a wage that barely covers survival. They are among the most resilient workers on the planet. Kawapute is also, paradoxically, one of West Java's most visited tourist sites. Its surreal beauty, the color-shifting lake, the white sulfur plains, the mist that drifts constantly across the crater, has made it an iconic destination for photographers and adventurers. But its beauty never lets you forget its danger. This is a place where the planet's chemistry is exposed, raw, and in full display, a world apart from anything that should be possible. Skeleton Coast, Namibia. There are coastlines. And then there is Skeleton Coast, one of the most desolate, hauntingly beautiful, and lethally unforgiving stretches of shoreline anywhere on the planet. A place where two of Earth's most extreme environments, the hyperarid Namib Desert and the freezing South Atlantic Ocean, collide in a landscape of savage, spectacular contradiction. The Skeleton Coast stretches for nearly 500 kilometers along the northwestern edge of Namibia. It was named, with grim accuracy, for the whale and seal bones that once littered its beaches in the age of industrial whaling, and for the thousands of shipwrecks that have piled up along its treacherous shores over the centuries. The currents here are among the most dangerous in the world. The Benguela Current drives cold Antarctic water northward along the coast, creating dense, blinding fog that rolls in from the sea with almost no warning and can reduce visibility to near zero within minutes. Countless ships, navigating by dead reckoning through the fog, have been driven into the shallows and destroyed. Their rusting hulks still lie there today, some half buried in advancing sand dunes, others resting almost intact on the beach, as if the sea simply placed them there and walked away. The dunes of the Skeleton Coast are extraordinary in themselves. Some rise to over 300 feet, rust-red, iron-barren mountains of sand that plunge directly into the surf without so much as a strip of beach between them. The boundary here between desert and ocean is not gradual. It is absolute. One step you are in the world's oldest desert, the next you are in the ocean, And yet, against every expectation, life thrives here. The same Benguela current that wrecks ships also drives an upwelling of cold, nutrient-rich water from the deep ocean, one of the most productive marine environments on Earth. The ocean is teeming with fish, squid, and marine mammals. Massive Cape fur seal colonies, some containing hundreds of thousands of individuals, pack the beaches in dense, roaring, pungent masses. Brown hyenas and blackback jackals prowl the shoreline, scavenging seal pups and any marine creature the tide deposits. And most remarkably of all, desert-adapted elephants range through this landscape, the only elephants on Earth that have evolved to survive in true desert conditions, capable of going 5 days without water, covering distances of up to 70 kilometers a day in search of the underground springs and isolated riverbeds where moisture can be found. The mist that rolls in from the Benguela also sustains a remarkable community of fog-adapted organisms, insects that harvest moisture from the air, lichens that cling to the rocks in dense, colorful crusts, welwitschia plants that live for 2,000 years without significant rainfall, drawing all their water from the coastal fog alone. This is a coast of death and abundance, desolation and life, a place where the contradiction is the entire point. Beautiful, brutal, unlike anywhere else. Travertine terraces, Turkey. What if the earth itself had decided to build a staircase to heaven? Not from stone or wood, but from gleaming white mineral deposits as smooth as silk, filled with pools of water so perfectly blue they seem painted. That is Pamukale, the Cotton Castle, and it is one of the most impossibly beautiful geological formations in the world. Pamukale sits on a hillside in the Denizli province of southwestern Turkey. The name itself, Pamukale, translates directly from Turkish as Cotton Castle, and the comparison is instantly obvious. From a distance, the terraced hillside appears to be covered in snow, or perhaps in vast sheets of white cotton draped across the slope. Closer inspection reveals something far more extraordinary. 17 geological terraces, each one a shallow pool edged with brilliant white travertine limestone, some pools measuring over 100 feet wide, filled with warm, crystal-clear mineral water that flows constantly from the natural hot springs above. The springs themselves are remarkable. The thermal waters of Pamukale emerge from deep within the earth at a temperature of around 95 degrees Fahrenheit, saturated with calcium bicarbonate dissolved from the limestone bedrock far underground. As this water rises to the surface and flows down the hillside, it cools slightly, and the calcium bicarbonate begins to crystallize out of solution, coating every surface it touches with a steadily building layer of brilliant white travertine. Over thousands of years, this process has built the terraces we see today, a geological sculpture of extraordinary precision and beauty. The terraces have been drawing human visitors for at least 2,000 years. The ancient Romans built the spa city of Hierapolis directly above the springs, constructing elaborate bathhouses, temples, and a monumental necropolis on the plateau above. Roman emperors reportedly visited to take the waters, believing in their healing properties, and modern science has partially vindicated that belief. The thermal waters are rich in minerals including calcium, magnesium, and bicarbonate, and are genuinely beneficial for skin conditions, circulatory issues, and joint pain. Walking the travertine terraces today is an almost dreamlike experience. Visitors are required to remove their shoes at the base, bare feet only on the white mineral surface, and the sensation of warm water flowing across cool travertine beneath your feet while you look out across the Turkish plains stretching to the horizon is unlike anything else in the world. The pools glow with a vivid turquoise blue that deepens at the edges, the white of the travertine creating a stark, stunning contrast that every photograph fails to fully capture. At sunrise and sunset, the light transforms the terraces. The white minerals catch the warm tones of the low sun and glow gold, then amber, then deep orange, a palette that shifts minute by minute as the angle of the light changes. Photographers from around the world come specifically for these light conditions, knowing that no editing or filter can improve on what Pamukale offers naturally. This is the Earth showing off, and it does it beautifully. Frying Pan Lake. Imagine a lake that boils, not metaphorically, not gently. A lake that simmers, steams, and bubbles constantly. A body of water so hot, so geothermally active, so alive with the raw energy of the planet beneath it, that it earned its name from the cooking vessel it most closely resembles. Welcome to Frying Pan Lake, the largest hot spring on Earth. Frying Pan Lake sits within the Weimangu volcanic valley on New Zealand's North Island, a landscape so geothermally active that the ground itself seems to breathe. The valley was created in June 1886 when Mount Tarawera erupted in one of the Southern Hemisphere's most catastrophic volcanic events of the modern era. A cataclysmic eruption that destroyed the famous pink and white terraces, killed over 150 people, and reshaped a vast area of the central North Island within a matter of hours. The explosion left behind a chain of craters and thermal features that have been evolving and expanding ever since. Frying Pan Lake occupies what was once Echo Crater, blown open by the Tarawera eruption and subsequently flooded by groundwater superheated by the volcanic system below. The lake spans approximately 38,000 square meters, easily the largest hot spring in the world. Its waters hover between 50 and 60 degrees Celsius at the surface, though near the hydrothermal vents on the lake floor, temperatures are far higher. The surface is in constant, restless motion, streams of bubbles rising from below, columns of steam ascending into the sky, waves of heat shimmering across the water in the cool morning air. From the viewing platforms at the lake's edge, the effect is mesmerizing and faintly menacing, as if the lake is alive and aware of your presence. The water is a pale, slightly milky blue-gray, colored by the silica and mineral content dissolved from the volcanic rock below. The shoreline is edged with bright orange, yellow, and white mineral deposits, silica sinter and sulfur compounds that coat the rocks in vivid chemical paint. The whole scene looks simultaneously beautiful and hostile, a reminder that beauty and danger are not mutually exclusive in the natural world. The valley surrounding the lake is equally extraordinary. Steaming cliffs, boiling streams, and hydrothermal craters line the walking tracks that wind through the valley. The Weimangu geyser, when it was active in the early 20th century, was the most powerful geyser ever recorded, shooting columns of water and rock to heights of over 450 meters. Though it no longer erupts, the thermal energy that powered it is still very much present beneath the valley floor. Weimangu as a whole is a geological laboratory unlike any other, young enough that scientists can study processes in real time that elsewhere would take millions of years to observe. At Frying Pan Lake, you are not simply looking at a geological feature. You are watching the Earth's interior revealed, simmering and restless just beneath your feet. Snake Island, Brazil. Off the coast of São Paulo state, approximately 90 miles from the Brazilian mainland, there is an island that the Brazilian Navy has officially declared off-limits to all visitors. No tourists, no settlers, no unauthorized researchers. The reason is straightforward and chilling. The island is home to the highest concentration of venomous snakes anywhere on Earth. Ilha de Queimada Grande, known universally as Snake Island, covers just 110 acres of dense rainforest, rocky terrain, and dramatic coastal cliffs. Within those 110 acres live between 2,000 and 4,000 golden lancehead pit vipers, one of the world's most venomous snake species. Conservative estimates place the density at approximately 1 snake per square meter in certain areas. In reality, some researchers suggest the actual density in the forest interior may be significantly higher. Every rock, every root system, every hollow log, every patch of low vegetation potentially conceals a snake capable of killing an adult human within hours. The golden lancehead is a species found nowhere else on Earth. It exists only on this island. It evolved here in complete isolation over roughly 11,000 years, when rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age severed Queimada Grande from the Brazilian mainland, stranding a small founding population of pit vipers with no way out. Isolated on the island, with an ample food supply, migratory birds that land on the island to rest during seasonal movements, the snakes evolved rapidly. They grew slightly smaller than their mainland relatives to better ambush birds. Their venom became dramatically more potent, 3 to 5 times stronger than the mainland lancehead, because a bird, once bitten, must be incapacitated before it can fly away and carry the snake with it. The island itself created the evolutionary pressure that produced this lethal arsenal. The venom of the golden lancehead destroys tissue, causes uncontrolled bleeding, and can trigger kidney failure and brain hemorrhage. There is no clinical treatment available on the mainland without rapid access to anti-venom, and reaching the mainland from the island takes hours. The last lighthouse keeper stationed on the island and his family were found dead, reportedly the victims of snakes that had entered their quarters through open windows and door gaps. Following that event, the lighthouse was automated and the island was abandoned to its serpentine inhabitants. Today, the only authorized visitors are occasional researchers from the Butantan Institute in Sao Paulo, Brazil's leading toxinology research facility. They study the island's viper population for scientific and medical purposes. The golden lancehead's venom contains compounds under investigation for potential use in cardiovascular medicine. From the sea, Queimada Grande looks paradoxically peaceful, green, lush, dramatic cliffs dropping into the Atlantic. It is only when you know what awaits beneath that canopy that the beauty becomes something else entirely. This is nature's most perfect fortress, beautiful, isolated, and utterly uninvitable. Across the world, humans are building structures so massive they can reshape entire landscapes. From highways that stretch across oceans to cities rising from empty deserts, these projects push the limits of engineering and imagination. In this documentary, we explore some of the most ambitious mega projects ever attempted, the ideas, the technology, and the people turning the impossible into reality. Huge bridge, standing where the sky begins. There are tall bridges in the world, and then there is the Huge Bridge. Located in the mountains of Guizhou province, the Huge Bridge holds the extraordinary title of the highest bridge on Earth, with its deck sitting nearly 1,850 feet above the valley floor. Let that number settle in for a moment. 1,850 feet, that is not a bridge above a river. That is a bridge above the clouds. Construction began in 2011. By 2016, just 5 years later, it was complete, an achievement that stuns engineers around the world given the terrain, the altitude, and the sheer complexity involved. The bridge carries a cable-stayed design, with a main span exceeding 4,500 feet, crossing the entire gorge without a single central support touching the ground below. To look down from its deck is to experience something your mind almost refuses to process. The valley drops away beneath your feet in a continuous fall that equals the height of a 150-story skyscraper. The gorge walls disappear into forest, rivers glint far below like threads of silver. And all around, mountain peaks rise and fall in waves, the full savage beauty of Guizhou's wilderness on display. The engineering challenges here went far beyond the obvious. Terrain this extreme creates wind patterns that are unpredictable and violent. Ground conditions on both cliff edges required extensive geological surveying before a single anchor could be set. Every cable, every pylon, every slab of concrete roadway had to be calculated against forces that standard bridge design rarely encounters. Workers rappelled from cliffs. Equipment was flown in by helicopter. Problems were solved in real time, far above the ground, with no room for error. Today, the Juge Bridge is not only a vital transport link, dramatically cutting travel time through one of China's most rugged regions. It has become a destination in its own right, drawing thousands of visitors every year who want to stand at the edge of the highest bridge in the world and stare down into the abyss below. It is proof impossible to ignore that modern engineering can conquer even the most extreme geography our planet can offer. Shanghai World Financial Center, the bottle opener above the clouds. There is a building in Shanghai that people call the bottle opener. They say it with a smile, but they say it with awe. The Shanghai World Financial Center rises 1,614 feet above Pudong's gleaming skyline, a sleek blade of glass and steel topped by a trapezoidal opening near its peak that gives it that unforgettable silhouette. Once the tallest building in China, it remains one of the most architecturally distinctive skyscrapers in the world. The story of its construction is as dramatic as the building itself. Work began in 1997 and was halted almost immediately by the Asian financial crisis, leaving the skeletal frame standing idle for years. When construction resumed, the design was revisited and refined, the opening at the top reshaped for better aerodynamics and stronger visual impact. It would take until 2008 before the final floor was completed, 11 years from groundbreaking to opening day. The foundation demanded extraordinary engineering. Shanghai's soil is notoriously soft, layers of clay and sediment that compress, shift, and sink under heavy loads. More than 200 piles were driven over 300 feet deep, each one anchoring the tower against the slow forces that would otherwise pull it downward over time. The exterior steel carries anti-corrosion treatment 20% thicker than international standards, a decision that extends the building's designed lifespan beyond 100 years. The 100th floor, positioned nearly 1,500 feet above street level, houses one of the most thrilling observation experiences in Asia. A glass deck allows visitors to look directly down through the floor, straight to the streets below, creating the breathless sensation of floating in open air with nothing beneath your feet but distance. The Shanghai World Financial Center is not merely a tall building. It is a landmark of Asian architectural identity, a structure that changed how the world thinks about skyscraper design, and proof that form and function can elevate each other to extraordinary heights. Three Gorges Dam, the dam that changed a river's soul, the Yangtze River, carved the Three Gorges over millions of years, cutting some of the most spectacular valley scenery on Earth through the mountains of central China. It was a river of breathtaking beauty and terrifying power, responsible for catastrophic floods that killed hundreds of thousands of people in the 20th century alone. Building a dam here was debated for generations. When it was finally decided, the scale of the project shocked even the most experienced engineers in the world. Construction began in 1994. It was not fully complete until 2012. 18 years of continuous work on a scale that has no peacetime parallel. The dam itself stretches more than 3 kilometers across the Yangtze, rising approximately 185 meters from its base. It is the largest hydroelectric dam in the world, not by a small margin, but by a commanding distance. The reservoir created behind it stretches nearly 300 miles upstream, drowning valleys, towns, and archaeological sites beneath a vast man-made lake visible from space. More than 1 million people were relocated to make way for those rising waters, one of the largest forced population movements in modern history. The dam's power generation capacity staggers the mind. Over 30 turbine generators with a combined capacity exceeding 22,000 megawatts produce electricity for tens of millions of Chinese households. In peak production years, the dam has generated more electricity than many entire countries consume annually. Beyond power, the dam has transformed flood control on the Yangtze. Peaks that once devastated cities downstream are now managed, smoothed, and redirected by a wall of concrete and engineering precision. Multi-level ship locks, the largest in the world, allow massive cargo vessels to rise and descend between the reservoir and the river below, a giant elevator for the ships of China's interior waterway system. The Three Gorges Dam is the definitive statement of modern China's engineering ambition. Icon of the seas, if the Titanic was a marvel of its time, the icon of the seas is a miracle of ours. This is not just a ship, it is a floating metropolis, a holiday destination that moves. As the largest cruise ship ever built, it stretches 1,198 feet long and weighs a colossal 250,800 gross tons. That is 5 times the size of the Titanic. With 20 decks towering above the ocean, it can carry nearly 10,000 people, 600 passengers, and 2,350 crew members. It is a city at sea, complete with neighborhoods, parks, and distinct ecosystems designed to overwhelm the senses with fun and luxury. The sheer scale of engineering required to keep this behemoth afloat and stable is staggering. It is powered by 6 massive multi-fuel engines running on liquefied natural gas, LNG, the cleanest fossil fuel available for cruise ships today. This marks a significant shift towards sustainability in an industry often criticized for its environmental impact. The ship utilizes advanced hull air lubrication, blowing millions of microscopic bubbles under the hull to reduce friction and improve fuel efficiency. Inside, it features the as possible at sea. It houses Category 6, the largest water park ever on a cruise ship, featuring 6 record-breaking slides. There are 40 restaurants, 7 pools, and a central park with thousands of real plants. The ship is divided into 8 neighborhoods, each with its own vibe, from the thrill-seeking surfside to the serene, chill island. It is designed to be a multi-generational playground where families can spend a week without seeing the same thing twice. Critics call it a monument to excess, fans call it the ultimate vacation. Regardless of your stance, the icon of the seas is a triumph of naval architecture. It proves that we can build self-contained worlds capable of traversing the globe's roughest oceans. It is a testament to our desire for escape, creating a paradise that sails the high seas, pushing the boundaries of leisure, logistics, and scale. There are engineering solutions so counterintuitive that when you first encounter them, you genuinely believe someone is joking. The Veluwemeer Aqueduct in the Netherlands is that kind of engineering solution. You are driving along a normal road. The road continues in a straight line. And above you, not a bridge, not an overpass, not a tunnel, but a lake. An actual lake, with actual boats sailing across it, separated from your windshield by approximately 6 feet of concrete and more than 10 million gallons of water pressing down with every intention of being heavier than the structure containing it. The concept is called an aqueduct. Water is carried in a raised trough over the road beneath it, rather than the road being carried over the water. In theory, it is a completely rational response to a geographic problem. The Netherlands has more water than it knows what to do with, and sometimes that water needs to be in a place that a road also needs to be in. The solution is to decide which one goes over and which one goes under, and in the case of Veluwemeer, the lake won. But the execution of this concept, experienced from the driver's seat of a vehicle passing through it, is significantly more unsettling than the engineering theory suggests. The aqueduct channel is narrow. The road beneath it is narrow. The walls containing the lake rise on both sides of the channel, and those walls are under constant, enormous hydraulic pressure from the water on the other side. As a driver, you are in a confined corridor. There is no emergency exit. There is no alternative route if something goes wrong. There is only the road ahead, the water on both sides barely contained by those 6-foot concrete walls, and the awareness, once you start thinking about it, very difficult to stop, that the entire structural arrangement you are dependent on has exactly zero margin for error. Engineers will tell you correctly that this structure is extraordinarily safe. The concrete specifications are among the most demanding ever applied to a road-water intersection project. The hydraulic calculations were verified and re-verified. The structure has operated without incident since its opening. All of this is true. But the human brain does not navigate the Veluemir aqueduct by consulting engineering specifications. It navigates by raw sensory input, and the raw sensory input of driving under a lake is not something evolution has prepared us for. The slight visual distortion of the water above, the narrowness of the passage, the total absence of escape routes, the sound of your own vehicle bouncing back off the wet concrete walls, the near cancellation of the project when early calculations suggested the concrete base might permanently deform under sustained hydraulic pressure. That last detail, which the engineers resolved successfully, has a way of making the crossing feel slightly less routine once you know it. The Netherlands built this. Of course they did. A country that exists largely because of its refusal to accept the natural relationship between land and water. A country that has reclaimed enormous territories from the sea through sheer engineering willpower, would build a road that goes under a lake. It is, in a very Dutch way, the most sensible possible answer to the question. It is also, in the most universal human way, completely insane. Hoover Dam, USA. In the harsh, sun-baked Black Canyon of the Colorado River stands a monument to American grit, the Hoover Dam. Completed in 1936, during the depths of the Great Depression, it was the most ambitious public works project of its time. It is a massive concrete arch-gravity dam, standing 725 feet tall and 1,244 feet long. It holds back the wild Colorado River, taming floods and creating Lake Mead, the largest reservoir in the United States by volume. This water sustains the desert cities of Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and Phoenix, effectively making the modern Southwest possible. Building it was a brutal war against nature. Workers, known as high-scalers, swung from ropes to blast loose rock from the canyon walls, risking their lives daily. The heat was so intense that dehydration was a constant killer. To pour the 325 million cubic yards of concrete, enough to pave a 2-lane highway from San Francisco to New York, engineers faced a physics problem. If poured in one block, the heat from the chemical setting process would have taken 125 years to cool and would have cracked the dam. The solution? They built it in a series of interlocking blocks and ran cold water through pipes embedded in the concrete to cure it. Those pipes remain inside the dam today. The dam is also a powerhouse, with 17 massive turbines generating over 2,000 megawatts of hydroelectricity. The architecture is striking, featuring Art Deco details on the intake towers and brass elevator doors, giving this industrial beast a sense of elegance. In 2010, the Mike O'Callaghan, Pat Tillman Memorial Bridge opened nearby, soaring 900 feet above the river, offering a stunning new vantage point of the dam face. Hoover Dam is more than concrete and steel. It is a symbol of what a unified nation can achieve in the face of adversity. It transformed a barren desert into a thriving region of agriculture and industry. It remains a pilgrimage site for engineers and tourists alike, a silent sentinel standing guard over the lifeblood of the West. Shanhaiguan, where the wall meets the sea. Walk east along the Great Wall. Keep walking. Walk through mountain passes, through plains, through centuries of history. Eventually, the wall will bring you here, to the edge of the Bohai Sea, where the wall's final watchtower stands with its feet in the waves. This is Shanhaiguan, the first pass under heaven, built in 1381 during the Ming Dynasty, the easternmost strategic fortress of the Great Wall, and one of the most formidable military installations in Chinese history. The choice of location was not random. This narrow corridor between the Yanshan Mountains and the sea was the only practical land route between Manchuria to the north and China's Central Plains to the south. Control Shanhaiguan and you control the passage of armies. Lose Shanhaiguan and the plains lie open. This was understood by every military strategist who ever studied the map of northern China. The fortress walls rise nearly 50 feet and spread more than 30 feet thick, enclosing approximately 2 square miles of garrison space. 4 gates face the 4 directions, each tower positioned to control both land and sea approaches simultaneously. The combination of mountain and ocean on either side made the pass almost impossible to flank. An attacker's only option was to come straight at the gate. For centuries, armies tried. Records of battles at Shanhaiguan fill volumes of Chinese military history. The pass was a shield. It was a killing ground. It was a statement in stone and mortar that the civilization behind it would not surrender its ground without a fight of the most terrible kind. In 1987, UNESCO designated Shanhaiguan as part of the Great Wall World Heritage Listing, confirming its place as one of the supreme achievements of ancient defensive architecture anywhere in the world. Rain vortex, Singapore airports are usually stressful places of lines and luggage, but Changi Airport in Singapore is a destination in itself, thanks to the Jewel. At the center of this glass-domed lifestyle hub falls the HSBC Rain Vortex, the world's tallest indoor waterfall. Water cascades 130 feet down from an oculus in the roof, plunging 7 stories into the basement forest below. It is a mesmerizing column of water surrounded by the Shiseido Forest Valley, a terraced indoor garden with 2,000 trees and 100,000 shrubs. It brings the awe of the rainforest into the comfort of air conditioning. The engineering behind this liquid sculpture is smart. The roof is a toroidal glass grid that supports the weight of the water mechanism. The waterfall flows at a rate of 10,000 gallons per minute during peak shows. But where does the water come from? It's recirculated rain. The roof is designed to funnel rainwater into the vortex, reusing Singapore's frequent tropical downpours. This water helps cool the interior, reducing the load on air conditioning systems, and is used to irrigate the surrounding plants. The water falls through an acrylic funnel at the bottom that prevents splashing, keeping the visitors dry. At night, the rain vortex transforms. Hidden projectors beam light and images onto the falling water, turning the cascade into a 360-degree screen for a sound and light show. Music swells and the water dances with color. It creates a hypnotic atmosphere that makes travelers forget they are in transit. The Jewel and its rain vortex redefine what public infrastructure can be. It turns an airport terminal into a Garden of Eden. It creates a sense of place and wonder, welcoming visitors to the Garden City before they even step outside. It is a masterpiece of biophilic design, soothing the weary traveler with the sound of falling water. Chengdu SKP Park, the underground wonder. In 2022, a new landmark opened in Chengdu and the world took notice. Not because of its height, this landmark goes down, not up. Chengdu SKP Park, known officially as SKPS Chengdu, opened with most of its extraordinary space buried nearly 100 feet underground, making it one of the largest subterranean commercial developments in all of Asia. The scale underground is staggering. The total project spans approximately 260,000 square meters, hosting over 1,300 brands, including hundreds making their regional debut in southwest China. But numbers alone do not capture what makes this place extraordinary. Above ground, 2 water towers rise to heights of 85 and 128 feet, respectively. After dark, these towers transform into performance architecture, light installations, and fountain displays choreographed shows that draw crowds from across Chengdu and beyond. The shows turn static structure into dynamic performance, blurring the line between engineering and theater. Below ground, the design merges shopping, art, technology, and urban landscape in a philosophy that its creators call a new generation of commercial space. Natural light is brought underground through carefully engineered openings, atriums, and reflective surfaces, preventing the subterranean environment from feeling buried or oppressive. Art installations change the spatial experience at every turn. Retail and cultural programming exist side by side, creating an environment where commerce and creativity support rather than compete with each other. The decision to build underground rather than upward was itself a statement, a rejection of the conventional tower model for urban retail, and an assertion that the most impressive direction to build is sometimes directly into the earth. Chengdu SKP Park is not simply a shopping center. It is a redefinition of what urban commercial space can be and where it can go. Qingdao Bay Bridge, the highway above the sea crossing a bay by bridge, is one thing. Crossing it with a structure 6 miles long is something else entirely. The Qingdao Bay Bridge stretches across Jiaorozhu Bay in Shandong Province, one of the longest sea-crossing bridges anywhere in the world, and a structure that reshaped how an entire coastal region moves and breathes. Completed in 2011, it stands today as a symbol of what modern coastal engineering can achieve when ambition and technical precision combine. The sea here is not calm. Typhoon seasons batter the bay with winds and waves that would destroy ordinary infrastructure. Earthquakes rumble through the seabed with enough force to crack standard foundations. Engineers answered every one of these challenges head-on. The design withstands level 8 earthquakes and typhoon-force winds, keeping traffic moving safely even when nature chooses to test its limits. The construction numbers are staggering. Approximately 450,000 tons of steel were used. Over 3 million cubic meters of concrete were poured, a volume equivalent to more than 300 tall buildings stacked with material. Thousands of workers labored in open ocean conditions, setting piles through seabed mud, assembling spans high above the water, working in heat and cold, in calm and storm, to complete a crossing that many believed could not be done in the timeline set. But it was done. And what it delivered is transformational. Before the bridge, driving around Qingdao Bay meant a journey of well over an hour. With the bridge, that same trip takes less than 30 minutes, cutting travel time by up to 50%. Coastal trade between Qingdao and its neighboring areas accelerated immediately. Goods that once spent hours in transit began moving faster, fresher, cheaper. During peak seasons, more than 3,000 vehicles cross each day, creating a steady river of traffic flowing above the open sea, beneath open sky. The Qingdao Bay Bridge is more than a transport achievement. It is a daily miracle, a road built where no road should exist, above water that does not forgive, connecting people who needed to be connected. Dubai Frame, UAE. It is the world's biggest picture frame, a golden rectangle rising from Zabil Park. The Dubai Frame is a metaphorical bridge connecting the city's past with its present. Standing 492 feet tall and 305 feet wide, it is positioned perfectly so that if you look through it one way, you see the historic district of Deira and the creek, the roots of Dubai. Look through the other way, and you see the glittering skyline of the Burj Khalifa and downtown, the ambitious future. It creates a literal snapshot of the city's evolution. The structure consists of 2 vertical towers connected by a 305-foot sky bridge at the top. The exterior is clad in gold-colored stainless steel, patterned with circles inspired by the logo of the Expo 2020. The construction utilized self-climbing formwork to build the towers rapidly, but the real thrill is inside. The Sky Bridge features a 25-square-meter glass floor panel. As you walk on it, the glass switches from opaque to clear, suddenly revealing the sheer drop beneath your feet. It is a heart-stopping moment that walks the line between terror and wonder. Inside the ground floor museum, immersive exhibits use holograms and mist to tell the story of Dubai's transformation from a fishing village. At the top, you get the panoramic view. On the way down, a future Dubai gallery uses virtual reality to predict what the city will look like in 50 years. Flying taxis, underwater colonies, and space missions. The Dubai frame faced controversy over its design origins, but it has become a beloved icon. It is a monument that frames the sky, celebrating the duality of a city that honors its heritage while racing towards tomorrow. It proves that architecture can be symbolic, functional, and deeply experiential all at once. The Great Wall of China, the line that held the world. No structure in human history stretches as far, endures as long, or carries as much meaning as the Great Wall of China. Over 13,000 miles of wall, tower, trench, and fortification, built and rebuilt and expanded across 15 centuries, winding over mountains, through deserts, across steppes, always following the same mission: hold the line, protect what is behind it, keep the north at bay. Some sections rise 30 feet high and spread 20 feet wide at their tops, broad enough for soldiers to march in formation, wide enough for supply wagons to roll from watchtower to watchtower along the wall's spine. At intervals, those watchtowers rise above the wall, each one a communication node in an ancient network. When danger approached, fires were lit, smoke signals rose into the sky. A chain of signals would leap from tower to tower, carrying the alert across dozens, then hundreds of miles, faster than any horseman could ride. It was one of the most sophisticated early warning systems ever created. The materials change with the land beneath it. In the east, fired brick and cut stone form walls of precision and permanence. As the wall moves west through drier country, rammed earth and timber take over, shaped by what the local terrain could provide. Each section is the product of its environment, built by millions of workers over generations: soldiers, convicts, farmers, and craftsmen, many of whom never returned home. The wall winds across the highest peaks and plunges into the deepest valleys, a line that refuses to let the landscape dictate its path. Standing on it, looking in both directions as it curves away over the mountain ridges and disappears into haze, you feel something ancient and overwhelming. In 1987, UNESCO inscribed the Great Wall as a World Heritage Site, but no title can fully capture what it means. It is the longest defensive structure in human history. A declaration in stone, brick, and earth, stretching from sea to desert, that says this land is ours and we will defend it. Hanging Bridge, Pakistan. Before you take a single step onto the Husseini Hanging Bridge, stop. Look down. Already, through the gaps beneath your feet, you can see it, a violent, ice-cold river crashing through one of the most remote mountain corridors on Earth. This is northern Pakistan. The Karakoram Highway winds nearby. The peaks of the Hindu Kush cut into the sky above you like shattered glass. And between two crumbling wooden anchor points stretches approximately 650 feet of what can only loosely be described as a bridge. Let's be absolutely clear about what the Husseini Hanging Bridge actually is. It is not a modern pedestrian walkway. It is not an engineered suspension system built to international safety codes. It is a collection of weathered steel cables stretched across a river gorge with individual wooden planks placed across them at irregular intervals. Some of those planks are sound, some are cracked, and some are missing entirely, not slightly damaged, gone, replaced by open space, by nothing. by a direct view straight down to the water below, where the current is so powerful it would carry you away before you could process what happened. The bridge was built for one reason, and one reason only: necessity. This is the Gojal Valley. The terrain here is so divided, so cut apart by rivers and gorges carved over millennia, that the only alternative to a crossing like this is a 4-hour detour through mountain passes that close completely during winter. For the people who live in these villages, this bridge isn't a tourist attraction. It isn't a thrill-seeking experience. It is how they carry their goods to market. It is how students get to school. It is how the injured get to medical care. Every single day, men, women, and children step onto this structure and walk across it, because the alternative is unthinkable. What makes Hussaini uniquely terrifying, even compared to other rope bridges in this region, is the combination of factors that attack you simultaneously. The wind here is relentless. When a gust hits while you're midspan, the entire structure doesn't just sway gently like a hammock. It lurches, it drops. The cables whip under tension and the planks shift beneath you, requiring you to stop completely, grip the side cables, and wait. You cannot fight the movement. You can only hold on and wait for it to decide you can continue. Then there's the visual pressure. Because the planks are not continuous, your eyes are constantly drawn downward through the gaps. Every step requires a calculation. Is that plank safe to step on? Is it secure? If you misstep, if you place your foot on a plank that is barely hooked onto the cable, it will rotate, it will tip, and you will have approximately 0 time to correct yourself. Several crossings have ended badly here over the decades, and the local communities are well aware. There is no pretense that this bridge is safe. The question asked here is not whether it is dangerous. The question is how carefully you manage that danger, one slow step at a time. What makes Hussaini genuinely remarkable, beyond the fear it generates, is the fact that it continues to exist. In an era where infrastructure projects worth billions are announced weekly, where mountain tunnels and cable cars and modern bridges replace ancient crossings all over Asia, Hussaini still stands. Not because no one cares, but because for a remote community in a remote valley at the edge of a remote mountain range, this ancient, terrifying, gap-filled suspension bridge is still the most practical solution available. And every morning, people step onto it without hesitation. Because getting to the other side matters more than the fear of the crossing. Marina Bay Sands, Singapore. Imagine a surfboard perched atop 3 skyscrapers. That is the silhouette of Marina Bay Sands, the most iconic building in Singapore and perhaps the most recognizable hotel in Asia. This integrated resort is a marvel of gravity-defying architecture. The 3 hotel towers rise 55 stories high, sloping and curving as they ascend. At the top sits the Sky Park, a 340-meter-long platform that is longer than the Eiffel Tower laid sideways. It hosts gardens, restaurants, and the world's largest rooftop infinity pool, offering a swim on the edge of the abyss, 650 feet above the ground. The engineering challenges were immense. The towers are slanted at angles of up to 26 degrees, making them difficult to build. Engineers had to use temporary steel struts and tension cables to hold the legs together until the 23rd floor, where they connected to form a single structure. The Sky Park itself is a masterpiece of lifting. It was prefabricated in 14 steel sections on the ground and hoisted up by heavy-duty hydraulic jacks. The cantilever, the part of the Sky Park that hangs off the North Tower into thin air, stretches 220 feet, the longest public cantilever in the world. To handle the strong winds and the natural movement of the towers, the pool is equipped with 500 movement joints. The entire structure is designed to settle and sway without cracking. The complex below includes a casino, a convention center, a museum shaped like a lotus flower, and a shopping mall with a canal running through it. It revitalized Singapore's tourism, becoming a destination in itself. Marina Bay Sands is the ultimate playground for the wealthy and a visual treat for everyone else. It redefined the city's skyline, turning Marina Bay into a futuristic amphitheater. It is a bold gamble that paid off, combining luxury, engineering, and imagination into a structure that feels less like a building and more like a gateway to a new world. Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge, the impossible crossing. Imagine standing at one end of a bridge and knowing that by the time you reach the other side, you will have passed through 3 entirely separate administrative regions. That is what the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge offers. And it is one of the most extraordinary transportation megastructures ever built in the 21st century. The full route stretches 34 miles across open sea, linking Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau in a continuous crossing that includes elevated roadways soaring over the Pearl River estuary. Underwater tunnels slipping silently beneath busy shipping lanes and artificial islands planted precisely where the road transitions from bridge to tunnel and back again. The engineering demands were brutal. The sea here is shallow but technically ferocious, with ancient layers of mud and sediment rock beneath the seabed. Foundation piles were driven more than 130 feet into that uncertain ground, anchoring the structure against storms, shifting currents, and the slow creep of time. Engineers designed the entire system to resist typhoon winds exceeding 200 miles per hour and earthquakes measuring magnitude 8 on the Richter scale. This bridge is not just built to last, it is built to survive. The scale of materials consumed during construction is almost impossible to comprehend. More than 4 million tons of steel were used, enough, in terms of weight, to construct 60 Eiffel Towers. Concrete was poured in quantities that challenged supply chains across the entire region. And yet the result feels not heavy but elegant, a long, clean ribbon of road laid across the sea, connecting people, connecting economies, connecting futures. Before this bridge, traveling between the 3 regions required ferries, lengthy detours, and hours of transit. Today, the same journey takes 30 minutes. Trade has accelerated, tourism has expanded. Communities that once felt separated by water now feel joined by infrastructure. The Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macao Bridge is not just an engineering achievement. It is a statement about regional unity in the modern age, a vision written in steel, concrete, and ambition across the open waters of the South China Sea. Bosco Verticale, Italy, in the concrete jungle of Milan, 2 towers rise like living, breathing organisms. This is Bosco Verticale, the vertical forest. It is a radical departure from the steel and glass boxes that dominate modern cities. These 2 residential towers, standing 360 and 250 feet tall, are home to 900 trees, 5,000 shrubs, and 11,000 floral plants. If you laid all this vegetation flat, it would cover an area equal to 2 hectares of forest. This isn't just landscaping, it is a biological shield, a microclimate creator, and a bold solution to urban pollution. The engineering challenge here was not just structural, but botanical. Architects and botanists worked together for years to select the right trees, oaks, beeches, and larches that could survive the wind and altitude. These trees had to be pre-cultivated to acclimate them to the conditions. The balconies are reinforced with steel and concrete to support the immense weight of the soil and water. Speaking of water, a sophisticated automated irrigation system uses recycled greywater from the building to keep the forest thirsty, ensuring sustainability. The trees are anchored with safety cages to prevent them from falling during storms, tested in wind tunnels to withstand gusts of up to 120 mph. Living here means living inside a canopy. The leaves filter sunlight, creating a natural temperature regulation system that reduces the need for air conditioning in summer and heating in winter. They absorb carbon dioxide and dust particles, producing oxygen and purifying the air for residents. The towers have become a thriving ecosystem for birds and insects, bringing biodiversity back to the city center. The facade changes with the seasons, green in summer, red and orange in autumn, and bare yet sculptural in winter. Bosco Verticale has won awards worldwide, inspiring similar projects from China to the Netherlands. It challenges the idea that nature and urbanization must be enemies. It proves that we can densify our cities without losing our connection to the earth. It is a prototype for the city of the future, one where architecture doesn't just house humans, but heals the environment. Yangshan Stele, the monument that was never finished. Some of the most powerful statements in human history are unfinished sentences. The Yangshan Stele is one of them. Located near Nanjing, this is widely recognized as the largest unfinished stone project in the world. Not built from stone, not assembled from stone, but carved directly from a single granite mountain, the entire monument hewn from the living rock of a hillside over 600 years ago. The stone here is light gray, dense, and extraordinarily durable. It is the kind of granite chosen for royal monuments precisely because it withstands time, but working it is punishing. The sheer mass involved creates challenges that even modern engineers would find daunting. Medieval craftsmen with hand tools faced something close to the impossible, and yet they began. 3 separate blocks were cut from the mountain. The largest alone reaches nearly 540 feet in length, 200 feet in width, and 100 feet in height, with an estimated weight of over 16,000 tons. To stand beside one of these blocks is to lose all sense of human scale. You become irrelevant next to something so vast. The landscape at Yangshan today is unlike anything else on Earth. The mountain has been split by human hands into cliffs, deep cuts, and smooth-faced surfaces where tools once worked. It looks like a fossilized construction site, frozen at the moment the laborers stopped and walked away. Why was it never completed? The patron who commissioned it, the Yongle Emperor, died. The project died with him, but the stone endured. If the stele had been erected as planned, it would have stood taller than both the Statue of Liberty and the Arc de Triomphe. The ambition embedded in that unfinished granite is almost painful to consider. Yangshan Stele stands today not as a failure, but as a monument to human audacity, the reminder that sometimes the attempt itself is the greatest achievement. Bayburt D915, Turkey, move your vehicle aside slowly. Because on D915, hesitation can cost more than pride, it can cost your life. Stretching roughly 106 kilometers between Ov and Bayburt in northeastern Turkey, this road hides a section so infamous that experienced drivers still whisper about it, the Derebashi Bends. 29 savage hairpin turns carved directly into a near-vertical mountainside, not engineered for comfort, not designed for forgiveness, simply carved into existence. The climb begins quietly, asphalt gives way to rougher surface, the air grows thinner, then suddenly, the mountain reveals its true personality. The gradient pushes towards 17%. The road narrows, and the guardrails disappear. There are none. On your left, a raw rock wall. On your right, a cliff that drops hundreds of meters into a valley so deep it looks painted. There is no shoulder, no runoff area. If your tire crosses that invisible boundary, gravity does the rest. Large trucks approaching a bend often cannot complete the turn in one motion. They must stop mid-corner, reverse, adjust, try again, all while balanced above open space. Now imagine meeting one of those trucks head-on. One of you must reverse, sometimes for dozens of meters, sometimes more, and every meter backward feels like a negotiation with fate. Weather turns this into something even darker. Fog rolls in without warning from the Black Sea region. Visibility collapses to a few meters. Rain transforms gravel into sludge. In winter, ice coats the incline, and traction becomes a luxury. Engines scream climbing upward. Radiators overheat. Brakes burn descending. If you rely too heavily on braking, they fade. If you don't brake enough, momentum pulls you forward toward the abyss. Drivers describe it the same way, heart pounding, eyes locked on the road, refusing to glance right. Because once you look into that drop, your brain starts imagining what falling would feel like. D915 is not famous because it is beautiful. It is famous because it feels unfinished by nature, like the mountain never agreed to let humans pass. And every time someone makes it through, it feels less like a commute and more like surviving a challenge issued by the Earth itself. Serta Larungar, the red city on the roof of the world. From the air, it looks like something from another planet. A mountain valley in the high plateau of Sichuan, covered from ridge to ridge, with thousands upon thousands of tiny red wooden cabins, packed so tightly together they form a single breathing organism of crimson and timber. This is Serta Larungar, one of the largest Buddhist institutes on Earth, and one of the most extraordinary human settlements in existence. Founded in 1980 by the revered Kenshin Jigme Phuntsok, what began as a small circle of dedicated students has grown into a mountain city like no other. At its peak, the population here reached tens of thousands, monks, nuns, and lay practitioners from across Tibet, China, and the wider Buddhist world, all gathered on a single hillside at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level. Life at this altitude is an act of faith in itself. The air is thin, carrying barely enough oxygen for comfortable breathing. Winters descend with brutal force, temperatures plunging well below zero, snow cutting off roads, ice forming on every surface. Summer brings relief, but never warmth. Daily existence here demands a resilience that most of the world never experiences. Yet the people come. They have always come. In 1987, the institute was formally named the Five Sciences Academy, emphasizing a curriculum that reaches far beyond standard religious study. Philosophy, medicine, language, arts, and spiritual practice, a comprehensive education designed to produce scholars of the whole human experience. Despite years of pressure and administrative challenges that reduced its population and altered parts of the physical settlement, Serta Larungar endures. Its red rooftops still cover the hills. Its prayer halls still ring with chanting. It remains one of the most unique and spiritually significant places on the modern Buddhist map, a city built on devotion, held together by faith, and sustained by altitude and will. Jiayuguan Pass, the last gate before the desert. Stand at the western end of the Great Wall. Watch the wall end. Watch it dissolve into the Gobi Desert, as if the builders finally accepted that beyond this point, the land belonged to something else entirely. This is Jiayuguan Pass, the westernmost fortress of the Great Wall, built in 1372 during the Ming Dynasty and known for centuries as the first mighty pass under heaven. It was not merely a gate, it was a declaration of civilization's edge. Everything west of this fortress was uncertain, foreign, and dangerous. Everything east was China. The fortress itself is nearly square, surrounded by a perimeter of more than 2,000 feet. Its walls stand 36 feet high and 18 feet thick, rammed earth and brick, compressed with such density that they have withstood 6 centuries of desert wind, seismic activity, and the slow assault of time. 3 gates face east, west, and south, each reinforced with watchtowers and battle platforms designed to cover every approach with defensive fire. To attack Jiayuguan from any direction was to walk into a killing ground. Geography made it even more formidable. The pass sits precisely in the only viable corridor between the towering Kilian Mountains to the south and the icy Mazong Mountains to the north. Desert closes everything else. This narrow throat of passable land was the entire strategic logic of the fortress: control the throat, control all movement between east and west. For centuries, this was also the gateway of the Silk Road. Caravans of merchants, diplomats, and travelers passed through these gates heading west towards Central Asia, Persia, and ultimately Europe, carrying silk, porcelain, and ideas that changed the world. Returning caravans brought spices, glass, and knowledge that shaped Chinese civilization in return. Jiayuguan was where the known world ended and the great adventure began. Today it stands preserved in the desert wind, a symbol of defense, trade, and the audacity of ancient Chinese civilization at its most western edge. Imagine driving to the edge of the known world, not metaphorically. Literally driving until the roads deteriorate into dirt tracks, until the dirt tracks narrow into frozen paths carved through dense Siberian forest, until the forests grow so thick and so dark and so completely devoid of any human presence that you begin to question the decision that brought you here. And then, emerging from that darkness, appearing across the Vitim River, you see it, a bridge that looks like it was built in a different century, maintained by no one, and forgotten by everyone except the few desperate enough to need it. The Vitim River Bridge in eastern Siberia is widely regarded as one of the most dangerous road crossings in the world. Not because of its height, though it spans a river whose current would be fatal to anyone who fell in. Not because of its length, though at approximately 570 feet it is not short, but because of what its surface actually consists of: bare wooden planks laid loosely across an old steel railway frame, with no guardrails, no barriers, and no margin whatsoever for the slightest steering error. Let that sink in. No guardrails, on both sides of a single-lane bridge spanning a fast-moving river in a region where temperatures routinely drop to -40 degrees Celsius. You either drive straight or you don't drive at all. The bridge measures only about 6 feet wide. Most modern vehicles are 5 to 6 feet wide. The arithmetic here is not comforting. When a driver crosses Vitim, the gap between their tires and the edge of the bridge structure is measured in inches on each side. One overcorrection. One patch of ice that sends the steering slightly left or right. One momentary lapse of concentration, and the vehicle leaves the bridge entirely, dropping into the river below. What makes the Vitim crossing even more psychologically punishing is the isolation. This is not a bridge in a populated area where emergency services could respond quickly. The nearest town is hours away. There are no emergency phones. There is no signal. If something goes wrong in the middle of this bridge, you are entirely on your own, in one of the coldest, most remote landscapes on the planet, with nowhere to go and no one coming. The wooden planks themselves are a constant source of terror. Because they are not fixed permanently to the steel frame beneath them, they shift when weight is applied. As a vehicle moves across, the planks ahead rattle and bounce. Some have gaps between them wide enough to swallow a tire. The entire surface is perpetually coated in moisture, ice, or both, because the Siberian climate makes no distinction between autumn and deep winter. It simply decides to be lethal and stays that way for most of the year. And yet this bridge remains active. Vehicles cross it. Locals in battered trucks and 4x4s navigate it with the practiced calm of people who have simply accepted that this is what their access to the outside world looks like. No drama, no hesitation. Just a slow, calculated crawl across 570 feet of wood and steel above freezing water in total isolation. To outsiders, this bridge is a nightmare. To those who depend on it, it is simply Tuesday. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China. Some roads are engineered. This one was carved by desperation. Hidden deep within the Taihang Mountains, the Guoliang Tunnel Road was not built by machines. It was carved by 13 villagers using hammers and chisels. For 5 long years, they attacked solid rock, meter by meter, because their village was completely cut off from the outside world. Before this tunnel existed, the only access was a vertical stone staircase known as the Sky Ladder. One slip meant certain death, so they decided to carve through the mountain itself. The result is a 1.2-kilometer tunnel blasted directly into a cliff face, roughly 4 meters wide and about 5 meters high, barely enough for 2 small vehicles to squeeze past each other. But this isn't a smooth, modern tunnel. The walls are raw rock. The surface is uneven. Sharp edges protrude in places. Natural light enters through large rectangular openings carved into the cliff, dramatic windows that reveal a vertical drop hundreds of meters below. When you drive through, your headlights bounce off jagged stone. The road surface vibrates beneath the tires. There are blind curves inside the tunnel itself. No bright lane markings, no modern ventilation system humming overhead, just stone. Outside the tunnel, the road clings to the cliff with minimal barriers. Some sections rely on simple concrete edges. Others feel exposed, as if the mountain could reclaim the path at any moment. Rainwater seeps through cracks in the ceiling. In winter, ice forms in unpredictable patches. Fog can roll across the cliffside, reducing visibility to almost nothing. And yet, this road stands as a testament to human willpower, but that doesn't make it safe. Driving Guoliang feels like moving through the mountain's spine, as if you're inside something ancient and powerful. One misjudged turn, one distracted second, and the same mountain that allowed passage could take it back. Pingyao Ancient City, China's oldest living city. Most ancient cities are ruins, museums of stone and silence, visited but no longer alive. Pingyao is different. Built more than 2,700 years ago and still occupied today, Pingyao Ancient City is one of the most remarkable survivals of urban history anywhere in the world. It remains what it has always been, a city where people live, work, trade, and pray inside walls that have stood for nearly 3 millennia. Those walls are formidable. Nearly 4 miles in total circumference, rising more than 30 feet high and spreading 20 feet thick. They encircle the old city with a defensive presence that once protected against armies and still commands respect today. 72 watchtowers rise at intervals along the wall's length, each positioned to cover a specific angle of approach. Thousands of arrow slits pierce the battlements, designed so that defenders could fight from cover while attackers remained fully exposed. But Pingyao was never only a fortress, it was a financial center. In the 19th century, this small walled city in Shanxi province became the birthplace of China's banking system. The first place where merchants developed the draft note, a revolutionary financial instrument that allowed the transfer of funds across vast distances without physically moving silver. Banks and financial houses opened along Pingyao's stone-paved streets, transforming the city into the commercial capital of the Qing dynasty. The wealth that flowed through these streets built the houses that still stand here. Ming and Qing-era courtyard homes, their wooden eaves carved with intricate patterns, their walls of grey brick still solid after 4 centuries. The city's chessboard street layout, established during the Ming dynasty, remains intact. Walking Pingyao today means walking a city that refused to change while the world around it changed entirely. In 1997, UNESCO inscribed Pingyao as a World Heritage Site. Not just for its walls, but for everything they contain, the streets, the houses, the history of Chinese commerce, and the life that continues inside. There are engineering achievements that define civilizations. The pyramids, the Colosseum, the Great Wall, and then, quietly, without proclamation or ceremony, there is Yubane Bridge, 160 years old, made entirely of teak wood, stretching nearly a mile across Tongthaman Lake in Myanmar, and somehow still carrying thousands of people across its surface every single day. Yubane Bridge is the longest teak wood bridge in existence. That distinction alone would make it remarkable, but what transforms it from a historic curiosity into one of the most extraordinary human structures on Earth is the way it functions. This isn't a preserved relic. It isn't a museum piece maintained behind glass for tourists to photograph from a distance. Yubane Bridge is a living, breathing, working piece of daily infrastructure. Monks cross it at dawn. Fishermen wheel their bicycles across it at midday. Children run across it on their way home from school. And yes, visitors from every corner of the world walk its length at golden hour, watching the sun descend behind the mountains, turning the lake's surface to liquid copper beneath their feet. The bridge was constructed around 1850 by the mayor of Amarapura, a man named Yubane, who reportedly used teak wood salvaged from the former royal palace at Inwa when the capital was relocated. That decision to repurpose ancient royal timber rather than cutting fresh wood was not just practical. It was a demonstration of a sustainable engineering philosophy that modern civilization is still struggling to fully embrace. The wood used to build Yubane Bridge may be older than the bridge itself. Over 1,000 wooden pillars are driven deep into the lakebed, supporting a narrow walkway that sits low enough above the water that during rainy season, the lake's surface appears to rise up and claim the structure. The deck is only wide enough for two people walking side by side, creating a natural slowness to the crossing. You cannot rush. You cannot stride purposefully from end to end. The bridge imposes its own rhythm. Step, look, feel the slight give in the ancient teak beneath you. Notice the fishermen balanced in their boats below, nets trailing into still water. Understand, slowly, that you are walking through something that the modern world has almost entirely forgotten how to build. What makes the crossing genuinely challenging, beyond the physical narrowness and the height above water, is the psychological exposure. There are no handrails along much of the length. The lake stretches away on both sides into a horizon framed by distant hills. When wind moves across the water and the bridge responds with a low, almost imperceptible vibration, you become acutely aware of exactly how much open space surrounds you. The bridge does not feel fragile, but it reminds you constantly that you are crossing a body of water on wood that has been standing since before most modern nations existed. And the remarkable fact, the one that genuinely separates Yubane from every other bridge in this list, is that this structure is not maintained by a government infrastructure program. It is maintained by the community that depends on it. When pillars crack, they are replaced by local craftsmen using traditional techniques. When planks wear thin, they are swapped by people who have been doing this work their entire lives. Yubane Bridge survives because the people who cross it every day understand that its survival depends on them. And so far, for over a century and a half, that understanding has been enough. Hengdian World Studios, the city that cinema built in a valley in Zhejiang province, something extraordinary happened. A city was built not to be lived in, but to be filmed. And it became so large, so complete, so vivid that the line between set and city began to disappear entirely. Hengdian World Studios, covering more than 7,000 acres, is the largest outdoor film studio on Earth, and one of the most improbable creative achievements of the modern age. The project began in 1996 with a simple ambition: create a space where Chinese historical dramas could be filmed without the limitations of real historic locations. Within years, that ambition had expanded far beyond its original vision. Imperial palaces were built full-scale. Entire Ming Dynasty cities were reconstructed from historical records, stone by stone, timber by timber. Battlefields, temples, riverside towns, ancient markets, royal gardens, all were erected in full physical form, not as movie backdrops, but as complete architectural environments. Today, multiple complete palace complexes stand at Hengdian, including reconstructions of the Forbidden City and the Qin Dynasty Palace, structures so faithful in their recreation that period films set centuries apart can both be made here simultaneously. The landscape integration is stunning. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and man-made structures interlock across the studio grounds, creating an environment where virtually any historical scene can be filmed without leaving the compound. More than 2,000 extras live permanently inside Hengdian, always ready to step into costume for any production requiring ancient soldiers, imperial courtiers, or street traders. This is not occasional employment. It is a community built entirely around the art of historical cinema. With millions of visitors each year and revenues measured in billions, Hengdian has transformed a small Zhejiang town into China's undisputed capital of film and cultural tourism. It is where history is performed daily and where imagination has no practical boundary. Fairy Meadows Road, Pakistan. If a road could whisper a warning, this one would scream. Fairy Meadows Road stretches only about 16 kilometers from Raykot Bridge toward the base of Nanga Parbat, the Killer Mountain. 16 kilometers doesn't sound terrifying until you see it. The journey begins with a sharp climb from the Karakoram Highway. Within minutes, pavement disappears. What replaces it is a narrow, jagged track carved directly into a vertical mountainside. No asphalt, no guardrails, no forgiveness. The road is barely wide enough for a single jeep. On one side, a rough rock wall. On the other, a drop so deep it feels endless. Hundreds of meters down, the Indus River cuts through the valley like a thin silver blade. There are no marked lanes, no reflectors, no protective barriers, just dust, loose stones, and raw exposure. If you meet another vehicle, the real test begins. One driver must reverse, sometimes for dozens, sometimes hundreds of meters, balancing inches from the cliff edge until a slightly wider patch appears. And reversing here is not like reversing in a parking lot. Your mirrors show nothing but sky and emptiness. Engines strain climbing toward 3,300 meters. Radiators heat up, brakes groan descending. The surface shifts constantly under the tires. Gravel slides, rocks break loose. After rain, mud turns sections into slippery traps. In dry weather, dust clouds blind visibility, forcing drivers to rely on memory of where the edge should be. There are moments when the road narrows so much that even breathing feels risky. One misjudged tire placement, one distracted second. Gravity waits silently, and yet this road leads to one of the most beautiful landscapes on Earth. Snow-covered Nanga Parbat rises above like a frozen titan. That contrast is what makes it unforgettable. Paradise at the end, but terror on the way. Driving Fairy Meadows Road is not tourism, it's a controlled negotiation with the mountain. Guangfu Ancient City, the fortress that floats. There are ancient cities built on plains, cities built on hillsides, cities built inside valleys. And then there is Guangfu, an ancient city built on water, surrounded by lakes and moats so extensive that from the air it appears not as a city built beside water, but as a fortress floating upon it. First constructed during the Northern Zhou period more than 1,400 years ago, then rebuilt and expanded during the Ming and Qing dynasties, Guangfu Ancient City sits within a defensive system that used the surrounding landscape as its primary weapon. Its walls form a perfect square, each side approximately half a mile long, nearly 2 miles around, and rising over 30 feet high. Beyond those walls, a network of lakes and moats surrounds every approach, creating a water barrier that made the city's defenses extraordinarily difficult to breach. 4 gates face the 4 cardinal directions. Each gate is connected to the city through a stone bridge crossing the moat, bridges that could be destroyed in moments to cut off any advance, or held to control all movement in and out. This combination of wall, water, and controlled crossing made Guangfu one of the most defensible urban spaces in ancient China. Yet it was never just a military stronghold. Its position at a strategic junction made it a commercial hub as well, and for centuries, it served both functions simultaneously. Merchants and soldiers shared the same streets. Warehouses and barracks stood in the same neighborhoods. The result was a city that lived with 1 foot always in war and 1 foot always in trade. From above today, Guangfu still looks like what it was always designed to be, a square island rising from the water, orderly, self-contained, and impossible to approach without permission. Cuxian, where ancient rock meets living sky, there are places in China where the landscape itself becomes the architecture, where nature has built structures so extraordinary that human hands add nothing and take nothing away. Cuxian is one of those places. Formed from ancient granite shaped by tectonic forces and erosion over more than 100 million years, this landscape in central China presents terrain of almost theatrical extremity. One side of Cuxian presents bare, rocky slopes, stark, weathered surfaces stripped by time to their geological bones. The other side bursts with lush, humid forest, thick with vegetation fed by mist and mountain streams that collect in the valleys below. The contrast between the two faces is so sharp it seems deliberate, as if the mountain itself was designed to show opposing identities at once. Nearly all year, heavy clouds fill the valleys between the peaks, and in the mornings, when sunlight begins to penetrate, the mountain tops break free above the mist, rising into clear air like islands in a white sea. The effect is surreal, peaks detached from the earth below, floating in silence above the cloud layer, catching the first light while the world beneath them remains hidden. This biodiversity here is extraordinary. The varied terrain, from dry rocky ridges to deep humid forest floors, creates an ecological museum of rare and endemic species found nowhere else. Plants, insects, birds, and mammals, adapted to specific microhabitats within Cuxian's geography, thrive in conditions that the surrounding landscape cannot replicate. Today, Cuxian draws trekkers from across China who come to challenge themselves on its high mountain trails and experience a landscape that operates by its own visual rules, raw, contradictory, and completely captivating. At over 4,000 feet above sea level, something changes. The air thins, your heart works harder, every breath feels slightly insufficient. And when you step onto a suspension bridge that is approximately 3 feet wide, with nothing but cable and thin metal grating between you and the vertical drop of an alpine cliff face, the inadequacy of your lungs becomes the least of your concerns. The Epetri via Ferrata suspension bridge system, installed along a high alpine route in Russia, is not a single bridge, it is a network. A chain of linked suspended walkways, each one crossing a gap between rocky outcrops, each one narrow enough to require you to turn slightly sideways when another person passes, each one trembling visibly when the mountain wind decides to remind you exactly where you are. Together, these sections form a route that climbers and thrill-seekers travel deliberately, not because they have to, but because there are humans wired to seek the specific and terrifying sensation of standing in open space at extreme elevation and choosing to keep moving forward. Every participant on this route wears a safety harness. That is not optional. It is not a precaution taken for the faint-hearted while more experienced climbers go free. The harness is mandatory because without it, a single slip, a single moment of poor balance, a single gust of wind catching you at the wrong angle becomes a fatal event. The harness is clipped to steel cables that run the length of the route, providing a continuous attachment to the mountain even when the bridge beneath your feet is swaying. Even so, the harness is not a guarantee. It is a last resort. The first resort is concentration, balance, and the discipline to remain calm when every instinct you have is screaming at you to stop. The surrounding terrain is not gentle. There are no soft green meadows on either side of these bridges. The landscape is vertical rock, sheer faces rising above and below, fractured into sharp edges by centuries of freeze-thaw cycles that split granite the way fingers split bread. The gaps the bridges span are not symbolic. They are real, deep, unforgiving spaces between masses of stone. If the bridge ceased to exist, there would be no way across. You would simply have to turn around, because nature provides no alternative route here. Some sections of the route are little more than steel rungs hammered into sheer rock face, with the bridge sections connecting these near-vertical ladders. The transition between climbing and walking suspended in open air happens quickly, without ceremony. One moment you are clinging to cold rock, pulling yourself upward, muscles burning. The next you are stepping onto a swaying span of metal mesh and cable, with the mountain falling away below you in both directions, the valley floor visible thousands of feet beneath the thin soles of your boots. The Epetri route has been compared to a permanent physical confrontation with the concept of exposure, not danger in the sense of a poorly engineered structure likely to collapse, but danger in the sense that the margin for human error is essentially zero, and the environment provides absolutely no forgiveness if that margin is breached. This is a crossing that asks a very simple question. Do you trust yourself completely? Because the mountain most certainly does not. Stelvio Pass Road, Italy. From above, it looks beautiful. From behind the wheel, it feels relentless. Stelvio Pass climbs to 2,757 meters in the Italian Alps, connecting Lombardy with South Tyrol. It is famous for its 75 hairpin turns, 48 of them stacked tightly on the eastern side alone. But numbers don't capture the experience. Each hairpin demands full steering lock, then immediately another, then another. The rhythm never stops. Your arms move constantly. Your focus cannot break. The turns are tight, brutally tight. Some are so narrow that long vehicles must stop mid-corner, reverse slightly, and correct their angle just to complete the bend. Now imagine doing that with a sheer drop waiting inches beyond your rear wheels. There are guardrails in many sections, but they are modest. Low concrete barriers standing between your tires and a vertical fall of hundreds of meters. The incline is steep enough to stress engines on the way up and overheat brakes on the way down. Engine braking is essential. Ride the brakes too hard and they fade. Lose braking efficiency here, and there are no long straightaways to recover control. Cyclists push themselves to the limit climbing this pass. Sports cars test their torque. Motorcyclists lean into curves with calculated precision. But no matter the vehicle, one truth remains: you are always turning. There is no mental rest, no extended straight stretch to relax your grip. Fog can roll in quickly at altitude, weather changes within minutes. Sunlight at the base can turn into cold mist at the summit, and yet drivers return again and again, because Stelvio isn't just a road. It's a challenge, a mechanical and psychological trial that demands discipline. You don't conquer Stelvio, you survive it one curve at a time. Wuxi Film Studios, the birthplace of China's screen epics before Hengdian. Before the giant complexes and billion-dollar revenues, there was Wuxi. Built in 1987 beside the waters of Lake Tai in Jiangsu province, the Wuxi Film Studios pioneered an idea that would eventually reshape Chinese cultural production, the dedicated outdoor historical film base. When it opened, there was nothing quite like it in China. The studio sat on hundreds of acres of developed grounds, combining elaborate permanent sets with the natural scenery of one of China's most beautiful lakes, creating an environment that felt both historically authentic and cinematically perfect. Its fame spread across the country through two productions that became national legends. The classic television adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the beloved Water Margin were both filmed here. Their scenes of ancient warfare, palace intrigue, river battles, and mountain fortresses, bringing millions of Chinese viewers face to face with stories they had known only through literature. Those productions defined the visual identity of Chinese historical drama for a generation. Every fortified camp, every wooden stockade, every city gate and river dock was built at Wuxi with real materials, timber, stone, and clay, sourced and assembled according to historical documentation. The wooden bridges span real water. The city walls were raised to full height. The watchtowers command actual views over the lake. This was not movie magic. This was physical construction, and it shows on screen with a weight and authenticity that purely digital environments rarely achieve. Visitors today can walk through those same sets, wear traditional costumes, watch martial arts demonstrations, and participate in historical reenactments that bring the drama to life outside of any screen. Wuxi Studios was the first to merge cinema and tourism at this scale, earning it the title Hollywood of the East for historical television production. It remains the origin point of a tradition that now defines Chinese screen culture. Yongding Tulu, the round houses that sheltered thousands. Look at them from the air, and your first thought might be that they are impact craters or ancient ceremonial rings or something arranged by forces far older than human civilization. But they are houses, houses where families lived for generations. The Yongding Tulu of Fujian province are earthen building complexes created by the Hakka people, a community that fled internal conflict in northern China and settled in the remote mountains of Fujian, where they built their homes as fortresses against a world that had already driven them from their first homes once. Construction began in the 12th century, and these extraordinary circular and square structures flourished between the 15th and 20th centuries. The walls are made of compressed earth mixed with lime, sand, and other local materials, compacted to a thickness of more than 6 feet and rising up to 60 feet tall. These are not decorative walls. They are defensive walls, engineered to absorb the energy of earthquakes and resist the impact of weapons. Inside each tulu, the circular design creates a complete, self-contained community. Outer rooms form the defensive ring. Inner areas open to a communal central courtyard. Wells provide water. Granaries store food. Schools operated within the complex. Each tulu could house between 200 and 800 people, an entire village contained within a single circular wall. Defense was provided by design itself. One main gate, fitted with thick wooden doors reinforced with iron, controlled all access. The circular layout eliminated blind corners. Everyone could see everyone. The community was its own security system. From the air, these tulu looked like flying saucers landed among mountain rice terraces, perfectly round, perfectly self-contained, and perfectly beautiful. In 2008, UNESCO inscribed the Fujian Tulu as a World Heritage Site, recognizing them as living examples of a building tradition found nowhere else on Earth. In the year 2025, if you want to hike one of the world's most dangerous paths, you can book it online, pay a fee, sign a waiver, collect a safety harness at the base, and join a queue of international tourists making the same decision. This is how the Huashan Plank Road, carved into the face of a near-vertical granite cliff in Shanxi Province, China, now operates. But before the harnesses, before the tourism, before the safety rails were bolted into the ancient stone, this path was walked by monks who came here to be alone with their God, and who understood with complete clarity that one wrong step meant a fall into a void with no end. The path itself is extraordinarily simple in concept and terrifyingly complex in reality. Wooden boards, each one roughly 1 foot wide, are inserted into slots carved by hand directly into the rock face. The slots are not deep, the boards are not thick. And the cliff face, they are attached to drops nearly vertically, hundreds of feet into fractured mountain terrain below. You walk on these boards sideways, pressing your chest against the granite, gripping iron chains bolted into the rock, shuffling laterally across the face of a mountain that seems to have been specifically designed to reject human presence. The path was created more than 700 years ago by Taoist monks seeking locations for meditation, retreats so remote, so physically inaccessible, that only the most genuinely committed spiritual seekers would make the journey. The monks weren't wrong. There is nothing casual about reaching the meditation chambers and temples scattered along this cliff face. The Huashan Plank Road is not a scenic detour, it is a commitment. It is a one-by-one elimination of every physical comfort until the only thing left is you, a wooden plank the width of your foot, and 2,000 feet of open air. For centuries, those who fell on this path were simply lost. No rescue teams, no emergency response. No one was coming. The fall would happen, and it would be final, and the mountain would continue exactly as it always had. It was only after multiple fatal incidents in the modern era that Chinese authorities stepped in and mandated the safety harness system. Before that intervention, this path claimed lives with a regularity that would be considered catastrophic anywhere else in the world. Local records from before the safety upgrade are kept deliberately vague about exact numbers, but the phrase, "several fatal falls," in any official document describing a tourist attraction should tell you everything you need to know. Even with the harness, which clips to a cable running the full length of the path, the experience is not safe in any traditional sense. You are still on a 1-foot-wide plank on a vertical cliff. You are still required to navigate sections where the plank ends and a series of iron footholds driven directly into rock take its place. You are still required to transfer your harness clip from one safety cable section to the next, which means there are brief moments, just seconds, where you are attached to nothing, high above a drop with no survivable landing, in a mountain wind that makes no promises. The monks who first carved this path understood something that modern safety engineering tries to eliminate. That proximity to genuine danger sharpens the mind with a clarity nothing else can replicate. Whether that clarity is spiritual or neurological is a matter of philosophy. That it is real is not. Temple of Heaven, where emperors spoke to the sky. The Emperor of China was not just a ruler of people. He was the Son of Heaven, the singular human intermediary between the divine order of the cosmos and the earthly world beneath it. And once each year he came here, to this place, to speak to the sky on behalf of all humanity. The Temple of Heaven, built in 1420 during the Ming Dynasty and expanded over subsequent reigns, is the largest complex of open-air religious architecture in the world, covering more than 670 acres in the southern reaches of old Beijing. The ceremonies conducted here were not ceremonial formalities. They were understood as cosmically necessary. If the emperor failed to perform them correctly, the rains would not come, the harvests would fail, the natural order itself would fracture. The weight of those ceremonies is embedded in every inch of this place. The layout speaks directly to ancient Chinese cosmology. Heaven is round, the circular hall of prayer for good harvests, and the echo wall and the circular mound all to express this truth in their forms. Earth is square, the broader enclosures and terraces reflect terrestrial geometry. Every element is oriented, aligned, and dimensioned according to philosophical principles that govern Chinese civilization for millennia. Blue roof tiles represent the sky. Red wooden pillars carry the energy of fire and life. White marble bases ground everything in the purity of the earth. Numbers matter here. Steps, columns, and architectural elements are counted in odd numbers, sacred in Chinese numerology, associated with heaven and with the yang energy of imperial authority. In 1998, UNESCO inscribed the Temple of Heaven as a World Heritage Site, recognizing it as a masterpiece of architecture and landscape design, where faith, philosophy, and human artistic achievement reached a summit that has never been surpassed. Zojila Pass, India's Zojila, is not just a road, it is survival carved into the Himalayas. Sitting at approximately 3,528 meters above sea level, this mountain pass connects Kashmir Valley to the remote region of Ladakh. Without it, entire communities would remain isolated for months, but crossing it feels less like travel and more like entering hostile territory. The road is narrow. In many places, barely wide enough for two large trucks to squeeze past each other. On one side, a sheer rock wall rising vertically. On the other, a drop so deep it swallows sound. There are no comfortable shoulders, no generous safety barriers. Most of the surface is dirt, gravel, and loose rock. When snow melts, the road transforms into a mud corridor. Tires sink, wheels spin, vehicles dance sideways unexpectedly. Heavy trucks crawl forward carrying supplies. Buses packed with passengers edge along blind corners. Every meeting between two large vehicles becomes a tense standoff. Who moves first? Who risks the outer edge? In summer, melting ice causes sudden water streams to cross the road. In winter, avalanches shut the pass completely. Snow walls tower above vehicles. Wind howls through narrow sections like a warning siren. Braking requires precision, too much, and wheels lock on gravel. Too little, and gravity accelerates the descent. Engine braking becomes a survival technique rather than a driving preference. Traffic jams here are not simple delays, they are pressure cookers. Vehicles stuck on unstable slopes for hours, drivers stepping out carefully, avoiding the edge. Zojila does not offer dramatic scenery for relaxation. It offers a reminder that nature sets the rules, and every crossing feels like temporary permission granted by the Himalayas themselves. Ping and Finance Center, the Sky Needle of Shenzhen in 2017, the skyline of Shenzhen, one of the fastest-growing cities in human history, gained its defining mark. The Ping and Finance Center rose to its completed height of 599 meters, making it the second tallest building in China and the fourth tallest architectural structure in the world. For a city that barely existed 40 years ago, this is a statement of transformation so dramatic it defies conventional understanding. The tower has 115 floors above ground and 5 basement levels below. Its total floor space houses tens of thousands of workers, financial firms, and service operations daily, making it not just a symbol, but a genuine working vertical city. The Pinnacle Observation Experience sits on the 116th floor, the free sky deck positioned 562 meters above street level, ranking among the highest publicly accessible viewing points on the entire planet. From that height, on clear days, the Pearl River Delta spreads below in its entirety, rivers, cities, ports, and the distant shimmer of open sea. The building's engineering credentials are formidable. Designed by Cohn Pedersen Fox Associates, a firm with a global portfolio of landmark towers, the Ping and Center was built to withstand the typhoon-force winds that regularly attack coastal Shenzhen with gusts that would challenge lesser structures. Its foundation system descends to bedrock levels necessary to support the extraordinary loads imposed by a building of this mass and height. The Ping and Finance Center carries an additional distinction that makes it historically significant. It was among the last super-tall skyscrapers exceeding 500 meters before the Chinese government implemented strict height limitations on new construction. In a very real sense, it marks both the apex and the end of an era in Chinese skyscraper ambition. Chengdu, the Silicon Valley of Western China. When people in the global technology industry talk about where China's next wave of innovation is coming from, they increasingly say one word: Chengdu. The capital of Sichuan province has been quietly, then not so quietly, transforming itself into the leading technology hub of Western China and one of the most dynamic innovation ecosystems in the entire Asia-Pacific region. High-tech development zones covering dozens of square miles have been established across Chengdu's expanding urban footprint, creating concentrated clusters where startups, research institutions, and global corporations occupy the same streets, share the same talent pools, and compete for the same ambitious engineers and scientists. Since 2010, Chengdu's software services industry has sustained an average annual growth rate exceeding 30%, a pace that has compounded over more than a decade into an economic transformation of striking magnitude. Semiconductor projects worth billions of dollars have been established here. Giant data centers power cloud services for hundreds of millions of users. Artificial intelligence applications are being developed and deployed in urban transport management, medical diagnostics, industrial automation, and consumer technology at a scale that makes Chengdu a living laboratory of AI's practical possibilities. The city's combination of competitive operating costs relative to Beijing and Shanghai, a massive university system producing hundreds of thousands of graduates annually, and strong government commitment to technology investment has created conditions that are difficult to replicate elsewhere. Chengdu is not just producing technology products. It is producing the ideas, the researchers, and the companies that will define the next generation of Chinese and global technological development. In the geography of 21st century innovation, Chengdu has placed itself firmly on the map. Lava pouring into the ocean, Kilauea volcano, Hawaii imagines standing at the edge of the world, where the planet's oldest force meets its most powerful, where fire plunges into the sea and the Earth itself is born before your eyes. Deep on the southeastern coast of Hawaii's Big Island, Kilauea volcano, one of the most continuously active volcanoes on the planet, unleashes rivers of molten lava that pour directly into the cold embrace of the Pacific Ocean. The temperature of this lava exceeds 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The ocean doesn't simply absorb it, it fights back. The collision is instant, explosive, and utterly spectacular. Massive billowing clouds of steam, called lays, explode upward hundreds of feet into the air, lit from within by the orange glow of the molten rock still pouring beneath. The sound alone is overwhelming, a constant hiss and roar that reverberates across the coastline like the planet breathing. But the beauty hides something dangerous. Lays isn't just steam. It's a toxic cocktail of hydrochloric acid and microscopic glass particles, shards formed when lava shatters in the rapid cooling of the sea. The air shimmers with a lethal mist that can damage lungs in minutes. Scientists who study this process wear respirators and stand at a measured distance, watching with awe and caution in equal measure. And yet, this destruction is also creation. Each time lava meets the ocean, new land is born. The Big Island of Hawaii is literally growing, inch by inch, year by year, pushed outward by this relentless geological engine. It is the only place on Earth where you can watch an island being born in real time. The black lava shelves that jut out into the turquoise sea are brand new land that did not exist a decade ago. In Hawaiian spiritual tradition, this spectacle belongs to Pele, the goddess of volcanoes, fire, and creation. She is said to live within Kilauea's caldera, and her tears are the lava flows that shape the islands. To witness lava entering the sea is to witness Pele herself reaching out to claim the ocean, to expand her domain, to build something eternal from something violent. Scientists describe this ongoing process as a direct window into Earth's earliest days, a living recreation of how the Hawaiian archipelago, and indeed many of the world's islands, first emerged from beneath the waves hundreds of millions of years ago. Every plunge of glowing lava, every eruption of steam, every new ridge of hardened basalt is a page in the planet's origin story, written in real time. To stand at the shoreline and watch fire meet the sea, to feel the heat on your face and hear the roar of creation, is to experience something no camera can fully capture. It is raw, primal, and profoundly humbling. This is not just a natural wonder. This is the planet being born right in front of you. On certain mornings in the south of France, in the wide green valley carved by the Tarn River over millions of years, something extraordinary happens. The fog rises from the valley floor and hangs in layers, and through it, emerging above the clouds like the masts of a fleet of ghost ships, appear 7 slender white towers. The bridge connecting them is invisible. The towers simply float. And the sight of them, those impossibly thin vertical lines suspended in mist above a green valley, is one of the most quietly astonishing things a human being can see. The Millau Viaduct is not just an engineering achievement, it is an aesthetic one. When architect Norman Foster collaborated with engineer Mitchell Verlojux to design this structure, the brief was simple and almost absurd in its ambition. Build a bridge tall enough and light enough to seem as though it doesn't quite belong to the Earth. They succeeded to a degree that even they may not have fully anticipated. The statistics are staggering and worth stating directly. The Millau Viaduct stretches approximately 8,100 feet across the valley of the Tarn. Its tallest pier rises 1,125 feet from the valley floor, making it taller than the Eiffel Tower. The summit of its highest pylon extends even further, past 1,100 feet, placing it among the tallest structures in Europe. The roadway itself carries 2 lanes of traffic in each direction at a height that on certain days positions it entirely above the cloud layer. Drivers cross a bridge they cannot see the bottom of through clouds above a valley that seems to belong to a different world. What makes Millau genuinely unsettling, beyond the sheer scale, is the contrast it creates between the engineering confidence of its design and the visceral exposure of actually crossing it. The road surface is smooth and clean. The safety barriers are modern and effective. The drive, in purely technical terms, is not dangerous, but the human nervous system does not process the experience of driving 1,000 feet above the ground through clouds in quite the same way that the engineering specifications describe it. Your hands tighten slightly on the wheel. The vast empty space on either side of the roadway becomes impossible to ignore. And when you glance to the side and see nothing, just cloud and air, and the distant suggestion of a valley floor that might as well be on a different planet, some very old, very deep part of your brain files a quiet but firm objection to the entire situation. 7 cable-stayed pylons distribute the load of the roadway across the valley without requiring support columns at the valley floor, a decision driven as much by aesthetic sensibility as structural engineering. The valley is preserved. The view from below, looking up at the structure, is unobstructed, and the view from above, looking down through the cable system to the fog below, is one that visitors describe consistently as resembling no other crossing experience in the world. Millau Viaduct was completed in 2004 and opened by President Jacques Chirac on December 14th of that year. It immediately transformed travel time across southern France, replacing a congested alternative route that turned summer holidays into multi-hour traffic standstills. But its significance extends beyond convenience. Millau demonstrated, in concrete and steel, that a bridge can be simultaneously the most practical and the most beautiful answer to a geographic challenge. It proved that engineering and art are not in conflict. And it left in the sky above the Tarn Valley a structure that most people who see it for the first time quietly refuse to believe is real. North Yungas Road, Bolivia. There are dangerous roads. And then there is North Yungas Road, only about 60 to 70 kilometers long, yet it earned a global nickname that still sends chills through drivers: the Death Road. It begins at La Cumba Pass, over 4,600 meters above sea level. Cold, thin air, snow sometimes dusting the peaks. Then the descent begins, and it does not descend gently. Within hours, drivers drop thousands of meters toward the Amazon basin. The climate shifts violently. Freezing air turns humid. Fog thickens. Rain begins falling sideways. Most sections of the road measure barely 3 meters wide. That's enough for one truck, not two. When vehicles meet, one must reverse, sometimes dangerously close to the edge, to allow passage. There are no guardrails, no protective barriers, nothing between your wheels and a vertical drop into dense jungle hundreds of meters below. Waterfalls cascade directly across the roadway. Streams carve muddy channels into the surface. Landslides occur without warning, scattering rock across blind corners. Visibility is one of the greatest threats. Dense mountain fog can reduce sight to only a few meters. Drivers rely on instinct and memory of the next curve. For decades, accidents here were tragically common. Buses packed with passengers lost control. Trucks misjudged turns. Vehicles slipped during heavy rain. The most terrifying part, there are stretches where the cliff overhangs above you while the abyss opens below. It feels as though you are driving through a crack in the mountain. The descent demands perfect brake management. Overheat them and they fail. Underuse them and gravity pulls you faster than you can react. Even today, with improvements and alternative routes available, North Yungas remains a psychological trial. Because once you start descending, you realize something chilling. The mountain doesn't need to attack you. It only needs you to make one small mistake. And here, one mistake is all it takes. Taklamakan Desert Highway, the road through the Sea of Death. The Taklamakan is not a desert in the casual tourist sense. It is one of the most hostile environments on the surface of the Earth, covering 130 square miles of northwestern China's Xinjiang region. It is the world's second largest shifting sand desert, a place where dunes reach heights of 300 feet and move with the wind, where sandstorms last for days, where summer temperatures exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and winter plunges below freezing. And where the local name translates to a warning that needs no interpretation, the place of no return, through this desert, engineers built a highway. The Taklamakan Desert Highway stretches more than 500 kilometers from north to south, cutting through the very center of the desert, crossing dune fields that continuously reshape themselves around the road's edges. More than 80% of its length passes across these shifting dunes, making erosion management a permanent engineering challenge. To stabilize the road against encroachment by moving sand, a corridor of irrigated vegetation was planted along the full length of the highway, halexillin trees and other desert-adapted plants, watered by a pipeline system running alongside the road. Without this green belt, the dunes would swallow the highway within years. The road is called the longest desert crossing road on Earth, and it serves purposes both practical and symbolic. It connects two major populated areas of Xinjiang across terrain that was previously an absolute barrier. It enables oil field operations in the desert interior. It supports scientific research into one of the world's most extreme environments. And it attracts travelers from across the world who come to drive the most desolate road on Earth and emerge at the other end with a story they will tell for the rest of their lives. Skeleton Coast, Namibia. There are coastlines. And then there is Skeleton Coast, one of the most desolate, hauntingly beautiful, and lethally unforgiving stretches of shoreline anywhere on the planet. A place where two of Earth's most extreme environments, the hyperarid Namib Desert and the freezing South Atlantic Ocean, collide in a landscape of savage, spectacular contradiction. The Skeleton Coast stretches for nearly 500 kilometers along the northwestern edge of Namibia. It was named with grim accuracy for the whale and seal bones that once littered its beaches in the age of industrial whaling, and for the thousands of shipwrecks that have piled up along its treacherous shores over the centuries. The currents here are among the most dangerous in the world. The Benguela Current drives cold Antarctic water northward along the coast, creating dense, blinding fog that rolls in from the sea with almost no warning and can reduce visibility to near zero within minutes. Countless ships, navigating by dead reckoning through the fog, have been driven into the shallows and destroyed. Their rusting hulks still lie there today, some half buried in advancing sand dunes, others resting almost intact on the beach, as if the sea simply placed them there and walked away. The dunes of the Skeleton Coast are extraordinary in themselves. Some rise to over 300 feet, rust-red, iron-barren mountains of sand that plunge directly into the surf without so much as a strip of beach between them. The boundary here between desert and ocean is not gradual. It is absolute. One step you are in the world's oldest desert, the next you are in the ocean, and yet, against every expectation, life thrives here. The same Benguela Current that wrecks ships also drives an upwelling of cold, nutrient-rich water from the deep ocean, one of the most productive marine environments on Earth. The ocean is teeming with fish, squid, and marine mammals. Massive Cape fur seal colonies, some containing hundreds of thousands of individuals, pack the beaches in dense, roaring, pungent masses. Brown hyenas and black-backed jackals prowl the shoreline, scavenging seal pups and any marine creature the tide deposits. And most remarkably of all, desert-adapted elephants range through this landscape, the only elephants on Earth that have evolved to survive in true desert conditions, capable of going 5 days without water. Covering distances of up to 70 kilometers a day in search of the underground springs and isolated riverbeds where moisture can be found. The mist that rolls in from the Benguela also sustains a remarkable community of fog-adapted organisms, insects that harvest moisture from the air, lichens that cling to the rocks in dense, colorful crusts, welwitschia plants that live for 2,000 years without significant rainfall, drawing all their water from the coastal fog alone. This is a coast of death and abundance, desolation and life, a place where the contradiction is the entire point, beautiful, brutal, unlike anywhere else. Raffles City Chongqing, the vertical city in the clouds. There is a building complex in Chongqing that travelers have compared to a city above a city, a place where 4 towers rise from a shared base, converge at an extraordinary height, and are joined by something that defies every conventional expectation of what a building can include. The Crystal, this skybridge, nearly 300 meters long, spans across the tops of 4 towers at a height that places it above most of the surrounding cityscape, connecting spaces that would otherwise require descent, transit, and reascent between buildings that are technically separate structures. It is recognized as one of the world's most remarkable examples of sky-level architecture and contains retail, hotel facilities, and observation spaces that take full advantage of the views in every direction. Raffles City Chongqing is the largest project that developer Capita Land has completed outside of Singapore, and it represents a strategic partnership between Singapore and China that brought resources, expertise, and ambition together in one of China's most economically dynamic cities. The complex was designed by architect Moshe Safdie, the same visionary behind Singapore's iconic Marina Bay Sands, a designer who has made the sky-level connection of tall structures into a signature architectural statement. The engineering beneath this vision is formidable. Chongqing sits in seismically active terrain, and a structure of this complexity, connecting multiple towers at height, required advanced seismic analysis and isolation technology to ensure that the crystal's connections remain safe and functional during ground movement events. International architectural and engineering publications have called Raffles City Chongqing a vertical city, a futuristic wonder, and one of the defining urban structures of the early 21st century. Rising at the confluence of the Yangtze and Jialing rivers, it is impossible to miss and impossible to forget. Atulia Cliff Village, the ladder to school, the image traveled around the world and stopped people wherever they saw it. Children, small children, climbing vertical iron rung ladders attached to the face of a cliff in Sichuan province, not climbing for sport or adventure. Climbing to get to school and climbing back down in the dark after classes ended. Atulia is a village perched on a steep cliff face in the Yi Autonomous Region of Sichuan, a community that existed in near-total isolation from the wider world because the terrain around it made connection almost impossible. For generations, the only way in or out was a series of 17 ladder sections, originally made from vines and wood, later replaced with steel rungs anchored into the cliff, stretching up a vertical face that took 2 to 3 hours to climb. Everything the village needed, food, medicine, materials, had to come up those ladders. Everyone who needed school, medical care, or any public service had to go down them and back up again. Children made the climb routinely, in all weather, at all times of year. The story of these children became, for millions of people around the world, a powerful symbol of 2 things simultaneously: the extraordinary resilience of human communities in extreme environments, and the sharp inequalities of development that left some communities to survive on cliff faces while others enjoyed every modern convenience. Chinese authorities recognized both dimensions. In 2020, more than 80% of Atulia's households were relocated to new housing in the valley below, bringing them access to schools, hospitals, roads, and the services that the cliff had always denied them. The ladders are still there. The story is still told. And the children who climbed them will spend the rest of their lives carrying a story about perseverance that most people can barely imagine. There are bridges built to last forever. And there are bridges built to be forgotten. Puente de Ojuela, hanging over a canyon in the dry, shattered mountains of Durango in northern Mexico, seems to belong to the second category, a structure left behind when the mine it served ran dry, a relic of industrial ambition slowly being reclaimed by the desert. except that it never quite collapsed, and people still cross it. And the reasons for that are equal parts bravery, stubbornness, and the particular human inability to look at a terrifying thing and simply walk away. The bridge stretches over 1,000 feet across a canyon, whose walls drop nearly 400 feet to a rocky floor far below. It was built in 1898 to serve the Ojuela silver and gold mine, one of the most productive in Mexico during its era, providing a direct route for workers and materials across terrain that would otherwise have required a long, circuitous journey around the canyon. When the mine was eventually abandoned, the bridge should have been decommissioned, structurally stabilized and closed. Instead, it was simply left, and the desert began its slow conversation with the wood and steel. What you encounter today, if you choose to cross Puente de Ojuela, is not a structure in good condition. The wooden planks of the deck have been replaced piecemeal over the years. Some are relatively recent, others are decades old. And some have deteriorated to a point where the visual difference between a plank you can trust and a plank that will give way beneath you is not always immediately obvious. There are no fixed guardrails. The only protection against a 400-foot fall is a pair of steel cables stretched along each side, cables that you grip tightly, that vibrate under tension when the bridge moves, that transmit every shudder and sway directly into your hands. And the bridge does move. That is the detail that no photograph fully communicates. When you step onto Puente de Ojuela, when you commit your weight to the structure and begin to walk, it responds to you. Not in the controlled, engineered oscillation of a modern suspension bridge with damping systems and wind calculations behind it, but in the raw, unfiltered movement of a structure that is old and tired and making no promises. Every gust of canyon wind sends the entire span into motion. Not catastrophic motion, but motion that is entirely outside your control, that cannot be counteracted or predicted, that simply has to be endured. The canyon below is not just deep, it is visually imposing in a way that makes simple measurements inadequate. The walls are sheer, the floor is rocky. The sense of depth is immediate and continuous. There is no point during the crossing where you cannot see exactly how far the fall would be. Some of the planks have rotted through entirely, leaving open holes through which the canyon floor is plainly visible. You step around them. You choose your footing carefully. You move slowly, because speed and this bridge are fundamentally incompatible ideas. Puente de Ojuela is listed as a tourist attraction. People visit it deliberately, driven by the same impulse that draws humans to roller coasters and cliff edges and deep ocean dives, the desire to be genuinely afraid and to survive it. But unlike a roller coaster, whose engineering is checked daily and whose physics are fully calculated, this bridge offers no such guarantee. It is real danger, preserved in amber, accessible to anyone with the currency to enter the site and the courage to step forward. Greenland, there is a sound that precedes the carving, a deep, resonant crack, more felt in the chest than heard with the ears, that splits the silence of the Arctic like a rifle shot, amplified to the scale of a mountain. It is the sound of ice under unimaginable stress reaching its breaking point. It is the last sound a glacier makes before releasing a piece of itself to the sea. And at Ilulissat Icefjord in western Greenland, this sound rings out almost every single day. The Ilulissat Icefjord, Cermek Kujalek in Greenlandic, is the most productive glacier in the northern hemisphere and one of the fastest-moving glaciers in the world. The glacier moves forward at an average rate of 20 to 46 meters per day, up to 40 meters per day in peak periods, driven by the extraordinary accumulation of snow in Greenland's interior, which compresses under its own weight into ice and flows inevitably downhill and seaward. As the glacier's terminus reaches the fjord, where the water is deep enough to float the ice, enormous sections break free and drop into the sea with an explosive force that sends shockwaves through the water for miles. The icebergs produced by Ilulissat Icefjord are enormous. Some rise over 100 meters above the waterline, And since approximately 90% of an iceberg's mass is below the surface, that means the full depth of these structures can exceed 1,000 meters. They are larger than city blocks. Some are larger than city districts. In certain seasons, the fjord becomes so choked with freshly carved icebergs that the water itself is barely visible. The surface appears as a fractured white-blue cityscape of ice towers, arches, and ridges stretching to the horizon. These icebergs drift out of the fjord and into the Labrador Sea, where they join a southward current that carries them gradually toward the North Atlantic shipping lanes. The iceberg that sank the RMS Titanic in 1912, most likely carved from the Ilulissat Glacier, drifted southward for months and made its fatal encounter with the great ocean liner approximately 1,600 kilometers south of the ice fjord. The ice of Ilulissat, magnificent and ancient, has shaped human history in ways its frozen silence could never express. The ice fjord was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2004 in recognition of its geological significance and its role in climate science. The rate of ice carving here has accelerated dramatically in recent decades, a direct and measurable consequence of rising Arctic temperatures. Scientists studying Ilulissat are not simply watching a natural spectacle. They are reading a warning written in ice about the future of the planet's oceans. To stand on the viewing platform above the fjord and watch an iceberg carve, to feel that crack through your feet, watch the ice fall, and see the wave radiate outward across the dark water, is to witness something ancient and urgent simultaneously. Beauty and alarm frozen together. Sani Pass, Lesotho. At first glance, Sani Pass looks peaceful, a ribbon of stone climbing gently into mist, but that illusion disappears the moment your tires leave stable ground. Connecting South Africa to the mountain kingdom of Lesotho, Sani Pass rises to 2,874 meters above sea level. And every meter upward feels like stepping closer to the sky and further from safety. The lower section teases you, gravel, moderate incline, manageable curves, but as you ascend, the mountain tightens its grip. Gradients reach an aggressive 1-3. That means for every 3 meters forward, you climb 1 meter upward, on loose rock, on uneven surface, with sudden switchbacks that demand full steering lock. This is why authorities restrict access. Two-wheel drive vehicles are not permitted on certain sections. Only 4x4s with high clearance and proper gearing are allowed, because when traction disappears here, there's no safe place to stop sliding. Rain turns stone into grease, tires spin, engines strain for oxygen at high altitude. Drivers feel the pressure too, lightheadedness creeping in as the air thins. Then come the upper hairpins, sharp, narrow, brutal. The road compresses to barely 1 vehicle wide. On one side, a vertical rock face. On the other, a drop so deep it disappears into cloud cover. There are moments when the valley below is completely hidden by mist, making it feel like you're suspended in midair. Wind slams into the vehicle sideways. Fog creeps across the bends. If you stall mid-climb, restarting on that incline can feel impossible. Rollback becomes a real threat. Descending is no easier. Engine braking is essential. Ride the brakes too hard and they overheat. Lose braking power here and there is no long straight stretch to recover. Sani Pass does not care about horsepower. It rewards patience, precision, and mental control. Drivers who reach the summit often step out in silence, not cheering, not celebrating, just breathing. Because climbing Sani Pass doesn't feel like travel. It feels like you've negotiated temporary permission to pass through the sky. Chongqing Metro, the railway that passes through living buildings. City planners around the world deal with one universal challenge. How do you build mass transit through terrain that refuses to cooperate? Most cities have flat land to work with, gentle gradients and wide valleys where rail lines can be laid with relative simplicity. Chongqing has none of this. Chongqing is a mountain city, a city of vertical drama, where hills plunge into rivers, where buildings cling to cliff edges, and where the very idea of conventional metro planning collapses under the weight of geography. The Chongqing Metro is the answer that engineers built for a problem that had no textbook solution. Some tunnels plunge more than 300 feet into the living rock of the mountains. Bridges on the same line climb to equal heights above the gorges. Passengers experience constant shifts from underground to overground, from enclosed darkness to open sky, from tunnel to bridge within the span of a single journey. Line 3 is world famous for being the longest monorail line in the world, stretching more than 38 miles while carrying passenger volumes that rival conventional heavy rail systems. Every engineering decision on Line 3 was made against a backdrop of topographical challenge that would have stopped most engineers cold. And then there is Liziba Station. In most cities, metro stations are underground or elevated, but always separate from the buildings around them. At Liziba, the train runs directly through a 19-story residential apartment building, not alongside it, not beneath it, through it. The building was designed with the metro line already included in its floor plan, creating a structure where floors 6 through 8 are simply not there, replaced by the elevated rail line threading through the building's core. Today, thousands of visitors ride the Chongqing Metro not for transport, but for the experience itself, an urban journey through a city that refused to be tamed. Longmen Grottoes, 10,000 Buddhas in stone. Imagine an entire mountainside of cliffs transformed into a gallery of religious sculpture, carved not over years or decades, but over centuries, by generations of artists whose names are mostly lost, but whose work has outlasted every empire that commissioned it. The Longmen Grottoes on the Yi River in Henan Province contain more than 100,000 Buddhist images carved directly into limestone, figures ranging from inches tall to the magnificent colossal Vairocana Buddha, which rises 56 feet from its throne in the Fengxian Temple Cave. Creation of the grottos began in the Northern Wei dynasty around 493 CE and continued through the Tang dynasty and beyond, with each ruling dynasty adding its own artistic vision, stylistic preferences, and devotional emphasis to the accumulating treasury of stone. The setting intensifies everything. The Yi River flows between two facing cliff walls, and both walls are honeycombed with caves, niches, and carved surfaces at every level from the waterline upward. The effect when seen from a boat or from the opposite bank is overwhelming, a civilization's religious history rendered in stone across hundreds of meters of vertical cliff face, reflected in the river below. Inside the larger caves, the sculpture quality astonishes even modern observers, faces of extraordinary subtlety. Garments rendered with flowing naturalness in solid rock, expressions of compassion, wisdom, and serenity that seem almost impossible to achieve with chisels in limestone. In 2000, UNESCO designated the Longmen Grottoes as a World Heritage Site, calling them outstanding examples of Chinese stone carvings. But that formal description barely scratches the surface of what this place actually is: a monument to centuries of human faith, concentrated in carved stone beside a river that has watched over it all without pause. The path to Karakoram begins benignly enough, a coastal trail winding through the rugged headlands of County Antrim, wild grass pressed flat by Atlantic wind, basalt cliffs dropping into churning gray-green water. Seabirds wheeling above a coastline so dramatically beautiful it looks like it was designed by committee, every element precisely placed for maximum visual impact. And then, after about a mile of walking, you round a corner, and there it is. Suspended between the mainland and a small island of dark volcanic rock, 100 feet above the sea, a rope bridge, 20 feet long, perhaps. Simple wooden planks, steel cables replacing the original ropes used by the fishermen who first strung this crossing across the gap. And a drop, visible, immediate, undeniable, straight down to water that is cold enough and rough enough that falling in is not a survivable event in any realistic scenario. The Karakuriday Rope Bridge has been in place, in one form or another, for approximately 350 years. It was built not for tourists, not for engineers, not for anyone seeking a thrill. It was built for salmon fishermen who needed access to the island on the other side of the gap, where they would set their nets in the swift current below and harvest the Atlantic salmon that once moved through these waters in extraordinary numbers. The crossing was a tool, a means to an end. The fact that it happened to be terrifying was simply an inconvenient characteristic of the geography. What distinguishes the Karakuriday experience from most other bridges in this list is its psychological impact relative to its physical dimensions. This is not a 1,000-foot span. It is not suspended thousands of feet above a mountain valley. By the raw numbers, it should not be impressive. And yet virtually every visitor who crosses it reports a visceral physical fear response that bears no relationship to the actual structural risk. The bridge is well maintained. The cables are modern and secured. The planks are replaced regularly. By any objective engineering assessment, it is safe. But standing on the bridge, 100 feet above the sea, with the wind coming off the Atlantic with nothing to slow it down, with the structure responding to every gust and every footfall with visible felt movement, the human nervous system does not process objective engineering assessments. It processes the open space beneath your feet. It processes the sound of the water below. It processes the sensation of the cables vibrating under your grip and the planks shifting under your weight. And it sends a very clear, very unambiguous signal that says, this is not normal. Turn around. The smart traveler ignores that signal and crosses anyway, because on the far side of the bridge, the island offers a perspective of the Antrim coastline that is simply not available from the mainland. The view back toward the cliffs, standing on a small volcanic rock in the middle of the Atlantic 100 feet above churning grey water. With the rope bridge swaying between you and the path home is one that visitors consistently describe as the most memorable physical experience of their travels in the British Isles. Fear, in this case, turns out to have excellent taste. Beneath the jungle floor of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, an extraordinary geological secret hides in plain sight. Thousands of sinkholes, called cenotes, puncture the limestone surface of the peninsula, opening into an underground world of caves, passages, and chambers that stretches for hundreds of miles in the largest cave system ever mapped. And in one of those cenotes, divers descend through clear freshwater and then pass through what appears to be the surface of a river flowing far beneath the sea. Cenote Angelita, Little Angel, sits near the town of Tulum on Yucatan's Caribbean coast. From the surface, it appears unremarkable, a circular pool of clear blue water, perhaps 60 feet across, surrounded by trees in a jungle clearing. The entrance is narrow and the descent begins immediately. The water is extraordinarily clear, visibility extending to 30 meters or more, and the walls of the cenote are covered in the roots of jungle trees that have grown downward through the limestone in search of water. As divers descend past 100 feet, the temperature drops and the limestone walls close in slightly. And then, at approximately 115 feet, something impossible appears below, a river, not a metaphor, not a visual trick. A river with banks, a surface, a gentle current, and even submerged trees lining its banks, flowing silently in the darkness beneath the freshwater layer above. What divers are seeing is a halocline, a sharp boundary layer between two bodies of water of dramatically different salinity. The Yucatan Peninsula is underlain by a vast lens of freshwater, rain that has filtered down through the porous limestone over thousands of years. But beneath this freshwater lens lies saltwater, oceanic water that has permeated the rock from the sea. Because saltwater is significantly denser than freshwater, the two layers do not mix. They sit one above the other, separated by a boundary that is often no more than a few centimeters thick. At the halocline surface, the optical properties of the two water types, their different refractive indices, create a visible, shimmering boundary. Looking across it horizontally, the boundary appears as a dense, mirror-like surface. Looking through it, objects on the other side appear distorted, blurred, wavering, as if seen through frosted glass. The effect from above is precisely the appearance of a river, a surface with reflections, with apparent current from the light refraction, with submerged features visible but distorted below. The trees visible beneath the halocline in Angelita are the trunks and branches of ancient forest that once grew here when the cave system was dry, thousands of years ago, before sea levels rose and the saltwater intruded. They are perfectly preserved by the anoxic high salinity conditions below the halocline, ancient wood in an ancient sea, sealed beneath a freshwater sky. Potala Palace, the fortress at the top of the world, Tibet, sits at the roof of the world. And at the roof of Tibet, a palace rises from the top of a mountain as if it grew there, not placed by human hands, but summoned by the altitude itself. The Potala Palace in Lhasa stands approximately 300 feet above the surrounding plateau, its 13 stories of white and red rising to a total height that makes it visible from miles away across the flat, wind-scoured highland terrain. This is the most important religious and political symbol in Tibetan history. Construction began under the 5th Dalai Lama in the 17th century and was expanded and refined over subsequent generations, but the soul of the place was established from its first stones. The White Palace houses the living quarters of the Dalai Lamas and serves as the seat of earthly government and administration. The Red Palace at the center is the sacred religious heart, home to the tombs of past Dalai Lamas, packed with treasures accumulated over centuries of devotion and filled with shrines, chapels, and meditation halls that vibrate with spiritual significance. Together, the two palaces represent the inseparable union of temporal and spiritual authority that defined Tibetan civilization for centuries. The building technique is extraordinary given the challenges of the plateau. Stone and timber were combined using traditional Tibetan joinery methods. No nails, no bolts, just precisely fitted components held together by friction and geometry. The walls at their base are 16 feet thick, tapering slightly as they rise, designed to distribute weight and resist the seismic activity of the plateau. On sunny days, the golden rooftops of the Potala blaze against the impossibly blue Tibetan sky, visible across miles of open plateau, drawing pilgrims from across the Buddhist world to complete a journey that is itself an act of faith. Yangtze Expressway, suspended above the impossible. Southwest China does not give up its terrain easily. The limestone mountains of this region are ancient, violent in their formations, carved by millions of years of water and geology into deep gorges and narrow valleys that seem to say nothing crosses here. The Yangtze Expressway was built by people who did not accept that answer. Stretching for dozens of miles through country where flat ground barely exists, this highway is one of the most breathtaking and technically demanding road projects ever completed. Entire sections of the route are suspended in the air, carried by viaducts and bridges that float above terrain once considered completely impassable. The geology here presented engineers with nightmares at every turn. Beneath the limestone surface, the ground is fractured, unpredictable, riddled with underground caverns and weak zones created by centuries of water erosion. To prevent landslides and maintain stability, engineers drilled thousands of concrete piles deep into the mountain foundations, creating anchors invisible from the surface, but essential to everything above. Some suspension bridges along the route span more than 3,000 feet, their steel cables stretching between anchor points on opposite cliffs, swaying slightly in mountain winds, but holding with the engineered confidence of structures built to last for generations. Through the solid mountain sections, tunnels push forward with precision, some exceeding a mile in length, requiring advanced drilling equipment and careful management of underground water and rock pressure. To drive the Yangtze Expressway is to experience a landscape divided in extremes. On one side, sheer cliff faces rise vertically, pressing close. On the other, chasms fall away into forest and shadow. The road between them seems to hang in the air, defying the land that surrounds it. This is not just a highway. It is an act of determination, written in concrete and steel across the face of a landscape that resisted every step of the way. Voringsfossen Footbridge, Norway. Norway does not do things quietly. The fjords are not merely deep, they are geological cathedrals. The mountains are not merely tall, they are vertical expressions of geological violence frozen in time. And when Norway decides to build a footbridge over one of its most spectacular waterfalls, it does not build a simple viewing platform with protective fencing and a gift shop nearby. It builds something that the waterfall itself seems to acknowledge. Something that belongs, in spirit if not in material, to the same family as the rock and ice and falling water it spans. The Voringsfossen Footbridge, completed in 2020, spans the Voring Gorge, a deep, cathedral-like fissure in the Norwegian plateau through which the Buria River has been falling for thousands of years. The waterfall at the gorge's head drops nearly 600 feet in a single plunge, generating a continuous roar that can be heard from considerable distance and a mist that coats every surface in the gorge with a permanent fine layer of water. Into this environment, engineers inserted a bridge. Not beside the waterfall, where the view would be good but distant. Not above it, safely removed from the spray. But right next to it, right at the edge of it, in a position where the falling water is close enough to reach out and touch, or would be if the structural design allowed you that close. The design of the Voringsfossen Footbridge is immediately recognizable as something unusual. Rather than a simple horizontal span, it descends in a series of suspended steps, a zigzag of steel and glass that drops visitors down the cliff face in stages, each platform offering a new angle on the gorge and the waterfall. The structure was engineered with two priorities. First, to resist the dynamic loads imposed by heavy visitor traffic, wind, and spray without requiring any support columns inside the gorge itself. And second, to be visually subordinate to the landscape it inhabits. The bridge is striking. But it does not compete with the waterfall, it defers to it. From the center of the structure, standing on a glass panel that allows a direct view to the gorge floor 600 feet below, you understand why this place inspires reverence. The waterfall is not merely falling. It is communicating, the volume of water, the height of the drop. The sound it generates, a sound that exists not just in the air, but in the rock beneath your feet and the steel cables above your hands, creates a sensory experience that is difficult to categorize as either comfortable or unsafe. It is simply enormous. The scale of natural power at work in that gorge makes the reinforced steel bridge feel, for a moment, like an act of astonishing arrogance on the part of the species that built it. And then, because Norway has that effect on people, you grip the railing a little tighter, breathe the mist-laden air, look down through the glass at 600 feet of empty space and falling water, and feel, very distinctly, the most alive you have felt in months. The bridge was completed without support columns inside the gorge. Every structural load travels through the cliff face anchors. The gorge below is open, unobstructed, and visible in its full, terrifying depth. That decision, to preserve the visual integrity of the gorge at the cost of significant additional engineering complexity, tells you everything about Norwegian design philosophy. They could have built something easier. They chose to build something honest. Underwater waterfall, Mauritius. From the deck of a boat off the southwestern coast of Mauritius, you can look down through crystal-clear water and watch what appears to be a waterfall cascading into an abyss thousands of feet below the ocean surface. The water seems to spiral downward in sheets, like a river finding a cliff edge and tumbling off into darkness. It is one of the most extraordinary visual phenomena in the ocean, and it is entirely an illusion. No water is actually falling at Mauritius. The underwater waterfall is a breathtaking optical trick created by the interaction of ocean currents, sand, and submarine topography. Just off the southwestern coast, near the village of Le Morne, Brabant, the ocean floor drops suddenly and dramatically, a continental shelf edge that plunges from shallow tropical reef depth to over 4,000 feet within a remarkably short horizontal distance. The surrounding seabed, particularly the shallow lagoon areas behind the barrier reef, is covered in fine white sand and dark silt. When tidal currents and wind-driven surface flows move across this shelf edge, they sweep the sand and silt from the shallow areas and carry them over the edge. The material flows downward along the steep submarine slope in dense, swirling cascades, exactly like a river running over a waterfall, except that the water, in this case, is sand, silt, and ocean water moving together through the deeper, clear ocean below. The contrast in color, the white sand and dark silt spiraling through the transparent turquoise water against the deep blue of the abyss, creates an effect so convincing that even experienced marine professionals sometimes double-check the footage. From the air, typically from a helicopter or light aircraft, the effect is even more dramatic. The turquoise shallow water of the Mauritius lagoon appears to funnel directly into a darker, swirling vortex, as if the entire ocean is draining through an invisible plug hole. Aerial photographers and drone operators have made this shot one of the most shared oceanic images in the world, a visual that consistently generates disbelief and demands for explanation when encountered without context. Divers and snorkelers who explore the area near the shelf edge can experience the phenomenon from below, feeling the subtle but real current caused by the sand displacement, watching the sediment stream past and downward. The sensation is surreal. Standing at the edge of a submarine cliff, watching material cascade past you into darkness far below, with no fixed reference point to anchor your orientation. For a moment, it genuinely feels like standing at the edge of a waterfall, except the sky above you is made of water, and you are already inside the ocean. The illusion depends on specific light conditions, best observed from above during morning or midday light, when the sun angle illuminates the contrast between shallow and deep water most dramatically. It cannot be seen from the shore and is difficult to photograph from sea level. But from above, in the right light, it is one of the most jaw-dropping sights the ocean has ever produced. Xiralangdi Dam, taming the sorrow of China for thousands of years, it was called the Sorrow of China. The Yellow River, ancient, powerful, merciless, century after century, its floods swept across the plains, drowning cities, erasing farmland and killing millions. It was one of the most feared forces in all of human history. No wall could stop it, no prayer could slow it. Until the Xiralangdi Dam was built. Construction began in 1991. It took 10 years of relentless effort, 10 years of drilling, pouring concrete, redirecting flows, and engineering in conditions that would break ordinary men. The result is extraordinary. A structure more than 500 feet high and nearly 5,000 feet long rising across the Yellow River, changing its destiny forever. The reservoir it holds is staggering in scale, over 42 billion cubic meters of water, enough to cover entire provinces if released. But here it is controlled, regulated, tamed, and what a sight it creates when the floodgates open. Water mixed with the river's famous red mud explodes outward at tens of thousands of cubic meters per second, erupting into the valley below in a display so violent, so elemental, it looks like a colossal dragon striking the earth. People travel from across the country to witness this moment. It is raw power made visible. Beyond its role in flood control, the Xiralangdi Dam generates 1,800 megawatts of electricity, powering cities, factories, and homes for millions of people downstream. It regulates what was once uncontrollable, protecting life on a scale that ancient engineers could never have imagined. But this dam is more than engineering. It is a symbol of determination. A civilization that suffered the Yellow River's fury for millennia finally stood up and said, "Enough, we will master this, we will protect our people," and they did. The Xiralangdi Dam stands today as proof that no natural force, no matter how ancient or violent, is beyond the reach of human will. Across our planet, humans are building on a scale that once seemed impossible. Cities rising from empty deserts, bridges stretching across vast oceans, and skyscrapers climbing higher than the clouds. These are not just construction projects, they are bold statements of human ambition. In this video, we're exploring the biggest mega projects on Earth, where billions of dollars, cutting-edge technology, and thousands of workers come together to create structures that redefine what humanity can build. Beilong Elevator, China. Imagine standing at the foot of a vertical cliff, looking up at a sheer wall of sandstone that disappears into the clouds. Now, imagine riding up that face in a glass box, ascending faster than most elevators in city skyscrapers. This is the Beilong Elevator, the 100 Dragons Sky Lift. Located in the mystical Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, the real-life inspiration for the floating mountains of Avatar, it holds the Guinness World Record as the tallest outdoor elevator on the planet. Rising 1,070 feet up the side of a massive quartz sandstone pillar, it is a terrifying and exhilarating feat of engineering that conquers nature's most formidable terrain. Before this steel giant existed, visitors had to endure a grueling 3-hour trek up dangerous mountain paths to reach the summit. Now the journey takes just 88 seconds. The structure consists of 3 double-deck glass elevators, each capable of carrying 50 people at a time. That means this mechanical marvel can transport 4,000 people per hour, turning a remote mountain peak into an accessible wonder for millions. But building it was controversial and incredibly difficult. Critics argued it would damage the pristine UNESCO World Heritage Site, but proponents claimed it would actually reduce foot traffic damage on the trails. Engineers had to carve shafts and tunnels deep into the rock face to anchor the steel supports, working in a precarious environment prone to rockfalls. The elevator system is a masterpiece of German engineering, equipped with earthquake detectors. If a tremor is sensed, the cars instantly evacuate to the nearest floor. It is built to withstand heavy winds and the wear and tear of exposure to the elements. As you rise, the view transforms. You start in the darkness of the valley floor and suddenly burst into the light, surrounded by thousands of pillar-like peaks floating in the mist. It is a cinematic reveal that no drone shot can replicate. The Beilong Elevator is more than just a ride. It is a statement of dominance over verticality. It allows grandmothers and toddlers alike to witness views previously reserved for the fittest hikers. It bridges the gap between the earth and the sky, offering a perspective on our planet that is both humbling and empowering. In a land of stone giants, humans built a steel dragon to rise among them. Three Gorges Dam, China. The Three Gorges Dam is the heaviest concrete structure on Earth, a gravity dam that spans the Yangtze River in China. It is the world's largest hydroelectric power station by installed capacity. The numbers are astronomical. The dam wall is 607 feet tall and 4 miles long. Behind it sits a reservoir stretching 370 miles upstream, holding 39 billion cubic meters of water. The sheer mass of water stored here is so great that it actually slowed the rotation of the Earth by a fraction of a microsecond. Built to tame the flood-prone Yangtze and power a booming nation, it houses 34 massive generators that produce 22,500 megawatts of electricity. That is equivalent to 15 nuclear power plants. Construction required moving mountains of earth and pouring 27 million cubic meters of concrete. But the dam isn't just a wall, it's a gateway. To allow ships to pass, engineers built two massive 5-stage ship locks, which take 4 hours to traverse. For smaller passenger vessels, they built the world's largest ship lift, a giant elevator that carries a 3,000-ton ship up the face of the dam in just 40 minutes. The project was monumental in cost and controversy. It submerged hundreds of towns, archaeological sites, and displaced over 1.3 million people. Environmental concerns about sedimentation and landslides persist. Yet, it serves as a critical flood control for millions living downstream who were historically devastated by the river's rage. It prevents millions of tons of coal from being burned each year, reducing massive amounts of carbon emissions. The Three Gorges Dam is the ultimate display of modern hydraulic engineering. It represents humanity's ability to alter the landscape on a geological scale. It is a concrete dragon lying across the river, a powerful, complex, and undeniable force of development. The sphere, United States. Imagine a structure so bright it can be seen from space, a glowing orb that redefines the very skyline of Las Vegas. This is the sphere. It isn't just a building, it is a living, breathing canvas of light that has fundamentally changed how we experience entertainment. Rising 366 feet into the desert sky and stretching 516 feet wide, it holds the title of the largest spherical structure on the entire planet. But the true magic isn't just in its size, it is in its skin. The exterior, known as the exosphere, is wrapped in 580,000 square feet of fully programmable LED lighting. That is nearly 1.2 million LED pucks, each spaced 8 inches apart, working in perfect unison to display anything from a giant blinking eye to a realistic model of Earth or Mars. It is a visual spectacle that stops traffic and demands attention from miles away. Constructing this geometric giant was an engineering nightmare turned triumph. The steel framework alone weighs as much as 4 Statues of Liberty. Engineers had to design a complex geodesic dome structure that could support the immense weight of the screens and the audio equipment without collapsing under its own ambition. Inside, the experience is even more mind-bending. You step into a cavernous bowl that seats 17,500 people, surrounded by the world's highest resolution LED screen. This 16K wraparound display covers 160,000 square feet, curving up, over, and around the audience to create a fully immersive visual environment. There are no bad seats here. Every angle is calculated for perfection. But the sphere isn't just about what you see, it's about what you feel. The sound system, Holoplot, uses beamforming technology to direct audio with laser-like precision. It can target specific seats with different languages or instruments, ensuring crystal-clear audio without the need for headphones. Beneath the seats, haptic technology vibrates in sync with the action on screen, whether it's the rumble of a rocket launch or the stomp of a giant beast, making you physically part of the story. Additionally, 4D atmospheric effects like wind, scent, and temperature changes blur the line between reality and the digital world. The project came with a staggering price tag of $2.3 billion, making it the most expensive entertainment venue in Las Vegas history. It required millions of hours of labor and the collaboration of mathematicians, architects, and artists to bring this sci-fi vision to life. It stands as a testament to human creativity and our relentless drive to push the boundaries of technology. The Sphere is more than a concert hall. It is a glimpse into the future of immersive media. It proves that we don't just build to shelter ourselves, we build to dream, to wonder, and to be completely transporting to other worlds. Icon of the seas, if the Titanic was a marvel of its time, the icon of the seas is a miracle of ours. This is not just a ship, it is a floating metropolis, a holiday destination that moves. As the largest cruise ship ever built, it stretches 1,198 feet long and weighs a colossal 250,800 gross tons. That is 5 times the size of the Titanic. With 20 decks towering above the ocean, it can carry nearly 10,000 people, 7,600 passengers, and 2,350 crew members. It is a city at sea, complete with neighborhoods, parks, and distinct ecosystems designed to overwhelm the senses with fun and luxury. The sheer scale of engineering required to keep this behemoth afloat and stable is staggering. It is powered by 6 massive multi-fuel engines running on liquefied natural gas, LNG, the cleanest fossil fuel available for cruise ships today. This marks a significant shift towards sustainability in an industry often criticized for its environmental impact. The ship utilizes advanced hull air lubrication, blowing millions of microscopic bubbles under the hull to reduce friction and improve fuel efficiency. Inside, it features the Aquadome, a massive structure housing a waterfall and theater, which had to be lifted onto the ship in a single piece, one of the heaviest lifts in maritime history. The onboard amenities redefine what is possible at sea. It houses Category 6, the largest water park ever on a cruise ship, featuring 6 record-breaking slides. There are 40 restaurants, 7 pools, and a central park with thousands of real plants. The ship is divided into 8 neighborhoods, each with its own vibe, from the thrill-seeking surfside to the serene, chill island. It is designed to be a multi-generational playground where families can spend a week without seeing the same thing twice. Critics call it a monument to excess, fans call it the ultimate vacation. Regardless of your stance, the icon of the seas is a triumph of naval architecture. It proves that we can build self-contained worlds capable of traversing the globe's roughest oceans. It is a testament to our desire for escape, creating a paradise that sails the high seas, pushing the boundaries of leisure, logistics, and scale. Marina Bay Sands, Singapore. Imagine a surfboard perched atop 3 skyscrapers. That is the silhouette of Marina Bay Sands, the most iconic building in Singapore and perhaps the most recognizable hotel in Asia. This integrated resort is a marvel of gravity-defying architecture. The 3 hotel towers rise 55 stories high, sloping and curving as they ascend. At the top sits the Sky Park, a 340-meter-long platform that is longer than the Eiffel Tower laid sideways. It hosts gardens, restaurants, and the world's largest rooftop infinity pool, offering a swim on the edge of the abyss, 650 feet above the ground. The engineering challenges were immense. The towers are slanted at angles of up to 26 degrees, making them difficult to build. Engineers had to use temporary steel struts and tension cables to hold the legs together until the 23rd floor, where they connected to form a single structure. The Sky Park itself is a masterpiece of lifting. It was prefabricated in 14 steel sections on the ground and hoisted up by heavy-duty hydraulic jacks. The cantilever, the part of the Sky Park that hangs off the North Tower into thin air, stretches 220 feet, the longest public cantilever in the world. To handle the strong winds and the natural movement of the towers, the pool is equipped with 500 movement joints. The entire structure is designed to settle and sway without cracking. The complex below includes a casino, a convention center, a museum shaped like a lotus flower, and a shopping mall with a canal running through it. It revitalized Singapore's tourism, becoming a destination in itself. Marina Bay Sands is the ultimate playground for the wealthy and a visual treat for everyone else. It redefined the city's skyline, turning Marina Bay into a futuristic amphitheater. It is a bold gamble that paid off, combining luxury, engineering, and imagination into a structure that feels less like a building and more like a gateway to a new world. On November 7, 1940, 4 months and 7 days after the first Tacoma Narrows suspension bridge opened across the Puget Sound in Washington state, a photographer named Barney Elliott set up his 16-movie camera and filmed one of the most important engineering failures ever recorded. The footage, available online and viewed by every engineering student who has encountered it since, shows a suspension bridge oscillating. At first, the movement appears almost gentle, a slight undulation in the deck, a gentle, rhythmic rise and fall, and then the motion changes character. The deck begins to twist, not just move up and down, but rotate along its longitudinal axis, the two edges rising and falling in opposite directions, the tarmac surface visible at wild angles as the twisting increases. The bridge is tearing itself apart. And then, in a visual event that still seems impossible even in 2024, the center span collapses and 2,800 feet of suspension bridge falls into the Narrows. No human died in the collapse of the original Tacoma Narrows Bridge. One dog trapped in an abandoned car did not survive, but the collapse killed something else, a set of assumptions about aerodynamics, structural resonance, and suspension bridge design that had persisted, largely unexamined, since the beginning of modern bridge engineering. The first Narrows Bridge was designed with a solid deck plate, a flat, solid roadway surface that acted in the 40 mph winds that struck the bridge that morning like an airfall. The wind did not simply push the bridge sideways. It interacted with the aerodynamics of the deck to create a resonant oscillation, the same phenomenon that can shatter a wine glass with a precisely tuned sound frequency that fed itself with increasing amplitude until the structure could no longer contain it. The replacement bridge, opened in 1950, incorporated the lessons: deeper stiffening girders, open truss side panels to allow wind to pass through the deck rather than interact with it as a solid surface, and the first systematic application of wind tunnel testing to bridge design in the United States. The current crossing consists of 2 parallel spans, the 1950 replacement and a second span added in 2007, carrying Interstate 16 across the Narrows at a height sufficient for naval vessels to transit underneath. The structure is robust. The engineering is conservative. The design incorporates, at every point, the specific humility of engineers who know exactly what happens when a bridge is not designed to respect the wind. Crossing the modern Tacoma Narrows Bridge requires knowing its history. Not because the current structure is dangerous, it isn't, beyond the ordinary risks of freeway driving, but because knowing what stood on this exact site, knowing what the Puget Sound wind did to it. Knowing that a filmmaker watched it destroy itself over the course of a few hours one November morning turns a routine highway crossing into a continuous low-frequency meditation on the relationship between human confidence and natural forces. The water below is the same water. The wind is the same wind. Only the bridge has changed. Falkirk Wheel, UK. In central Scotland, boats don't just sail, they fly. The Falkirk Wheel is the world's only rotating boat lift, a magnificent piece of kinetic sculpture that solved a centuries-old problem with a futuristic twist. It reconnects the Forth and Clyde Canal with the Union Canal, 2 waterways separated by a vertical gap of 79 feet, or 115 feet, including the aqueduct. Historically, this required a flight of 11 locks and took nearly a day to traverse. Today, the Falkirk Wheel scoops boats out of the water and lifts them to the upper canal in just 4 minutes. The design is inspired by a Celtic double-headed axe. 2 massive gondolas, each capable of carrying 600 tons of water and boats, are mounted on a central axle. The engineering genius lies in the application of Archimedes' principle. Because floating boats displace their own weight in water, the 2 gondolas always weigh exactly the same, regardless of whether they carry boats or just water. This perfect balance means the massive wheel can be turned by a motor utilizing only 15 kWh of energy, roughly the same amount needed to boil 8 electric kettles. It is a triumph of efficiency and physics. Construction involved 1,200 tons of steel, assembled with the precision of a Swiss watch. The wheel turns smoothly and silently, offering passengers spectacular views of the Scottish countryside as they rotate through the air. It has revitalized the canal network, turning a derelict industrial relic into a thriving tourist destination. Visitors can ride the wheel, explore the visitor center, and watch this mechanical giant perform its delicate ballet. The Falkirk wheel is more than a lock. It is an icon of 21st century Scotland. It bridges the gap between the industrial heritage of the past and the sustainable engineering of the future. It turns the mundane act of moving a boat uphill into a spectacle, proving that practical solutions can also be marvelously entertaining. Empire State Building, USA. For nearly 40 years, it was the tallest building in the world, a limestone giant watching over New York City. The Empire State Building is the ultimate icon of the Art Deco era and the skyscraper age. Standing 1,250 feet tall, 1,454 feet to the tip, it was the first building to exceed 100 floors. Built during the height of the Great Depression, it was a symbol of hope and American industrial might. But what makes it truly legendary is the speed of its construction. It rose from the ground at a record-breaking pace of 4-5 floors per week, finishing in just 1 year and 45 days. To this day, that speed remains almost unbeatable. The logistics were organized like a military campaign. A railway was built on site to move materials, and hot rivets were tossed by teams of fearless ironworkers balancing on steel beams hundreds of feet in the air without safety harnesses. The frame used 57,000 tons of steel, and the exterior was clad in Indiana limestone and granite. The design features the classic setback style, tapering as it rises to allow light to reach the streets below, a requirement of 1916 zoning laws. The mast at the top was originally designed as a mooring mast for dirigibles, airships, a futuristic idea that never quite took off due to high winds. Culturally, the building is a superstar. It is where King Kong swatted at biplanes, creating one of the most enduring images in cinema history. Its observation decks on the 86th and 102nd floors offer panoramic views that have romanced millions of visitors. At night, its tower lights change colors to celebrate holidays, sports victories, and global events, acting as the city's mood ring. The Empire State Building proves that tall is temporary, but iconic is forever. Newer buildings have surpassed its height, but none have captured the world's imagination quite like it. It stands as a timeless monument to the sheer grit and determination of the 20th century workforce. It is the heart of the Manhattan skyline, an enduring celebrity made of steel and stone. Hoover Dam, USA. In the harsh, sun-baked Black Canyon of the Colorado River stands a monument to American grit, the Hoover Dam. Completed in 1936, during the depths of the Great Depression, it was the most ambitious public works project of its time. It is a massive concrete arch-gravity dam, standing 725 feet tall and 1,244 feet long. It holds back the wild Colorado River, taming floods and creating Lake Mead, the largest reservoir in the United States by volume. This water sustains the desert cities of Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and Phoenix, effectively making the modern Southwest possible. Building it was a brutal war against nature. Workers, known as high-scalers, swung from ropes to blast loose rock from the canyon walls, risking their lives daily. The heat was so intense that dehydration was a constant killer. To pour the 325 million cubic yards of concrete, enough to pave a 2-lane highway from San Francisco to New York, engineers faced a physics problem. If poured in one block, The heat from the chemical setting process would have taken 125 years to cool and would have cracked the dam. The solution? They built it in a series of interlocking blocks and ran cold water through pipes embedded in the concrete to cure it. Those pipes remain inside the dam today. The dam is also a powerhouse, with 17 massive turbines generating over 2,000 megawatts of hydroelectricity. The architecture is striking, featuring Art Deco details on the intake towers and brass elevator doors, giving this industrial beast a sense of elegance. In 2010, the Mike O'Callaghan Pat Tillman Memorial Bridge opened nearby, soaring 900 feet above the river, offering a stunning new vantage point of the dam face. Hoover Dam is more than concrete and steel. It is a symbol of what a unified nation can achieve in the face of adversity. It transformed a barren desert into a thriving region of agriculture and industry. It remains a pilgrimage site for engineers and tourists alike, a silent sentinel standing guard over the lifeblood of the West. Hong Kong Zhuhai Macao Bridge, China. It is the longest sea crossing on Earth, a 34-mile serpentine link connecting three major cities in the Pearl River Delta: Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau. The 8ZMB is not just a bridge. It is a megastructure combining 3 cable-stayed bridges, an undersea tunnel, and 4 artificial islands. It reduces travel time between these economic hubs from 4 hours to just 30 minutes, integrating the region into a single powerhouse economy. The engineering challenge was immense. The route crosses one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world and sits in the flight path of Hong Kong International Airport. A tall bridge would block planes, a shallow bridge would block ships. The solution? Build a tunnel. But not just any tunnel, a 4-mile immersed tube tunnel deep under the ocean. Engineers prefabricated 33 massive concrete tube sections, each weighing 80,000 tons, more than an aircraft carrier, floated them out, and sank them onto the seabed with watertight precision. To transition from bridge to tunnel, they built 2 artificial islands in the middle of the sea. The bridge is built to last 120 years. It contains 400,000 tons of steel, enough to build 60 Eiffel Towers. It is designed to withstand super typhoons with wind speeds of 200 mph, magnitude 8 earthquakes, and the impact of a 300,000-ton ship. The curve of the bridge is intentional, designed to look like a snake and to keep drivers alert. The 8ZMB is a political and physical bond. While usage has been lower than expected due to strict permit regulations, its existence is a feat of brute force engineering. It conquers the open ocean, proving that with enough steel, concrete, and will, we can walk across the sea. Golden Bridge, Vietnam, emerging from the mist of the Ba Na Hills in central Vietnam, is a walkway that seems to belong in a fantasy novel. The Golden Bridge, or Cao Vang, appears to be held aloft by 2 colossal, moss-covered stone hands. These hands, weathered and cracked as if they have stood there for centuries, gently cradle a shimmering ribbon of gold 4,600 feet above sea level. Since opening in 2018, it has become an instant viral sensation, symbolizing the divine link between the earth and the sky. But don't let the ancient look fool you. This is a masterpiece of modern illusion and engineering. The hands are not stone at all. They are actually constructed from a steel mesh skeleton covered in fiberglass, sculpted and painted to mimic the texture of aged rock. This clever design reduced the weight significantly while maintaining the dramatic aesthetic impact. The bridge itself is a 490-foot pedestrian walkway, curving elegantly along the cliffside. Its glittering gold railings contrast sharply with the lush green forest and the gray fog that often rolls in, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Visitors walking across it feel like they are strolling through the clouds, supported by the hands of a mountain god. Building here was no easy task. The steep, rugged terrain made transporting materials a logistical headache. Every beam and panel had to be carefully maneuvered into place without damaging the pristine forest below. The bridge was designed to withstand the harsh tropical storms and high winds common at this altitude. It is part of a larger tourism complex, accessible only by one of the world's longest cable car systems, which itself is an engineering marvel. The Golden Bridge has transformed Vietnam's tourism industry, drawing millions of visitors who want to capture that perfect photo. It proves that infrastructure doesn't have to be purely functional. It can be emotional, artistic, and iconic. It creates a moment of awe, a pause where nature and human creativity meet in perfect harmony. In a world of concrete highways, this is a path meant for wandering, and for touching the sky. Great Pyramid of Giza, Egypt. It is the only surviving wonder of the ancient world, a geometric mountain that has baffled and awed humanity for 4,000